Voice up. Voice up for the viewers, apparently.
Witsit, you got anything for us? Save us, Witsit, please.
It always has something.
Yo, tell us about that. Tell us about that blue shift star. That shit sounds dope.
Xanac, it's morphin' time.
They saw a star. They thought it was coming towards us because it was blue shifting. And they said, oh, never mind. Turns out it just has a really strong magnetic field and it tricked us.
No shit.
So we learned something new. So we can learn something new.
Blue shift.
When we see blue shift, we need to be skeptic a bit, and maybe it's magnetic field. It's good to know. It's good to know.
You make too much fucking sense, Chucky.
No, we learn. We learn. That's what we do.
Alter our perception of red shift or blue shift, maybe. Huh?
No, but
yeah, you need to start rethinking things.
Chucky's making a point, dude. Like, we're not chronic, and we're not astronomers. I'm sure astronomers, if they don't think like Chucky just said, then they're doing it wrong. Because if you're witness a blue shift, you shouldn't have an assumption about it. You should probably explore, like, you know, whatever all the possibilities could possibly be. Because I'm sure shit like this could happen all the time.
I just said it from default.
Maybe we should do the same thing with red shift. Maybe we should do the same thing with red shift.
Exactly, real quick. Exactly. It has huge implications.
Jackie, I was dead for. I didn't know my microphone was not working for the last 10 minutes, so I was asking you what was the thing that
Zadig was trying to overtalk all of us.
Jesus Christ!
No, I was just trying to. I thought you were just ignoring me. I didn't realize my microphone was off.
Maybe we were.
You weren't, because my microphone was broken. Thank you for that, Elijah. Make me feel a little.
Did you try picking it up and dropping it?
Can you let Zenith speak? Why you talk over him? He was talking.
Guys, why are you interrupting Xanac, interrupting Witsit, interrupting Jeremy? What are you doing, bro?
No, Xanac didn't interrupt anyone.
Chai, can you take some?
Jeremy had to immediately talk over him. He didn't wait.
Chai, could you take some Tylenol?
No.
Daytime, because you always sound tired.
No.
Okay, Chucky. So I don't lose my mind here. Out of curiosity, what was said that I can.
That you said that Earth is accelerating up or expanding.
Yeah, I want to jump in, but wait, what was said?
No, I said the ground is accelerating upward. The space and time are bending. The space, the fabric,
everything.
Bending and warping.
Everything that can go in accelerate upwards. That we know.
Hey, Xanac, can I ask you a question, Xanac?
Wait, let Trike and I finish this one clarification.
That's what I said. Once you hit the ground, you can't be in your natural place where you should be, where the universe should think you should be.
What
the ground they apply force on you.
Correct.
And you're accelerating up.
It's accelerating.
But the ground doesn't move.
The ground doesn't move. But you are inertial. You were inertial when you were falling. You hit something that was accelerating to you based on the lines of geodesics, the geodesic lines which are going to the center of the Earth. Therefore, it stops your progression through time and space, and now you have weight. You're not moving anywhere with respect to the ground, and that's why there's a force applied to you, giving you weight. The weight is your force on the ground, or the scale. What's it? We don't need that. Your force, the force is a pseudo force, a fictitious force, an inertial force on the scale, and a scale acting back on you is a proper force, is a real force.
Nice. So, Shaiki, are you satisfied?
Absolutely. I said he didn't say that the Earth is accelerating up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's not going.
It's not expanding. It's not moving. Nothing is moving.
Yeah, he keeps on conflating that with the radius of the Earth getting larger with this term. They fail to realize that acceleration can be a change of direction or a change of magnitude. We're only talking about a change of direction with the lines of the geodesic lines being arced or bent toward the center of the Earth.
I would like to humbly offer some input here. I heard that this was a real shit show last night. So can we maybe pass this conversation for just a second because I want to ask you
It
a
was
question.
just a clarification. Yeah, we done.
Thank you.
Well, real
Zanuck.
quick, because I gave a scenario earlier with Jeremy and Zanuck wasn't here. I just want to hear Zanuck's answer. There's a hunter. He's got a rifle. He shoots the deer. Does the bullet travel to the deer, or does the deer come to the bullet?
The bullet is traveling to the deer.
Okay.
Unless you're talking
Right.
about from the gun's perspective and the bullet's reference frame, the deer is coming to the bullet.
No,
Okay.
y'all are wrong. If it's a chopper gunner and it's shooting towards the ground, then for sure the deer is going to the bullet.
Yeah, bro.
Because
The
of the
deer's going to the
geodesic,
bullet.
because of
Yep.
geodesic lines that
I
we
thought it
made
was
up.
space and time. Oh yeah, that's right. Geodesic lines of the space time.
Remember-
That's right. Oh,
Well, this
okay,
is
my
why
bad.
I want to press him on the space.
So one of the
I want to press him on the space time.
one of the confusions yesterday with analogies, which is really kind of interesting, was that we tried to show, like, in a court of law, how would you say which is moving toward the other? Well, one of the examples was being in a river, and you're like a floating feather in a river, and you're going to run into this rock in the middle of the river. And one thing that was left out, and I kept on saying this over and over again to Rakia, was that we're missing the acceleration factor. That's not analogous. What's more analogous, as an example, is being in a car, and we always use this, and I take a turn, and
No.
who's...
We're not going there.
Hold on, let me just finish the thought.
Yeah, it wasn't an invitation,
Can
Zanuck.
I
I just wanted to ask
finish
about
the thought,
bullet and
guys?
the deer.
Seriously, really? Sarah, are you
No, you
fucking
guys
serious
did
right
it.
now?
You guys got to let him finish. You guys did it. I tried to give us some out. You got to let him
Jeremy,
finish.
where are you?
I'm moderating right now, Shaiki. I said they have to let him finish, man.
Well, who wants to host it, or who's hosting right now? What are we doing? Like, what's the plan?
I don't
Well,
know.
I mean,
I don't know. Like I tried to
I
give us
just
an
got
out,
here.
but Dyslow couldn't fight the urge.
I'm more. If we're going to talk about that subject, I'd love to know more about if the hunter is on a hot air balloon. That's what I want to know. If the bullet is where the bullet's going. I'm kidding.
Maybe in a second.
Yeah. Let's just let Witty get his
What
thing
about
out.
if
My
he was
bad,
in the
Witty.
sun?
All right. Well, I'm currently practicing double speak celibacy, so no means no for me. But if you guys want to engage, it's perfectly fine. I'll sit this one out.
Nah, you're good, bro. My bad.
Well, I just want to ask because, like all your explanations had to do with space time, right? So, what's your take on modified Newtonian dynamics, then?
All right, Witsit wants to engage. That's what I'm saying. Like, if somebody wants to host it and then direct it, because if it's not directed, these guys will do their thing. They'll loop, they'll do the looping and the whole deal for hours, to try to frustrate everybody and just assert all this stuff. So, but if someone wants to engage with it, I mean, he just asked you a question. So,
okay. I'll back out with Zanuck, but I was. This is a very tactically placed question.
Witsit, can I give you the last part of my example, because I think it's very relevant?
No, man. I don't want to talk to you about the Earth moving up.
No, I mean, you don't want to hear it. Maybe you can finish. Maybe you can steal my position, but I think it's a pretty applicable and relative.
Well, why don't you let him ask his first, and then maybe you can do yours after?
Because I was in the middle of mine, but that's okay. You guys can do what you want.
I can steal yours real quick. The passenger is in the car. The car is moving. The passenger is inertial. The car takes a turn. The passenger's head hits the window, or does the window hit his head? Well, that's weird, because actually the window accelerated towards its head. His head was in the inertial state. It continued upon its direct path, and that's somehow analogous to dropping a ball on the earth. Now we can move forward.
That was excellent. I wouldn't make any modifications.
So we don't need you to reiterate it. If it was perfect.
I'm not going to reiterate. I was complimenting on a good spiel, man, and a good explanation.
Hell yeah, bro. All right, I'm asking you about this though. So you always bring up space time and stuff, and this is open to the room. Is that Zanuck? You don't have to it does not just be with you. I'm just throwing this out to the room, right? So, I asked what you think about modified Newtonian dynamics, but let me curate the question a bit here. Specifically as to, that's obviously an alternative theory of modified gravity, and there's many variances, right? Variations. So then all of them typically don't involve dark matter, right? And it's because there's this big issue with dark matter and how space-time needs it. So, do you agree that at the cutting edge of physics in your paradigm, there is a huge camp of physicists that are now strongly entertaining alternatives to space-time?
I don't know if there's a huge group of physicists, but I believe there are some.
Yeah. Modified Newtonian dynamics, my dude, right? That's a pretty big camp of people. And it's because we have some dark matter issues. And so do you agree that relativity requires dark matter to exist when it comes to what we've seen in the sky?
Yeah, I agree with you because we shouldn't have galaxies run like pinwheels where everything is moving at the same angular velocity. It doesn't make sense with the accepted mathematical ideas and representations of gravity.
Right. So as it pertains to this discussion, which I heard was viciously circular yesterday, and I can already see why. Like when you're explaining, well, the Earth's going up, but it's not going up, but it's going down, but it's going up, but the baseball's reference frame, the person, all this stuff. And then you bring up space-time, and you're like, a geodesic path, which is actually a straight line, so the Earth is actually changing direction, but it's not changing direction. All this, right? Like, do you agree that all these explanations, you're going to have to read?
That was a little harsh. Just to interrupt you for a second. You know what we mean by straight line. The straight path is the geodesic, even though it's curved with respect to another reference frame. But that's okay. We know that, and I think you're just saying you don't need your argument's just strong without that, but you can throw that out there if you'd like, but you don't need to.
Nah, bro, let's just move. Like I've asked you, so you're saying the Earth is changing direction, but it's not changing direction, and you say exactly. So anyway,
I didn't say that.
Dude, bro, please, bro. I'm saying, do you agree you're gonna have to like revamp your whole interpretation here if your paradigm migrates towards a framework that moves past space-time?
Yeah, if space-time isn't the answer, there's Lucy's got a lot of explaining to do.
Right, yeah. Because there's a guy, I'll drop an interview. He's an astrophysicist, he's a professor in Australia. He's just one of many guys. There's many, many people that push modified Newtonian dynamics. It just has some problems too. But anyway, he's explaining that he says that with over a sigma 5 confidence, they know that dark matter does not exist. And he cites things like dark matter halos, where there should be a reduction in speed as the galaxies collide, but they don't, which means there cannot be this substantive dark matter that's there and would cause it to slow down, but rather it either maintains speed or speeds up as they collide. Yeah, so dark matter halo problem and stuff like that. But anyway, so he says he's over sigma 5 confident. That's as confident as you can be in terms of science and in this realm of theoretical physics.
Well,
Misidentified science.
You keep on throwing out the statistical value of sigma 5, and that's his opinion. I mean based on the statistics, he must have data because those are data based values. He must have so much data that can give him that level of confidence, that R-square value for the data.
Yeah. He had someone's messed up. Yeah, he has a lot. He has like probably 20 papers. He has like probably 20 papers that he's written, but
what the hell?
You have to reset your mic, man. You sound like a.
You got to see a doctor. Is
that Jeremy?
No, it was Fuzzy.
Do it. Fuzzy, you're turning into a werewolf, bro.
Fuzzy, your mic was real bad. I muted you.
People so fast on these freaking gifts. That's amazing. Whenever something funny, the gift pops up. Could be something obtuse, and the appropriate gift will just pop on the freaking chat. It's amazing.
I just find it interesting. I want to throw it out into the room, right? It is interesting in 2023, bro, at the cutting edge of physics, what they're now coming out and saying, many people, is it looks like, well, we needed dark matter to keep relativity alive. But it's really not working out. As we go further and further on, this dark matter assumption isn't working. And it looks like we're going to have to entertain modified gravity theories to replace it. Now, there are some trying to integrate relativistic mechanics inside of it, like relativistic modified Newtonian dynamics, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, I just find that interesting, right? Because if that's the case, well, we have pretty serious problems in your cosmology, man, because modified Newtonian dynamics doesn't work for a handful of reasons, including just the Big Bang itself. If you don't have relativity in space-time, you can't even explain like the fundamental aspects of the Big Bang. So it looks like this might be the end of the road for your universe model. What do you think about that?
Oh boy, suddenly within a frail hand swoop, he debunks 100 years of physics on a Discord server.
Well, don't you agree?
Why do you say that when you guys also say science? Well, your epistemology that you call science is subject to change. Now you're acting like
Yeah.
it's set in stone and that what Witset's saying is like wrong.
No, I think
No.
there's not enough evidence to support that right now. I know there's inconsistencies. What we
right.
have to date
Double speaking.
has a lot of hold on, has a lot of predictive
It's not
qualities.
double
There's a
speak.
lot of data to support it. However, there are a lot of loose ends also, and we all know this. And there could be
Mhm.
a situation where all of this just doesn't work, and there's something else to explain
Well,
the
peep
Zenit,
this,
motion.
bro.
Zenit,
Let me
what
let me.
sigma level is it that dark energy is a real thing? What sigma level do you have that's a positive thing for being true?
I don't know if
I
there's
think
enough.
5 Sigma says dark energy is not in this conversation. So
Yeah, it's talking about dark matter, but I just
No,
want to point
dark
out.
matter, dark energy. What's the sigma versus the other side? You must have data that like supports you that it is a thing. Beyond what sigma level do you have?
I think it's probably maybe one sigma.
So you're saying there's a more chance that it's not being true than it is being true, and
no,
No, that's not what one sigma means.
Listen, dude. Eric Verlind is another guy. He's a mod guy, and me and Scott Veach both were into this guy a couple years ago because there's always claims that come out that because he had a test, he had a theory, and he had a model that actually he didn't require dark matter, and it actually had positive tests, and the tests were actually positive in some respects. So it looked promising in some respects. But other respects, it wasn't agreeing with already known physics, and it's the same with any Mond theory, including this other guy, because it's true that I've seen that interview where the guy's talking about the test, and he's talking about a test or an observation where they see that dark matter isn't in the test specifically he's talking about. It's like a 5 or 6 sigma verifiability that there's no need for I think it was cold dark matter or any dark matter, and the thing about these guys with the Mond guys is that these things are promising in that respect, but they also fall short in every other respect. And so
Yeah.
that's the problem, is that they don't answer the questions that get answered by relativity. And also, I just have to say this, that they don't do away, like you said it, you actually said this yourself just now, that they don't do away with relativity. A lot of the Mond theories incorporate curved space-time. And so
Yeah.
it's not like a lot of them don't require dark matter, that's true, but a lot of them still utilize curved space-time.
Yeah. So to be fair, I actually said all of that, right? I actually specifically said that the Mond theories have issues as well. That's not the point. You're trying to explain a cosmological assumption that's incorrect, so there will never be a theory that works. That's not really the point. I don't really find it to be a proper approach to be like, oh, well, it can't be true, or relativity must still be valid because Mond doesn't explain everything relativity did. None of them are going to explain everything we see in the sky because your assumptions are wrong, right? So, and obviously you have to acknowledge that's a possibility whether you agree with me or not. And that's not really my point. My point is that it's gotten to such a degree, right, that there are many people that are looking into alternatives. And actually relativistic Mond is a minority, actually, right? And one of the primary ones proposed was in 2020. It's actually a huge minority to integrate relativistic mechanics, but that's not even my point. My point is just like you saw what it triggered in Zanuck. Oh, this guy just refuted 100 years of science. Well, that's what I'm saying. Why did you revert back to that talking point? I brought up physicists, revered physicists in your own paradigm. Like, these are top credentials. These are top credential physicists. So, yes, that's right. Your own paradigm is entertaining stepping back 100 years. That doesn't mean that they're literally going to throw away everything we know. Assuming relativity, we've made tons of new observations, tons of new technology has discovered new things. We know a lot of stuff. We're not going to throw those observations away just because relativity turns out to be wrong. Okay, but our interpretation and explanation of it is being seriously considered to be revised, right? It's being seriously considered revision. So this is just a fact. It's just a fact. But my point is overall, like, do you think you guys can kind of pump the brakes on like the gaslighting approach of, oh, this guy thinks he's gonna throw away 100 years of physics, when again, like, in your own paradigm, this is not my words. I don't believe in modified Newtonian dynamics or your universe at all. I'm just saying, can't we meet in the middle here? Well, yeah, it does look like we're on the precipice of some major revision within your own paradigm.
I'll meet you in the middle. I mean, it's the truth, man. Like me and Scott Veach both were big. I mean, he was almost fucking in love with Eric Verlinde, but I think he was just impressed that he has like this opposing theory. But I was, I mean, there's a lot of dudes. There's a lot of extraordinary claims, and you get impressed by it, and it was promising. But like I said, and there's two things I want to say is one is that it is. People forget that it is a requirement that you have to encompass all of the explanations that the thing you're upholding or the thing that you're uprooting was in explaining. Like if you can maybe be able to explain one thing better, or you may be able to explain one thing that it can't explain, but if you can't explain the things that it can explain, then it's almost like it's like it looks impressive, but it's really not. It could be promising, but it's less promising than it looks. The other thing I was going to say is one thing you want to be aware of is that a lot of Mon guys, are really biased, and so it's kind of like Electric Universe guys. Like they a lot of them really like to claim that they're uprooting a lot of physics, but I think they really are biased. Just saying.
Yeah, but I want to point this out. Your mic's like okay, this is the point that I'm making, right? I don't believe in any of it, but there is a huge problem here, and I will say this, Steve. I find it interesting. It seems like say the heliocentric model or certain assumptions of like the Big Bang cosmology, right? It isn't held to that same standard that you just laid out. I forgot the technical name for it, but it's a very real thing. It's an approach to physics. You can't just uproot a theory of physics with some replacement that doesn't even address what your previous theory properly addressed. But it seems like when we talk about cosmology, that's not the case, because the geocentric position didn't require some unidentified dark energy mechanism to explain accelerative expansion. It didn't need that. So the heliocentric model couldn't even explain what the geocentric model already did. But it was able to be uprooted, right? So it is a double standard. It's just based on, we have specific end goals, and if a theory is aiming to satisfy that end goal, then it gets an advantage. Relativity is certainly the best. From your guys' paradigm, of course, you're going to hold on to relativity until some new theory comes along, can check all the relativistic boxes. But this is the part, this is for the intelligent mind that just wants to kind of understand what's maybe going on. This is just my opinion, but see, I don't think that space-time curvature is completely fabricated. Okay, it hijacked a real geometry of the background medium. And it actually hijacked it from Henri Poincaré, who actually proposed a Lorentzian ether alternative, but he came up with that space-time geometry. And he's the one that famously said, it is actually not the universe that imposes space and time on us, but rather it is we who impose space and time on it due to convenience, right? So anyway, that curvature, now imagine this. Imagine that what's called gravitation is actually an emergent property from a fluid background medium akin to an ether. And so what happens in a fluid-like medium? You have waving. Okay, well, waving could effectively be classified as bending and warping or curving. And so there's real applicability to the idea of the curving of the background. So relativity is never going to be completely wrong. It hijacked a real thing. It hijacked the bending and warping of the background. The problem is that they claim it's just space and time that are bending and warping. And in fact, it's not. It's actually an emergent property that has a reaction. So it has an action and a reaction within this background that's fluid-like.
It's basically like there's a treasure map. It's a real treasure map. And you've been looking at it upside down for years, trying to figure it out. And all we're trying to do is explain to you that there are reasons why the treasure map isn't working for you. But then we can talk about those reasons. Like we can talk about the reasons as to why and ups and downs and north.
Yeah,
Is he cutting
cutting
out
out.
for me? Too?
The whole
No,
point
no,
right
he's
now is
Yeah, he
he's
is.
breaking
that you're
up.
looking
But yeah,
at
it's
it
a great
upside
analogy,
down.
Fuzzy.
That's the point. You're looking at it upside down, and the whole point is to try to tell you just look at it from this perspective. Then we can start running in a different direction. Does that make sense? That's why he's meeting you in the middle.
Can I switch to the controversial question real quickly? Because I hear you say this a few times, and I just wanted you. It doesn't have to be controversial, but I just wanted you to elaborate on what you mean. 'Cause I don't know exactly what you mean when you say this, but you talk about sometimes geocentrism and heliocentrism, and how geocentrism doesn't require dark matter and dark energy. And I just wanted you to validate that, like kind of what you mean.
Yeah. So like, okay, well, when we looked at them, we saw that all the distant galaxies moved in relation to the Earth. To explain it, why it looked like the Earth is in the center, we proposed accelerative expansion. But if the Earth just is in the center, that's why it looks like we're in the center. We don't need the universe to be accelerating and expanding in all directions. So if we don't have the Hubble constant, we don't need the cosmological constant, which is where we get the idea of dark energy. So we don't need that. We don't need that. Dark matter is a much more nuanced part. We'd have to talk about each observation that dark matter is invoked for, but dark energy is like very obvious on its face. We don't need a cause for the expansion.
I thought you might have meant something like that, and I just want to say that, like, in regards to what Hubble had said and what Hubble had meant and what you're saying, I think that both models. So one model requires that space is expanding at every location, everywhere, equally or whatever, and so you get not even dark energy. This you just get the expanding universe before you even need dark energy. You get expanding universe in that regards, and then the other model could be a geocentric Earth. But still, everything is expanding away from Earth faster and faster the farther away it is. So it's like, even in that model, I think you still require an expansion. It's just the expansion is in reference to the Earth. Like, because it looks like everything's expanding away from the Earth, which would be true if the entire universe was expanding everywhere. Or it would also be true if only everything was moving away from Earth faster and faster the further you got. So I think both are still. I think it's required in both.
I don't think so, man. Like, to clarify, I don't care what Hubble says. You have to specify why would expansion be required. You said it looks like it's expanding, so you're talking about redshift.
Yeah, like that. You're just evoking that in the first place. If I have a unicorn theory as to why it's doing that, that doesn't involve dark matter, why would you say that I have to include dark matter, dark energy into my unicorn theory?
Okay, let me back up on my argument then, because then what I'm basically trying to do is just show that with the statement a second ago, it isn't the case, because if you can discredit. So if you can just say, okay, well, we're just talking about Hubble's observations and we can just throw those out. Well, then you can throw those out in both cases. So it's not if that observation is being substantiated or required or whatever, or observed to be true and respected, then it has to be so whether it's geocentric or heliocentric. It just means two different things in either case. So either you're throwing it out in either case or you're keeping it in either case. I just don't think it's true that in the case of heliocentrism, you need to explain it. In the case of geocentrism, you don't have to explain it, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying, okay. The accelerative expansion, the entire universe accelerating, expanding, is an explanation for why it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Why does a geocentric model need the universe to be expanding?
And that's what I mean. Is because the observation that Hubble had observed is exactly that. That it looks like from our location that the further away you look, it looks like things are moving away from us faster and faster. Or it was moving away from us, faster the further away you look. And so that makes it seem like we have a special location. And so that'd be true if we had a special location. Or it could be so that's one explanation, is that we're in a special location where things just happen to be moving away from us faster and faster the further away they are from us. Or everything in the universe is the other explanation is that everything's expanding everywhere, and this is the one that we go with. But even still, though, if you go with the geocentric explanation, it still has from that observation. I'm saying it still has the requirement. It still needs an explanation for why things are expanding away from
You're
Earth.
assuming a distance. How did you
can I just say that?
How far away you are looking? How do you know how far
Come
away
on,
you're
Fuzzy.
looking?
You didn't
That's
invoke
what I'm.
distance.
But
It doesn't matter.
Time out. Forget asking him questions. You're affirming the consequent, dog, because you're seeing some kind of phenomena and you're saying, well, that means that things are moving further away. You don't know that.
That's correct. That's the answer, dude.
Hey,
I
you're
don't
not following
believe that.
along.
Kosho, that's
Go
actually
ahead,
my
Rich.
answer.
No,
Like,
go,
I don't
Go ahead.
believe.
Go ahead.
I don't believe that the redshift means that things are moving away. And what Hubble said specifically, which I could care less what he says, to be honest, other than historical value, but he said specifically, if our redshift interpretation is incorrect, right, then it could in fact mean that we are in the center and that we have a finite closed universe. Obviously, a finite universe is not, accelerating away from. So it would come down to, you would say, well, the geocentric model has to explain redshift. And I would agree that if you're going to try to replace the heliocentric explanation, then you would need to be like, well, what's causing the redshift? I mean, there are many things that could be causing the redshift other than it moving away from us, everything moving away from us. Right?
Like what? What's it? What?
NASA, before
attenuation
NASA, real quick.
No,
real quick. Let me just put a bookend on this. Let me put a bookend on this real quick because I just want to just clarify that, because you said Eli's answer was valid and you're giving the same, but that's my point. Is that so? Originally, if you're saying that the heliocentrism requires an explanation here, where geocentrism doesn't, what I'm saying is if for geocentrism you can just throw out that data because it's just not valid data, then you can do the same thing for heliocentrism, is what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that this isn't evidence that is required for heliocentrism, but not required for geocentrism.
No,
it's either allowed to be thrown out in both cases or not.
Ojo, this is the difference, bro. This is the difference. When we looked out, the only explanation for why we look like we're in the center is that the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions. That's the only explanation for why we look like we're in the center. The geocentric model would be because we're in the center. Yes, a geocentric model would still have redshift on the table to address, but that's the difference. The heliocentric model requires accelerative expansion to explain why it looks like we're in the center. Obviously, a geocentric model has an explanation for why we look like we're in the center, because we're in the center. That means we don't have a Hubble constant and cosmological constant that we need. You can have many explanations. I have 2 books I just received in the mail that I'm going to start reading that are specifically about this. They're about the redshift anomaly. They're about the redshift misinterpretation. There are many explanations that can be proposed for redshift that don't require the universe expanding away from us.
Like
so that's
what,
the fundamental difference. Oh, okay, attenuation of light, magnetic properties.
No,
both of them can do it.
Nope.
Why does it not?
Light isn't affected by magnets, and attenuation doesn't explain redshift. As you get further away, the more redshift. Sorry.
Then why did astronomers just come out and say that the star is blue shifting because of its magnetic strength?
I'm sorry, you overtalked.
Why did astronomers just come out and say that we thought a star was coming to us because it was blue shifting, but turns out it just has a really strong magnetic field?
Send me the link for that one.
Okay, no problem. And attenuation of light is an explanation even invoked in your own paradigm, right? Dust can cause dust can cause more redshift according to your own paradigm because of attenuation of light. So if there's light that's coming to us through some type of medium, it's going to attenuate proportionate to distance. And so that could cause redshift, as well as what I actually think is that we're in a giant torus field, and that means that there's centrifugal divergence away from the center, and that centrifugal divergence causes redshift, and that's going to be replicated in the lab, which means that you're in this giant torus field. That's why you see everything look like it's redshifting, because it is diverging away from you, and the stuff that's closer to you is closer to that convergent location, so you're going to get occasional blue shift that are closer to you. That's me explaining it with your distances, not even the specific distances, just that this is closer than this. If I assume you guys are right about what's closer and further away, I can explain it with magnetism. So this is the difference here is, well, in both scenarios, they're phenomena, right? Like redshift's a real phenomena from the way you guys see it. It's also a real phenomena within magnetism. It's a well-known phenomenon. It can be replicated.
Yeah, but have they ever shown that light moving away from us can redshift? Like, remember you were on that about that one time?
Well, they claim to have done that.
Like move a light away from us, let's see it redshift, or move it closer, let's see it blue shift. Can that be done?
That would be a baller's time to step in. I don't actually know if they have any specific experiment to invoke, but
they've done that a few times, man. First of all, I mean, okay. First of all, they have the tower experiment. There's an experiment where they do gravitational. It's gravitational time dilation, but gravitational redshift. But it's based on that there's time dilation and so they just show the different wavelengths of the light, but also all speed guns are use this principle. All speed guns use the principle of redshift regarding moving away or moving towards something.
yeah, they do that. But of course,
we'll have to talk more about this later, Witsit, because I have disagreed with you. I said it to you about as I said, because it seems like you're in the car or something, and there's other people in here, and so we can maybe talk about it some another time. But I disagree. My whole point is just that in both, if you're gonna come from the stance of Hubble's observations being valid, not his conclusion, but just the observations being something that's valid or needs to be addressed, then I think in both cases it needs an explanation that that explains why things are moving away from us.
Okay, I disagree. I think that you're assuming things are moving away because of redshift. But I will say that I tip my hat. This is why I do like Kosho, because at least he tries to address my arguments that are clearly pretty damning if correct. Like when I say, well, the geocentric model would be significantly more viable. We don't have the dark energy problem. Everyone else just ignores that. But at least Kosho's addressing it. I certainly disagree with your assessment. And again, it's because I don't think we have to explain why things are moving away from us in the geocentric model, because I think that you're assuming they're moving away from us based on your interpretation of redshift. And I would encourage you to really think about what I'm saying. Real fast. With the magnetic field, you have centrifugal divergence and you have centripetal convergence, right? So you have the donut in the inside of the donut. So if you have a circle in the middle of a donut, you draw the lines around the donut diverging out from the center. At the same time, you have convergence in the center. It's like transposed, right? They're on top of each other. Well, that means as you're further out, you have this divergent property, right? And that's going to give you redshift. You'll get occasional blue shift as you're closer to the center of that magnetic field because there's a convergent property. And if it gets close enough, it would outweigh the divergent motion. And so if we're in a giant torus field, it would explain why we see redshift everywhere, predominantly further and further away.
I'll look more
real quick.
Yeah, I was just again another
really fast. Yeah, just really like literally 2 seconds. That question you asked me earlier.
He brought up Ken Wheeler. He brought up Ken Wheeler shit, and you got horny, huh?
No. So it was in that video of ion propulsion. Check that one out. Like it goes over this stuff.
Okay.
Eli, I mean, listen, I'm not even sure they can show redshift happening or blue shift.
Yo, this is why I just take my shot, fam. This is why I just take it, because when I'm nice, it's been like 10 minutes, bro.
Well, it's been about 2 minutes, but yeah, Eli, go ahead.
No, it's been 10 because with the I tried to get in the first time, but you took it. I was like, okay. Then I had a long conversation with my boy. Muted,
I'm not
came back.
I'm not jacking it, bro. Go ahead.
This is your shot, bro. Go ahead.
Not yet. So I agree with Winston. I don't have to explain like what you have a claim on the table. It's actually your conclusion is an affirming the consequent. And then so the guy's question back to Witsit was, well, so what do you say it is then? Well, my answer to that would have been, I didn't make a claim. What's wrong with that?
Well, it's true. I mean, you're right. You're both right. But all he's offering, if all they're asking for is an explanation, well, then we have explanations for all kinds of phenomena, but they have to realize that they're looking at the entire fucking map upside down first. Then we can get to those specifics.
And that's what pissed me off. He asked Witsit, and then Witsit, like 5 seconds in of him asking what he thinks, He's like, nah, not jacking it. Like, what the fuck did you ask for then, bro?
My question is, why are you fighting to jump in? Like, come on, dude. Just real quick, I was picking on Dice Slow because I know Witch had brought up the Pharaoh Cell thing. I don't want to say, Witch is bringing up Pharaoh Cells. And then then Dice Slow comes in and starts jumping in about fucking 10-wheeler shit.
So,
I just want to guess, is that in regards to the Pharaoh Cell? What's it? What you brought up?
regardless of what he brought
It
up,
doesn't just have to be in a Pharaoh cell. I'm about to find some articles for you. Just give me a second. I'm trying to get the other article NASA Task Force, so I'm about to drop the magnetic field from the stars article from ScienceAlert.com, and then the actual paper, and then I'll drop some magnetic redshift papers.
Yeah, you need to rethink about what's causing this redshift because you don't even know if it's movement of.
Well, the first one is
What's up?
the redshift of the magnetic field, not the redshift causing the magnetic field. But nice try so far. Let's see the rest of them.
That's the whole. Well, bro, the redshift of the magnetic field. So you admit that there is redshift and blue shift inside magnetic fields.
Well, then again, but it doesn't say that the magnetic field causes the redshift. You fool.
Okay, so do you agree that there's redshift? Do you agree there's redshift and blue shift in magnetic fields? Yes or no?
So far, they said redshift. I have to read you only have the abstract. You don't have the entire paper. So
Yeah, you might be the magnetic field that itself could be redshifted or blue shifted. That might not be the redshift of the galaxy or the star.
Okay, so here's the paper right here, just in case anyone wants to read it. So I dropped the PopSci article and then the paper. It says dead star's magnetic field tricked astronomers into thinking it was heading our way. The remnant of a dead star predicted the cannonball through the outskirts of the solar system is going to do no such thing after all. On re-examination, a white dwarf star just 36 light years from Earth named blah, blah, blah was turned out to be pretty normal. Its only claim to strangeness is its powerful magnetic field, according to a team of astronomers led by John Landstreet at the Armagh Observatory and Planetarium in the UK. So then I dropped that PopSci article and the paper. I dropped another paper talking about the redshift within magnetic fields within astronomical observation. And I'm going to drop a few more papers about redshift and magnetism.
But so, Kosho, are you just going to completely ignore what Elijah said?
I just want to point out, like, just so you guys know from within their paradigm, they have this issue, like, with quasars, right? Like, quasars have way more redshift than things that are further away, right? And so they're like, wait, what's going on? And so people will act like it's no big deal, and we know that just because quasars are so powerful or whatever. But no, it's been a problem for decades. And people have come up with, like, they really wanted to find a way to push the quasars back to say, oh, well, actually, they're further away because they have so much more redshift and stuff that are further away. But what they're now saying is that it's based on the rotation of the quasar. So the rotational speed is so fast. Yeah. The rotation. And so, like, I'm about to drop a paper here where it's talking about how that's intrinsically tied to the magnetic field. And if anyone that's studied magnetism at all, which is difficult to do, honestly, because of mainstream academia doesn't even understand it. But anyway, there's a vortex in a magnetic field, and so they're now trying to slide in magnetism as the explanation for quasars having way more redshift, specifically the rotation within the magnetic field.
I gotta say this, dude, because first of all, I'm big into quasars and into AGNs, active galactic nuclei. I think that there's a lot of mysteries that are maybe. I think that dark matter. Personally, I think dark matter could be explained by active galactic nuclei, but that's another story. But so based on the orientation of an active galactic nuclei, it can either be a quasar or it could be, different. It can appear differently, and so I do know that because of the size of a quasar, if you see it like orthogonally or whatever, because of the jets that are spewing out, and the speed that they spew out, it actually can be the redshift. Yeah, but the redshift on the actual quasar itself and on the jets that are spewing out of them can give you totally different distances because of the fact that they are so far apart and that moving at totally different speeds. So that is true. And but they are like if something's that big and that powerful, there's going to be a crazy magnetic field involved with that. So
Kosho,
Can I ask a question?
Kosho, are you gonna affirm the consequent about quasars as well?
Well, I was just gonna ask him how he.
I don't want to say nothing bad.
I'm not gonna use the same words. I want to get fancy. How do you know the size or the speed of the rotation and the distance for that matter? But let's stick with the size of the rotation.
Yeah. That's a good question because I don't have my head up my ass, and I'm actually using the evidence. So I could be wrong, and scientists who know more than me, astronomers, could be more wrong.
Do you not
could
hear
be wrong.
yourself?
However,
that's what I'm asking.
The alternative that you're suggesting is to put my head up my ass and put my head in the sand and not know what's going on. So I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm moderating. Please stop interrupting. What are you people doing? Okay, you have to let Kosho finish. Kosho, I think he finished. Now, Eli, go. That's unbearable, man.
Why are you acting like I'm telling you the alternative you have to take? Again, I'm tired of the, oh well, I can't say this, therefore what you're telling me is I have to say this. Put my head in my ass and blah. Who the fuck said that? All I asked you was, how do you know the size and the speed of the rotation? And so you said, well, I'm going to look to the science. Well, what the fuck do you know from them then? That's all I asked.
What I said was I'm going to look at the evidence.
I'm about to
I'm sorry to speak so cold and so
okay, the evidence, which is what?
I'm just telling you, Elijah, I'm telling you that I'm looking at the evidence and I'm trying to find out what the mysteries are. I'm trying to find out what the mysteries are with the quasars and intergalactic nuclei. I think that there is a lot going on. And I think that if the parameters are what they claim to be, and they're spinning as fast as they say they are, and they're as large as they say they are, I think they would have magnetic fields.
How do you know?
I think they would have magnetic fields that would give questions and give rise to questions that are interesting and that kind of thing. And all I'm saying to you is that I'm using the evidence of the observations that we have, and I can do that, or I can do the alternative, which I would claim is sticking my head in the sand and not knowing what's going on. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I can't ask you how you know or what they informed you of that would inform you of the size and the road, because I didn't hear shit about you telling me that. I just heard you repeat what you said the first time I heard it when I asked you the question. Well, before I even asked you the question. So all you did was say, well, I'm just following the evidence that suggests that it's this size and this speed and blah. What? Okay, that's very vague.
What's the evidence?
Expound.
What is the evidence?
It's the center of a galaxy. The mass comes from the fact that it's a galaxy. The speed comes from the fact that it's rotating and pulsating. You can use the pulsation to determine how fast it's rotating. Okay?
Yeah.
You can get more details and find more shit out.
This happens in magnetic fields, and so I just want to.
Smart. I honestly know he's dumb. That's why I like.
I just want to point out that Kosho is a bit of an anomaly. He'll kind of entertain. Don't expect for NASA page or anyone to be honest about this. It's whatever. But the truth is, it's well known that quasars are an enigma. That they're not well understood. That they haven't been well understood for a long time. That they're not entirely sure what causes the redshift anomalies, and that some of the proposed explanations don't match based on the different orientations of different redshifts, the different sizes, power, magnitude, distances, blah blah blah. Quasars are not fully understood in the top levels of astronomy and astrophysics. This is well known. And I'll even read this part of the paper that I dropped right here. The origin and growth of magnetic fields in galaxies is still something of an enigma. So they don't even address magnetism properly on the galactic scale. Okay? But conveniently, they do. They look exactly like what we see magnetic fields do. They cause a vortex. And so there's a reason why they can't do this, because they can't explain the sustaining of the magnetic field in their model, but it's whatever. Now I'm about to drop another paper talking about the quote-unquote photon redshift in a magnetic field. There's an endless amount of information about this, and I will also say this. I get that, Fuzzy and maybe Eli, you guys had this approach of wait up, you're making claims. I don't have to answer your claims, and I get that. But I think it's beneficial for us as a group in 2023 at this point to start moving towards reasonable speculation to piece together a model at some extent to understand what's going on. Do we have to do that? No. But I've turned my approach where like people like Kosho and Chronic and JH and stuff, they're beneficial to us if we want to figure out what's maybe really going on in like an electric universe with magnetism. And if we want to try to kind of piece together what's really going on, then talking to them about all the observations and data and piecing together what it really could be and finding the holes is beneficial to us. Yeah. I think we're far beyond like refuting the globe. It's so dead
I
at this
agree.
point.
I think we're both right.
I agree with you so long as we don't have to use affirming the consequent, because that's bisexual. Logical fallacies can catch, anybody's faith. So
Here's 2023.
I don't care what the rhetoric is. But if we're gonna speculate,
see, that's why
don't let it end in any fallacies. That's all. I don't care what it is.
But that's all. If all they actually ask for is an explanation, then hey, it's an explanation. That's all they have is an explanation too. So that's why I was prefaced like, well, if you want a speculative explanation only with no, here you go. And there's all kinds of stuff, and I love that Wits is coming up with this stuff. It's great, but that's what I'm saying. You guys are still you still are not realizing that you're still having this conversation as if the treasure map is upside down. You still don't realize it's upside down. You have to realize that first. Really, even within this conversation, you've still argued that the treasure map is right this way up.
I'm just trying to piece together where we live. We got to move on past that. Dude, these people are going to say that the horizon is Earth curve, but it's not Earth curve forever. Okay. So previous results. I know some people in here. This is edifying for people that want to figure out what's going on. Previous results concerning the arising a tiny photon anomalous paramagnetic moment are also interpreted as a redshift in analogy to the gravitational known effect. It is due to the photon interaction with the magnetized virtual electron-positron background with withdrawal transverse momentum from photons, and it's polarization dependent. The photon frequency redshift implies a change in time, and a clock would go faster for increasing magnetic field intensity. Okay, obviously, when they say a virtual electron-positron background, they're just avoiding the ether. Okay, so there is a lot of evidence that what we call redshift is actually tied to magnetic properties. Okay, so all they have when I start dunking on their model, and I start all they have is redshift proves it. You can't explain redshift. Blah blah blah. So I'm going to pull it outside of their body, their little pseudoscience soul. Okay, we're going to pull redshift away from them. Because either we progress or we just keep going over the horizon with people that are going to doublespeak. In my opinion, to reach the masses, people want to know where we live. And I'm ranting, but I'll stop right here. Just let me say one more thing. It's actually an unfounded expectation to think that we can explain everything about where we live and everything that's going on in the sky is ridiculous. We live in an incredibly majestic place that was created far beyond our comprehension. But that's still the world we live in. Everyone was told that they do know where we live and we know all this stuff. And so in order to break cognizance of people, we need to satisfy that itch to some extent to get them to let their guard down. Okay, and that's why I think we need to take the next step where I can then go on huge shows and be like, oh, I got a model for you. Right, we need to just take it back from them, because we're gonna stay in the corner saying nah, and it's interpreted as, oh, flat earthers can't answer anything. Of course they can be a flat earther. They just say nah. They're intellectually wrong and fallacious, but that doesn't really change anything.
Well, two things can happen at the same time. I cannot play their game of, well, what do you think it is? Because in the middle of a conversation about whether what they're saying is true or not, then is not the time for them to mask them not having an empirical answer, which they claim it's empirical. People believe it's empirical, but they're hiding the fact that it's not empirical by throwing it's called the porcupine effect. That's what salesmen do when you have a question and they toss the question back to you. Okay, so
what do you do?
Okay, there's that. That's fine. At the same time, nobody's stopping me from saying the sun is a culminated laser refracting through the dome or the flat top. But
then say that.
that's not going to come out unless that's not going to come out unless somebody wants to have an intellectual conversation. So there's a time and place for everything. Right now is the time to shut them down.
Yeah, there's levels of it. Like there are certain levels of the rabbit hole, and I think certain things are good for people at certain levels of the rabbit hole. And I think we all need to have these different levels as sharp as they can be, for and all of these people are going to get it at different levels. That
you guys aren't
not
talking about
everybody's
holes,
right
man.
here. That's the thing, and we're all all correct.
You guys are just talking about ignoring stuff. That's why I give respect to what Witch had said, because
we weren't talking.
I know, but it doesn't matter though if you don't have an explanation or you do have an explanation. If you're going to shut down somebody's explanation in lieu of nothing, like just not replaced with anything, then you're not saying anything. So I think what Witch is saying, he has a good point that it's like, okay,
you're not saying
fucking our explanation could be wrong, but still we should be able to explain these things that we see and where we are and this kind of thing.
This is the same person who said that that falsification is irreplaceable. You know what he said. Yeah, right. So he knows that, and he's still moving forward because yes, we need to I'd love speculation as to what it could be actually. And it's great, right? It's the
question is, what are you and Elijah saying? What are you and Elijah saying right now? Like all you guys are doing is shitting on the fucking chessboard.
What I'm saying is, if I was at an observatory, or I had some type of high-powered telescope, or some radio telescope, I could very much stand next to my son, or stand next to my daughter, or stand next to people, and give them a story about what I think it is. I can do that. I may do that. If they ask, what do you think it is? Because you know what? One day my stepson did ask that. And I said, I don't know. Could be this, could be that. I don't really know. That's intellectual honesty. Not, well, the scientists, hijacking words that mean things to people, right? The scientists, they say this, and this is the best answer that makes people believe that what you're saying is a guaranteed fact. And that's wrong. Speculating everybody else.
I feel like you're responding to something else, dude.
Here's the thing: is like if
you're responding to a conversation,
guys.
Happening, dude.
Okay,
I'm not responding. Hold on, I'm not responding to something else. What kind of bullshit is that?
But what are you talking about? I'm literally sitting here telling you that what I think about quasars and active galactic nuclei is different than what
blue stars and red stars are, or blue galaxies and red galaxies are, or blue quasars and red quasars are.
Dang, bro.
I may give them an answer. The fuck are you talking?
Guys, you gotta relax, man. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. I just got people temp muted. Everyone relax, please. One at a time, guys.
Well, this is the truth, right? So their model, like the way they look at the sky, they're not doing justice to the potential magnetic explanation. All right, so you have to know, and this is again, I'm like breezing right past all this stuff. I'm just going back to the edifying stuff. Like, you have to know if you're going to talk to anyone about this, because I know Jeremy, you asked about it. Like, they're going to see, even these articles I'm citing, right? A lot of times they're like, we're trying to explain it, but it doesn't look like it quite works out. They have so many presuppositions of distances and what the galaxies are made of, and all these things, where they're like, and what they consider to be the magnetic field of that galaxy or whatever, where they're like, oh, well, it can't be the full explanation, or it doesn't quite match up. We haven't figured out how to model it, right? But it's because they're trying to cram presuppositions down his throat. I'm just showing that even in their own paradigm, they will openly admit that magnetic fields have an effect on the redshift reading, right? And that your estimates of distance and stuff like that could be wrong. Your redshift interpretation could be wrong if not properly accounting for the magnetic field, which they admit openly that that cosmological magnetism is an enigma. They don't understand it. They cannot explain it. They don't fully understand it. So that's the chink in the armor that they've gotten away with, is just to ignore magnetism.
And I'm trying to agree with you to some extent. I'm trying to say that, like, I've talked to Chronic about this, and I've talked to other people about. I actually talked to Professor Sparks or Parks about this, and people disagree with me, or at least don't agree with my assumption, because I'm not an astronomer like they are, and so I know less than they do. But I just have assumptions about AGNs and quasars that they maybe have more answers to a lot of questions we have elsewhere, like with dark matter. I personally think that, and this is like a hunch, basically. I think that dark matter can be explained by the excess exhaust from early AGNs and quasars. But that's my personal opinion or hunch, like I said. And I also think I've asked this question for years in this community, which is to the astronomers, which is like what. I don't hear a lot about the details behind the magnetic fields behind pulsars and quasars and neutron stars and these really these really fast the black holes and the really fast rotating objects like that with large masses rotating as fast as they do. I know that there's details that are known about them, but I mean, I just don't hear about it a lot. So I feel like that there's more to be learned about these things.
What's known?
And I have different opinions than mainstream science about it. I'm not sitting here telling you what they are.
What's
You're not
known?
listening to anything I'm saying, Elijah. What do you mean what's known? What am I telling you what's known? What are you talking
You
about,
just
dude?
said things are known about quasars and other things that are known. What's known
Well,
about
Kosho's
quasars?
trying to have a meeting of the minds with me, and you guys are like raining on his parade.
I'm
No,
telling
this
you,
is like
nobody
unbelievable.
fucking
Because we
agrees
were
with me,
trying to
dude.
have a
I'm
meeting of the
telling you,
minds in a
mainstream
way,
people do
right?
not agree with what I'm saying.
Right, Coach. So let me go to bat for you. Let me go to bat. He's trying to extend an olive branch of sorts and say that somewhat in this subject, he doesn't necessarily agree with like the mainstream take on things, and that there may be something to do with magnetism playing a more of a role, and blah blah blah. He's trying to be a part of the party, and you guys are like knocking his silverware off the
Yeah,
table. You're
man.
like, no, you're not
Yeah.
sitting there.
Yeah, no, I know, Coach.
Really,
We
it's
want you to
really
like,
mean.
and I'm sorry if I was stepping on people. I'm driving, and I'm sorry if that was happening. I was trying to agree with. We're all of these different approaches are needed and correct, and all of the strategies depend. Like if you mentioned on the show, like if you're going on some show, a different strategy will be used depending on how that show operates. Versus if you're like you have 5 minutes on CNN versus you have 3 hours on this podcast, you're gonna have an entirely different approach to how to handle each and every situation. So all of these different things should or could be helpful. So we're all on the same page with that. So
Well, you have to
that
understand that they say that light experiences a red or blue shift as it passes through a gravitational field. Now they're proposing modified gravity theories, right? If you listen to the one guy that I was invoking a second ago, he literally says like gravity may be more akin to an emergent property due to the oscillations of a background field akin to the ether. Well, okay, now we've established that your idea of gravitation isn't necessarily correct even in your own paradigm, and it may be more akin to an ether. Okay, well then what's really causing this redshift? Right? What's really causing it? Because they're saying that the gravitational fields are causing it. Well, I think that they hijacked magnetism due to they don't even understand it, right? And there's an action and a reaction within a field because that's what magnetism is, and they don't properly define it. So that pulls the whole freaking deck of cards out from underneath them, right? Like that's not how I should have said that, but you get it, right? Like if they don't have the proper understanding of magnetism or what they're calling gravitational fields, that pulls redshift down with it. Okay, now this is just a fact. I'm not misrepresenting their paradigm at all. Like I'm like kind of a nerd. I read through their paradigm. This is a real thing that's going on, right? So the problem is that the mainstream is not going to say that. They're not going to come out and tell the layman, we don't understand magnetism on the cosmological scale. We don't know. We may be wrong about redshift. Our understanding of gravitational fields causing redshift may be wrong. They're not going to do that, but that is the case. The scenario is set up for a replacement, and drum roll please, the replacement, in my opinion, that's viable is a giant torus field. Everything's intrinsically magnetic. What they're calling gravitation is an action and a reaction due to oscillations in the background. They hijack the bending and warping and the curvature of the waving oscillations in this background. What's called gravitation is just an emergent property. And I hate to break it to some of the flat earthers, there has to be some type of force that's causing the stuff to move around. Okay, even on a stationary topographical plane with everything moving around it, something's causing everything to move around. There is, in fact, some type of force in the sky moving things around us, right? That's just a fact. Whatever you think. Do you have to know what it is to debunk their model? No, but it is. There is something. There is something there, and it seems that gets overlooked by flat earthers a lot. Even on a flat Earth, something's moving everything around in the sky, right? There has to be something. So let's take a break from like, oh, I can prove that you don't understand your own claims or whatever, and be like, what is it? What maybe could it be? Like, have they hijacked a real phenomena and then called it gravitation? Right? Because there's obviously something real going on there.
I like that. And while we're figuring that out, we can still ask them, oh, if you have the actual answers, please tell us. Oh, if you still waiting.
Well, they admittedly don't have the answer. That's what I'm trying to say. You got to kind of
I know.
Kosho is being, that's why I'm kind of feel bad for Kosho in this conversation, because he's being pretty honest about how they don't have the full answers for this. So you don't need to give him such a hard time, because like from his side, that's admirable. That's more than you're going to get from most of them.
Sure.
Like when NASA jumped in, he was just ready to tell me how stupid I was and how we know relativity is a fact, and I'm such an idiot that I dare even question any of it, and we fully understand redshift and gravitation and relativity and all this stuff. But they don't. The reality is that they don't. So if anyone that's from their side is going to be kind of honest about it, like that's kind of a breath of fresh air. Yeah.
It's like they go that they looked at the directions upside down. So out of their initial starting point, they took the wrong direction, and they've been going so long in that direction that nobody can say, "Hey guys, I think we're way too I think we missed a wrong turn 60 miles ago, not 60 years ago." Is not terribly helpful. But you're right. I hear you, and he is trying to be. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go. Peace, y'all.
Later, bro. But Daiso, are you still in here, bro?
Yeah, I've been listening.
What is your take on, like, I'm completely speculating, but like, you know how obviously we have like the conjugate geometric expression that the magnetic field is comprised of, right? Like we have the centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence, right? We have these conjugate geometries at play, and it's basically just a process of pressure mediation. And then we interpret this effect in some type of spatial extension, but it's actually just equilibrium from the non-Cartesian background or whatever. But what do you think about, like, so you have the divergent, so like the shell of the torus field, then you have that convergent motion transposed or superimposed, if you will, right? What if as you get further away from the center, you're going to see more and more redshift because the primary motion at that point is divergent, right? The convergent motion is going to be towards the center. And so if you get really close to that center point of convergence, then you're going to see some blue shift. But if you get further away, you're just going to see primarily redshift, right? Because it's divergent. It's moving out and looping back around. And so if we are on the Earth in the center of the cosmological torus field, then it makes sense to look out. And the further we look out, the more we see redshift because it's divergent.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense for sure. How to validate that? It's kind of a toughie.
Well, we need to try to test to measure the redshift properties precisely with interferometry or something of a magnetic field on a small scale.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of people, at least in here, that wouldn't necessarily appeal to, the parameters we're going to lay out addressing the magnetic field, because it's, it can be fairly subjective when, looking at something on a micro scale to analogize something on the macro.
Well, that's how physics works, man. Physics is scalable.
I know. I get it. But to draw that connection, to segue from this to that, is difficult for a lot of people.
Yeah, but bro, these are the same people that, like, if I change the weight of an object with electrostatics, they'll say, "Well, do it with my phone then," as if they don't understand that it's scalable and it would just require a lot more. They seem to think that physics changes when you get up to the weight of a phone. So if they don't understand that electrostatic levitation is scalable, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's actually going on. I don't care if someone's like, "Which is such an idiot? He's got funhouse mirrors in between his ears. What a clown!" Like whatever, pretender clown. Oh, what an idiot! He doesn't know the difference in magnetism and electromagnetism. And then I say, wait a minute, well, if I don't know the difference, can you help me out? Like, what is magnetism? And then he says, I didn't make any claims. You just did. You said that I didn't properly understand magnetism, so that means you do. What is it? That's all a waste of time, right? Like, that's all a waste of time. I'm about to go on big shows. I want to be able to show visualizations of the magnetic field that we live in so people can grasp a visualization of where they live so they can let go of all the pseudoscientific cartoons that have been crammed down their throat. Either we play big ball, like big league ball, right, where we're like, let's wake everyone up, let's figure out what's going on, or we don't. And it's kind of to that point where, in my opinion, not only is Flat Earth about to hit the Overton window, we can actually lose the battle here as well. Just so everyone, just because it's hitting the Overton window doesn't mean we win. We can actually lose it if we're not a good representation to people whenever this happens. Then we may lose the battle. It may be like something that's hard to recover from. I think we now need to kind of get our act together and be like, okay, here's what we can establish empirically and factually, and we have some speculations that do account for phenomena. And I can assure you that if I sit down with the astrophysicist, he's not prepared for me to be able to explain like 99% of astronomical observations. And that's just a good thing. I'm talking a lot, sorry, but anyway, you get it.
I mean, remember back in the day when you would show like pictures of magnetic phenomena?
Yeah, like always.
That's fucking good enough, dog. Like nobody, I wouldn't argue don't do that, because I mean, when I look at what do you call it? When I look at comets, and I have a picture of, like, I don't know if they're called floodlights or what kind of lights they are at the, like, in the high buildings of the cities. I just like turned that upside down and I was like, that looks exactly like a comet. Like, who can deny that it looks like that? Like that in itself is an interesting thing to mull over. Nobody's saying don't do that. All I did was ask him what the evidence was, right? I mean, that shouldn't have been like a big deal.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, I agree with that. But you can see that, like, if you play it tactically, they can be beneficial. They end up showing you the glitch, like the mistakes, right? Like they end up trying to explain their position, and now you get to see their mistakes. That's why I spend so much time in here, because it expedites my ability to find the holes in the model.
That's the only way. Yeah, I mean, all of the shit I know came from like model. Their. My bad.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I've got a question about the electrostatics model. We've measured like electrostatic forces, haven't we? And they're not the same as the sort of forces that cause downward acceleration. So I don't see how electrostatics could explain the force of gravity unless you're claiming that it just like the constant force due to the charge.
No, you just different. You don't get it, bro. This is going to be a long conversation if you're not getting it.
Yeah, I don't want a conversation. I just want to know, like, if you've measured the force as X, and if the force for downward acceleration is Y, then how do you make the X turn into the Y?
I don't really want to take over the whole room. I just talked a lot, bro.
Yeah,
so
I think
it's just
go ahead. Well, I'm just saying Eli got interrupted, but
yeah, Eli, go ahead.
It's all good.
Yeah. Oh man, you're trying to trap me into this, bro. I'm gonna say my take one time. I don't want to debate it. Everything's about pressure mediation. Everything's just trying to seek its equilibrium based on pressure mediation. All objects that exist are electrostatic. All mediums that the objects are in are electrostatic. There has to be some physical mechanism that exchanges the buoyancy relationship right? And that is automatically intrinsically electrostatic. So we can manipulate that variable to show that we can make things go up, change their vector, change their weight. Since it's a variable that's always present, it has to be relevant, or like a relevant variable to why things go up or down, because it's always present. And simply put, everything that's got any charge tries to equalize at the ground. So there's just a bias down to where it can equalize.
Yeah, I understand all that, and that makes sense. But it's like saying, my wheel is rolling down the road because, it has the wind is pushing it, right? When I push that wheel to begin with, it's like saying there is a force that can do something to the wheel, but it's not necessarily the force that is doing that thing to the wheel. And if we measure one force as having, a certain, ability, like a certain percentage of force output from mass, and another force has a different one, like a percentage force output from charge, then why would we think the one that doesn't match up with the downward acceleration is the force that causes downward acceleration? That's the confusion I've always had with this.
I don't know what matches up with me. Like, things go once they go down, we have an agreed upon average of how fast they go down. They don't always go down that speed. It's just an agreed upon average of it going down. And this is the primary determination of that on the surface level, is like the density relationship. So then the question is, what is causing that relationship? And obviously, if density is compactness of matter, then whatever's holding the matter together is the primary cause of density. And I've asked this question for 2 years and no one answers. If there's a density of an object and a density of a medium, and then there's a buoyancy that results from that, what is the physical mechanism that exchanges the buoyant reaction? What's the physical mechanism? Because that's going to be the cause of things going up and or down.
The physical mechanism is everything has weight. Things that weigh more than others with differential volumes will determine which one gets pushed out of the way. No different
What
than
are
if
the
I'm
eight?
pushing my way through a crowd.
What are the 8 variables associated with weight if you're going to identify?
Wait, real fast. You didn't answer my question. What's the physical mechanism that exchanges the buoyant relationship? If we have a density of an object, it's more dense than the air, it goes down because there's a buoyant force, quote unquote. What is the physical mechanism that exchanges that buoyant force from object to medium and vice versa? What's the physical mechanism?
Yeah, he's talking about the displacement. He's just talking about what displaces it. What's the relationship between the two things that allows it to displace it?
It's a pressure differential between the top and the bottom along its side of that object. Now, that pressure differential, where the equilibrium is, and if there's a disequilibrium, that'll determine which direction it will travel. It's quite simple, actually.
Yes, there's a pressure differential and everything's pressure mediation, but what's the physical causal mechanism that exchanges that relationship?
Pressure is a force over area. Would you agree?
Yeah. What is actually exchanging the pressure
hold on,
mediation?
let me build on that. I want to take it like two questions, or just 2 acknowledgments or affirmations, so that we can then see what the causal mechanism is. For example, if I push you, what's the causal mechanism of me pushing you? Well, there's a force acting on your body created by my hand, and your body reacting to my hand. There's 2 forces. Those forces are equal, right?
Okay. Yeah. What's the cause of the pressure
if your mass
mediation?
is less, hold on. The force is the same, but if the mass is less, your body will move and mine will move into your body. If it's the opposite, it'd be forces being equal, then I would be the one.
Okay. We have an object that's more dense than the air. What's the causal mechanism of the pressure mediation?
That the weight of the object. Well,
no, that's not a causal mechanism.
It is. No, of course, because weight is a force. There's the weight of the air around this object, and there's the weight of the object itself.
And it's certainly not the locus of potential.
Can I just finish the thought so you maybe get an idea?
Well, wrap it up, bro. We don't have a 2-hour study session for Zan.
I could have been done a while ago if you wouldn't interrupt.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you. So we have an object that occupies and pushes a less dense medium out of the way. And if the less dense medium obviously has less weight, then it will have a buoyant force on the object upward, because the buoyant force acts upward against the weight force, which is a vector down, and it will push up on it. And even though that object will fall down, it still has a force acting up on it. It just has a lot less force acting up on it than it does its weight, which is a force acting on it downward. The air around it being pushed out of the way is being forced up as well.
Okay. So weight is skipping a step. Weight is mass times gravity, of course, little g, which is the 9.8 meters per second squared, just an agreed upon average. That's skipping a step. I'm asking, what's the causal mechanism that exchanges the pressure mediation? So if an object has a certain density, that means volume over mass, compactness of matter. So what is causing the compactness of matter?
Now you're asking what is causing the compactness of matter. What holds these molecules and atoms together?
What causes the compactness of matter?
The causes is the molecular structures in those covalent
what's
bonds.
the cause? What's the cause
Covalent
that's
bonds.
holding them together?
Covalent bonds.
Which is what type of force, Zanuck?
Magnetic.
You can call it electromagnetic.
It's electrostatic specifically. So we have a density of an object, and density is compactness of matter. So we have a pencil, it has a certain compactness. Well, that compactness is because there's electrostatic bonds holding that pencil together with a certain compactness. Now we have air. It also has a certain compactness or density, right? The pencil is more dense than the air. So that causes it to go up or down, right? Because of a buoyant force. So the primary causal agent is electrostatics, because that's what holds it together. That's what holds it together. And we have electrostatic transference or induction from objects to mediums. That would be the physical causal mechanism. Yes.
Okay, that is kind of illogical. It's illogical for this reason. There can be just as many bonds in either item, but if their structure, their molecular composition, orientation is different, that will determine its density, not the strength of the covalent bonds or any kind of bonds that are of this structure. It's only about the amount of matter per unit volume that's determining which way it moves. You can go back and say, well, is it these bonds? Is it the electromagnetism that actually is causing this? No, you can actually do tests to actually confirm that. And you can make your hypothesis, what's it, and we can prove it to be the null, because that will not be the reason why things move in any direction according to the laws of gravity or
Okay, so the compactness of matter is mass over volume. That's density. So the cause of density would be whatever's holding the matter together with a certain compactness.
Why did I get muted? I didn't for anybody.
This is the part that even FED falls apart on, because they say it's all density, and I ask them what's the cause of density, and then I just get atoms. So what's the cause of density?
Come on, Zanuck, you can say it again.
Well, I've been muting again. Why is this muting me? I'm being really mellow. I'm not interrupting anybody. Why?
Because in the middle of Witsit speaking, you scream no and you interrupt constantly.
Oh.
Yeah, mute yourself.
It's like Tourette's. Sorry about that, Joe.
Yeah, it is Tourette's.
Yeah, I think that's why you're here. To remind me of my Tourette's problem.
Yeah, you have a compulsive reaction.
I hear things that just okay. So yeah, the density is the reason, and the reason that there is density. This is almost kind of funny. It's gravity is the force. What's the force of the cause of the force? The cause of the density is the molecular structure, and that gets even more complicated. Why these molecules are oriented the way they are? What are these molecules made of? These are made up of atoms, and each atoms have different densities. Why do they have different densities? Because they have different mass of protons and neutrons, and also a number of electrons. That's what determines these things to be either more dense or not. Just take an atom, for example. Let's take it. In fact, that's the best way to do it. Let's just have hydrogen molecules and oxygen molecules in a big vat. How do they orient themselves?
So it's just geometry. It's just geometry, how they stack themselves and
the geometry
together.
of the stacking. No, not geometry of them, just geometry. It's geometry of how they actually bond together. What do those molecular structures look like? Are they lattice? The lattice structure? Do you understand, right? That lattice structure.
Is there volume within that?
Hold on. You know you're in trouble, because I'm going to start giving you some information that you might want to need and might want to understand, so you can understand why these objects are denser than others. So you can understand a lattice structure is different than maybe a random coupling of molecules.
Yeah, no doubt. Are you saying that when people interrupt, they know they're in trouble?
No, the way he interrupts, because he does this whenever I start giving the answer to a question.
You need to
just carry
self-examine.
on, bro. Like
He
we
does.
ask
I mean,
one specific
one of his
question.
tells. That's one of
You
his
just
tells.
go down this long ass rabbit hole, bro.
It's all good. We can move on, bro. It's always a long conversation. And I've been talking. My answer to the guy's question is, bro, I can take a scientific approach. I know that there's a variable that's always present. There's not one object that exists that's not electrostatic. So I can manipulate that variable and I can make things go up or down or change their weight or change how fast they fall. So therefore, I've directly manipulated an independent variable to verify that it is a cause of the effect of things going up or down. Okay, so that's just a fact. It's just a fact.
That's not a fact. And I'll tell you why. You've just introduced a force, and I commend you for doing such, and you saw the result of adding that force. It doesn't mean that is the overriding factor of why things move up or down. You're delusional if you think that you've proven anything. You've just
Is there anything that
force,
doesn't have
caused
electrostatics
results,
involved
and
with
now
it?
claim victory. It's kind of crazy.
I didn't add a force. I manipulated it.
How did you manipulate the force?
What was electrostatics already there?
Electrostatics is everywhere.
Okay, so then I didn't add it. It was already there.
Well, how did you manipulate it? Did you add it to something?
No, I increased the charge of the medium and then it transfers to the object. Okay. And this alters the pressure mediation, which causes objects to go up and or down.
Oh boy. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the pressure mediation by increasing a set of molecules that I'm going to accelerate to a high velocity, and they're going to impact on this object and actually cause it to rise as well. So now I've done the same thing you have. I've introduced a accelerated mass of atoms or molecules, and because I've accelerated them, they're making contact with some object and they're making it move. So what? That doesn't prove anything.
You actually added something that wasn't there, though. Like I just manipulated what was already there.
How do you manipulate static electricity? How do you manipulate statics? How do you do that?
Yeah, you can use a Van de Graaff generator. It has a little friction belt and it generates charge.
And how does a Van de Graaff generator develop the charge?
I just said that. I just said how.
You just said that, dude. Friction.
What do you know? We just now introduced some other power source. We increase the power by friction, and we end up having a static electricity being generated, which actually is moving. Can I finish the sentence without being interrupted? And now something is moving upward. Big deal. I could do the same thing, same type of analogy with air, with any other types of matter. You're not proving anything. You're deluding yourself to think that you are.
See, you have to resort to like attacks, right?
Well, no, it's kind of silly.
By dissing.
Yeah, like this is your talking point's been the same for like 30 years. Your talking point's been the same for like 3 years. You just added a force. I didn't add a force. It was already there. It's literally what holds the matter together. It's literally what holds the medium together. There's a reaction between these two, okay? And there's a reaction between the object and its medium. That's what everything's about. The reaction between the object and the medium.
You align the ions. You did things to increase the charge, because the charge was already there, but you said you used a Van de Graaff generator to increase the charge, and you aligned it in such a way where there was a force acting on these objects. There's no doubt that this would work. Yeah, you're right. We have talked about it. That's why I can stick a balloon after I rub it on my head and stick it to the wall. I can have a force that attracts that balloon to the wall because I have increased the charge, or I've aligned the charge paths.
Okay, so I didn't add it. I manipulated the variable, which is what science is. You manipulate independent variables when controlling other variables to establish a cause and effect relationship.
Does it take energy to change the charge?
What is energy?
The capacity to do work.
So energy is an ability?
Yes. It's a measure of the ability of...
Abilities are attributes.
How much
They're not
work it can do.
Panic.
Energy is strictly the capacity to do work.
Can I manipulate any variable without energy?
You're so caught up in this manipulation of an independent variable. I love this. I mean, Quantum Eraser left a stain on all you guys' brains.
My guy, that's science, dude. QE fights this tooth
I know. I know the
although
science. He doesn't.
Although ironically, Huey messaged me a few years ago and he said, "I'm not a density only guy. Never have been. Here's an electrostatic citation." But anyway, it doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Nothing to do with him.
Can I respond to that?
It's just science, bro. It's
No,
just
it's not science,
bro.
because he doesn't understand the independent variable hypothesis relationship. And I've gone over this many times with everybody here. You want to talk about manipulating an independent variable. What is it going to show? What is it going to do? What's the purpose of it? Well, we know the purpose of it. It's to see an effect on the dependent variable, depending on what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to see, what the dependent variable is. In this case, what is the dependent variable? Why don't you tell us? Walk us through the science.
You're not trying to see things going.
Why don't you break it down?
You're not trying to see. Buddy, you have a problem, bro. Like, you're not trying to see what
I'm trying to help you understand this.
Dude, calm down, man. You're not trying to see what the dependent variable is. You know that going into an experiment. The whole point is that you're trying to establish.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I hate when I get misrepresented. I didn't say that.
You have
trying
a
to find out what the
problem,
dependent variable.
Like,
you're trying to figure out.
You're going to force me to disengage, dude. Oh, now you can control yourself? Oh, I'm just saying, like, well, obviously we have an observable phenomenon. That's what we call our dependent variable. Like, science, and I'm not even big on this real rigid dogmatic thing. I think it can limit how we learn things. But obviously, in a very simple aspect here, we see things in the world and then we want to try to figure out what causes them. We want to explain them. Science explains, math describes, science explains. We just see things and we're like, I wonder what causes that to happen. And then, like, you know what? Let's guess that this causes that to happen. And what we do is we control every other variable that we can find, which is why technically you can only prove a cause, not the sole cause definitively, because you may be a variable you don't know. You control every variable that you know about other than what you think causes it. And then you start to vary that and see, is this changing the effect? Because if so, we've established a cause and effect relationship. It's very simple. But I knew this was going to happen. We were talking about how we live in a giant torus field. It was way cooler earlier.
Talking about the torus field generated by the sky, my brother?
Yes, sir. Yo, check this out, dude. Tell me what you think. Is what I was trying to run by dice. So like the magnetic field, you have the centrifugal divergence and you have the centripetal convergence. So you have like the looping out donut, and then you have the inside of the donut. So if you're looking out in the sky, right? If you look super far away, you're going to see redshift because the motion is divergent. It's diverging away from the center, then looping back down. If you get closer to the center, then there's a convergent motion. And so if you get close enough to that convergent motion, you'll see blue shift. But if you get further away from the center, then the primary motion is going to be divergent, moving away, looping around. So you're going to get redshift the further out you look.
Yeah, the electromagnetic retardation would follow the path.
Oh, I was going to say it.
Would follow the path of the field. Ken Wheeler has a video on that. I can pull it up real quick. Give me a second. It shows exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro, we do have a model, bro. Our model actually is the only thing that works.
This convergence in the center of the torus field, would that mean that there are galaxies that must necessarily be hitting each other?
What? No, dude, no. There's.
So you've got the divergence on the outside, and then the convergence on the inside. And at the convergence point, wouldn't that mean the galaxies are getting closer together and hitting each other?
There's just a vortex in the magnetic field, which just causes everything to rotate. But they're within an energetic field that's diverging and converging closer to the center. That's going to affect your perception of light through the field. The rotational.
Yeah, so that's explaining the light, but then there's.
That's what redshift is.
Sorry,
light.
Keep going. I didn't know you.
Redshift is light. Right?
Okay, so yeah, but other observations would debunk that model, like the observation of galaxies not colliding. When you look at blue light galaxies.
No, I just explained that the cause of the motion is the vortex within the field. What the divergent and convergent properties are doing is changing your perception of the light through that field.
Yeah, so if you look at like the most red galaxies, and then you go through the whole looking towards like the bluer galaxies, then you should be able to see that the red galaxies should be moving towards blue galaxies, and they should be moving closer together, converging as that happens.
Bro,
if it's a torus.
you're talking about two pieces of CGI coming closer to each other. Catch up here. What?
No, but that like, is there like a language barrier? Like, can someone else say what I'm saying? Like, there's a vortex in a magnetic field. Okay, just like there's measurably an ether drift in a preferred direction of light, which we know you don't like. But there's just a vortex. But what I'm saying is, so when we look at you didn't
it's reference frame.
So stop. When we look out and we
I did debunk it. If the thing receiving the light is in motion, then it's in a different inertial reference frame. So I debunked it.
They're both in motion in both directions, but it's a preferred direction. You haven't caught up to that yet, but we're trying to stick on the vortex part. There's a vortex, and this causes the motion. Everything moves around the Earth. There's a vortex. But we're talking about, why do we see quote unquote redshift in the sky? We're talking about, well, you're perceiving the light through this field. This field has two primary geometries. It's centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. The conjugate geometric expression. You have both of them. As you get closer, the primary geometry is going to be convergent. So you're actually going to be perceiving the light as whatever these lights are, vortexing around the Earth, right? You're going to be perceiving that light through the field, right? So based on where they're rotating around us, how close they are to the center or the convergence, it's going to alter how you perceive the light, hence redshift and blue shift. So now the geocentric model is the only viable model. It can actually explain everything.
Yeah, but light and magnetism don't interact. So it makes no sense again.
Okay, well, you don't seem to understand. It's about how you perceive the light. Secondly, light is electromagnetic radiation, right? So you can say it doesn't react, but in fact, it is actually a modality of the same thing. Well, you can talk to your own.
But it doesn't interact.
I guess you need to talk to your own paradigm astronomers, because they say that the reason we just saw a star blue shifting is because it has a strong magnetic field. So.
Okay, but like magnets and light don't interact on Earth or anywhere we've seen. I think you can do it on like a nano quantum scale or some bullshit, but you can't do it just as we see it on Earth. So why are you assuming that something we can't see on Earth is happening out there in space?
No, we literally can't do it on Earth. I just dropped an article a few minutes ago showing the photon redshift based on the magnetic field. Obviously, I don't believe in photons. It doesn't matter.
Ken Wheeler demonstrates it with a stationary magnet.
What time was that thing dropped so I can read it?
15 minutes ago or something.
What were you saying, Alan? I wanted to hear that.
I said Ken Wheeler has a video doing it as well, like demonstrating it. I linked it earlier, and with the timestamp.
Which one is it? Is it the one where he's got like a crystal that he's illuminating light through, passing it through? No.
No, he's got the what's it called, a ferrolens or ferrocell or whatever, and a neodymium magnet.
Oh yeah, there it is. It's at 36 minutes after the hour. That's it.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's a great demonstration of the Stark and Zeeman effect. So the effects that we're talking about too, they're actually known and well discovered prior to, Einstein and all that. I think it was like in the early 1900s. It's the Stark effect and the Zeeman effect. So like they know that magnetic fields and electric fields can induce spectral shift. Like they know all about it. So like
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just like,
to
argue against it, it's like kind of crazy because it's already established and well known.
Yeah, but I'm just getting excited because I can feel we're on the precipice of such a slam dunk. It's so bad. So like,
Yeah.
I know that you guys are on board with me with trying to make a model because like obviously it's time to progress and not just talk about how the horizon is physical but not physical at the same time. So like, bro, like, okay, so we have what they say is that a gravitational field affects redshift, right? Well, check this out. So I say that the bending and warping of space-time isn't entirely inaccurate, right? They just hijack the geometry of the background field, meaning what they call gravitation is actually an emergent property based on the oscillation of the fluid-like background medium. Gravitation is actually an emergent property of the oscillating background. So there's an action and a reaction. So if you have waving or oscillating, well, you have bending and warping and curving. Just like they hijacked Henri Poincaré's actual geometry, and then he had a Lorentzian ether version of that geometry. So they hijacked that. So they're saying, oh, there's redshift directly relative to the gravitational field. Well, it's not entirely wrong. What they're calling gravitation is actually the emergent property of the oscillations. So yeah, we had the redshift and blue shift would be directly tied to being perceived through the oscillating field, right? So they hijacked it, bro. That's what this all is. That's why it's lasted so long. Is it's got a little seed of truth mixed in there. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Dude, if you can, no rush on this, bro, but if you can send me anything you have on the electromagnetic retardation of red and blue shift, you may already have done it, I don't know, but no rush on that. But I'm really trying to like iron this out and then apply it to astronomical observations.
Yeah, I got you, dog. So the big thing with the Eddington experiment was that they were also doing gravitational redshift observations with a spectroheliograph at the same time, and they were trying to establish a cause and effect relationship with the bending and warping of space-time. Somebody's hot micing, and so they were using Venus transits and other stars that were passing the sun, and they never got any redshift to correspond with any so-called starlight displacement or anything like that when there was transits. So when the Eddington thing went down, that's why they faked it so hard, because they had to get everyone to believe that this mathematical coordinate system that describes bending and warping distortions, and then they attribute physicality to it by saying that it causes gravitational redshift and the bending and warping of, like, it alters the geodesic path of a photon as it travels, right? So like there has to be an energy exchange mechanism with the background in order for the photon to phase shift, right? So for the wavelength and frequency to change, similar to how Doppler shift works in classical mechanics, right? So like the medium is compressing the wave. So when you get the high pitch, it's because it's been compressed by the medium. When you get the low pitch, it's being slowed by the medium. So you're getting it at a delay. So you're getting a delay in between the waves. So similar mechanism being exchanged with the molecules of air with sound. So, but the same thing with the vacuum of space and light and all that. There has to be a medium for there to be for them to even describe redshift and all that stuff, right? So I linked it earlier too, and I'll link it again. But there was a paper about how the story that we're given about gravitational redshifts and the predictions of it are completely inaccurate, and like it's a long history of mispredictions, changing the calculations, swapping out different metrics, getting new calculations, updating it, et cetera, and then finally we get this like polished version that they like looked up in the sky, split a light beam with a with the Pink Floyd album, and then just analyzed that, and then found out that Einstein was like dead on balls accurate. But that's not the case at all. That's just kind of like the fabricated history story that we get now. There's like a long history of it that goes on where the whole thing is basically they had to convince everyone that space-time curvature had the capacity to facilitate this energy transfer mechanism to get everyone fully on board to abandon the ether framework and all that. And that's why the Eddington experiment is so pivotal, because the other two experiments, so-called, are just calculative, assumptions. There was the perihelion precession, and then the other thing I forget. But those didn't really count. But the Eddington observations with the displacement of starlight was the big one, because it was going to establish that cause and effect relationship. So they actually have no cause and effect relationship ever in history. And then I went over the Pound-Repka, Pound-Snyder, and all that stuff. They make no distinction between Einsteinian effects and classical wave mechanics at all. Everything tends towards an ether background, and no experiment has solely ever distinguished between classical mechanics and Einsteinian, relativistic effects.
Boom. Yeah. So they hijacked the classical wave mechanics of the ether. Dude, so have you heard where they'll like bring up some like 2018 supposed measurement of this?
No. Of redshift or whatever from starlight displacement?
Yeah, like supposedly redoing Eddington's observation in 2018 or something. I don't know.
No, I think I did
Yeah.
hear about that once, but yeah, I can't remember, but I think I did.
Yeah. So basically, just to summarize that, like they hijacked the classical wave mechanics of a background, an ether, and then they claim. So yeah, like what's so funny? So basically, what you're saying is they actually need the classical wave mechanics of a medium to even invoke this effect, and then they just skate past it as if that doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then they just tell everyone, like they just dazzled everybody with the mathematics because let me link you this paper real quick. So this one right here. So Zach was talking about this on Globebusters a couple of times. This is how Maxwell changed Ampere's law and all the other Coulomb's law and the other stuff. So basically, what he did was he changed the way that they used to look at how electromagnetic propagation happened, where the electric field was being carried by some sort of charge potential, and then the interaction with that would generate the magnetic field, and then that would induce the electric field by interacting with that charge potential that induced it to begin with, right? So what Maxwell added to the equations was basically saying that, hey, you don't need any charge potential to do that. The electric field can just self-induce a magnetic field and carry itself in perpetuity forever. And so from that framework is really the beginning of like where they started to disguise the ether, because all radio wave propagation is etheric. All radio wave technology, all that shit. All that stuff is etheric technology. Like all radio wave propagation is based on that fundamentally. And then he just disguised it mathematically, and then Einstein. They came along with that framework and just attributed, etheric effects, interactions with magnetic fields, interactions with physical phenomenon. Like electromagnetic retardation is indistinguishable from relativistic effects. So, like how would you ever know, right? So if you just teach people the ether doesn't exist and that time is actually slowing down and distorting and space is contracting, at the same proportional rate, then you really just created an etherless society where you can have people working with this technology and doing calculations and never really questioning the fact of like how the wave is propagating or why,
Dude, Alan just like silences a room of Glovers. That's awesome.
It's like paper, back up, other paper, further paper, and it's like questions. I didn't think so.
No, it's really fascinating and elaborate, man. And like the struggle that they went
Yeah,
with
my
to get
question
all
is
the
still-
physicists over history to accept relativity theory and establishing the mythology of covariance and all that. Like they put in a lot of work to disguise the ether. Like it's no wonder that like we're at this state now where we're dealing with people that are like, yeah, but like aren't you in a different reference frame? And it's like, nah, dog, you just got straight hypnotized.
Yeah, now they're coming back and like reintroducing it. So the reason they don't like Alan is just a barrage of hostile witnesses.
Well, I still haven't heard a good answer to the question that, like, if the receiver is in motion, then why wouldn't it take longer for the light, no matter where it was emitted from? Why wouldn't it take longer for the light to hit that receiver?
Oh, dude, bro! Like if if something's moving, if a receiver's moving in an eastward direction and a westward direction, according to relativity, the duration should be the same.
How can we do both?
What?
Not according to relativity. No, relativity is just like the speed receiver is in motion. Like the distance will increase from the time when the light was emitted to the time where the light was received. That's just necessarily true. If you
All right, you're breaking up.
look at
You're breaking up.
every other thing that's in motion,
Is he breaking up?
then wouldn't that mean that light can still be the same speed? It's just that the calculation is different due to distance. We can try this another
Yeah,
day because I've done this a few times and no one's ever answered.
Well,
not
that's a
answered.
mischaracterization because I answered you multiple times and had to walk you through like the speed equation like 10 times. They both told me that they've walked you through it multiple times. I just walked you through it again. So that's cool. But before we go back into your misunderstanding of relativity and your own paradigm, do you have anything to say about what we were talking about? Which is how they hijack classical wave mechanics, which requires an actual medium to even invoke the redshift causal claim, but they just ignored that and then hijacked the classical wave mechanics anyway.
Yeah, I don't see any evidence that they had to hide that you need a medium for light to propagate through.
Like that they have to use classical wave mechanics to even invoke the explanation.
I don't care. You don't need a medium for light to propagate through. No one's ever shown that to be the case.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Do you have any
like
take
all
on
the fancy shit, all like papers? None of that matters because you don't need.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're just saying that though. You're just saying it, right? Like all the evidence
Isn't it true?
That, no, all the evidence is that a vacuum chamber is not empty. There's an abundance of evidence. If you're still denying that the vacuum chamber,
what's in a vacuum chamber then?
Well, do you think a vacuum chamber is nothingness?
No, but there is bigger gaps between the particles. So if you need something
in between
propagate through there, like maybe sound or something like that, then changing the gaps between the particles would necessarily either change the speed of light or would mean that it must propagate a vacuum chamber. Yeah.
Man. I don't know about you guys, but this is dry.
Let me try this one more time, okay? Just one more time. It'll take me 30 seconds, all right? So if I shoot a bullet and I'm standing at like one spot, and let's just assume this bullet has the exact same velocity, and someone is running away from me, will it take longer for the bullet to reach where they were or where they are now?
I completely tuned you.
Are you analogizing this to light right now? Because I thought light has a constant rate.
Well, that's what Einstein
So I'm
said,
saying the bullet has a constant speed. So the bullet has a constant speed. You shoot the bullet, and someone's running away from me, like a direction away from me. So that means the distance the bullet has to traverse while that person is running is increased, even if it's only by like one step. It's still increased from where the bullet started out, where they were when it started, and where they are when it hits them.
This is so wild. I remember talking you through this. I still remember where I was. I remember what gas station I was pulling into to get gas. I remember all of it. And you're back here pretending it never happened. So speed equals distance over time. If speed is constant...
Just answer my analogy with it, and then I can go away. It's as simple as that. Just answer it and I'll go away, because I'm done. I've got stuff to do. I just want you to answer it instead of doing the whole spiel. Does it make sense that my analogy would mean that the bullet must travel further? Yes or no? It's a yes or no.
Yeah. Traveling further and increasing in speed are different things.
Further.
That was tough.
And that would mean that the time it would take would be different to get from the emitter to the receiver, right?
Okay, yeah, because the speed would be the same. So if you increase the distance, the time would increase.
Exactly, the speed would be the same. But Alan's entire argument is that there is an invariance of speed, but he's just incorrect about that. He's assuming that the speed is based on where the person was when the bullet was fired, whereas the speed is calculated from where the person is when the bullet hits
you don't
them.
get it, dude. You don't get it. The distance is the same in both directions, but the time is different, which requires the speed be different. Do you understand?
No, it doesn't require the speed be different.
Oh, wait. If the distance remains the same...
Because you have contraction.
Hey, listen. If the
you have Lorentz
distance
contraction
remains...
applied to that because you're in different inertial reference frames.
If the distance remains the same, but the time increases, that requires the speed to change.
If the No, Lorentz contraction can explain that for GPS, but
Lorentz
if you were looking
contraction's
at
a
something
second
like
order effect.
what I was talking,
GPS GPS and the one-way
I'm just showing
measurement is
stationary.
a
It's actually in reference
listen,
frame
guy,
2, which is in
listen.
motion. Then you have to apply Lorentz contraction.
Oh man, this guy, bro.
Listen. The distinction here though, right, with GPS especially, this is why it's particularly easy, is because length contraction is a second order effect. The measurement taken is a first order effect. Okay, so your presupposition to apply a second order effect is invalidated by the fact that you trying to apply the second order effect to reconfine the speed of light to a fixed speed when it's shown to not be. That is completely like irrelevant. It's a math trick. It's something that you're believing in and not even fully understanding what's going on and what the argument is.
Of seeing too far, you're just missing a part of the calculation.
Listen,
You
if
guys
GPS,
don't put in
okay,
refraction
go
or the
ahead,
height
go
of the
ahead.
observer, and you don't put in length contraction either. So what you're saying is that speed is variant, but only if I don't add in part of the calculation, which is motion would mean a different inertial reference frame, which would mean you'd have to apply contraction to it.
No, we're in the
Negative,
same
Ghost
reference
Rider.
frame on the Earth. We're in the same
No, you're
reference
lying.
frame everywhere.
You're not with it.
Bro, we're on the same reference frame everywhere on the Earth, my guy. Okay, so there is no direction preferential of length contraction due to the rotation of the Earth within your own model. So if you don't know that, you should go relearn it and then come back to us.
If I'm in one car and you're in another car, we're in different reference frames.
Oh my god, dude. If buddy.
Isn't that true?
Yeah,
Isn't that factually true? If you're in a car going 98 and I'm in a car going 96, then we'd be in different inertial reference frames, even though we're both on the Earth.
Are you just going to completely ignore what I said? No matter what direction light's going on the Earth, it's considered to be in the same reference frame. Additionally, according to relativity, light is constant. Light is constant in all reference frames.
Oh, that's
all right, dude. You're gonna have to back up,
it's not.
You're roboting. You're interrupting. You're delayed. You're just saying ignorant things. It's just a barrage of really annoying characteristics. Alan, you got it. I'll tap out.
Yeah, I'm straight, dog. That was as far as I'm willing to take it because, like, I don't like repeating myself over and over again.
No, I wouldn't have engaged him at all, but everyone.
I mean, you got to give it the old college try for the audience, right?
Nah, not
I mean,
not against
the
dogs.
reason. Well, that's why they like things like. I keep bringing this up, but it's never addressed. That's a very useful tactic, because it makes you feel like, oh my god, now I have to address it.
Right.
I'm a bit
Totally
peed off there
suckered you
because Alan,
Yeah.
what were you going to say when he interrupted you? Because I was really you were sort of in a bit of a flow, and that pissed me off a little bit. Thanks, dogs.
Oh, it's all good. I can't remember.
Can you
bro.
remember?
What was I talking about? What was the subject?
I think the light going in different directions. I think that it was after that. I can't.
Well,
remember.
Alan, just kind of just trying to briefly break it down to him what the argument is all about. If you want to,
Yeah. So the way GPS is designed, so not to undermine Brian's logic, but the way that they design GPS is that it's a time interval system based on the fixed speed of light, right? So when they derive a distance using that, so when they take the snapshot of a time of when a signal was sent and when it was received, that distance derived based on the speed of light, and all that, and all the laws of physics from Einstein and all that, right? That distance derived should be an invariant transformation uniformly to any coordinate system. So it shouldn't matter if it's a spherical transformation, if it's a local, planar coordinate system, cone, cylindrical, triangle. Doesn't matter what coordinate system you transfer it on. That distance has to be the same if the speed of light is the same. And what they show it under transformations because they take the initial, and this is the crazy part too, right? So they take the initial measurement in the ECI reference frame, which is a stationary non-rotating coordinate system. And From that, they transfer that to the ECEF reference frame, where that's the one that they say that we live on, which is the rotating W86 ellipsoid or whatever, right? So that distance derived should be invariant under transformation if it's to be in compliance with Lorentz symmetry, which is the rules for transformations. Which, if you, I'm sure you've probably heard the postulates of special relativity, where they say the laws of physics should be the same in all reference frames. And it's like, well, what does that mean? How do we verify that? You verify that through transformations. When you transform any variable that's a law of physics, or that represents, some constant variable like that, it has to be, when you transform it to a new coordinate system, that it has to be the same. So because GPS is based on the same synchronized time and the fixed speed of light, any transformation to any coordinate system should be the same. And what they show is that the speed of light varies dependent on the velocity of the observer. So if you take a situation where you have a stationary observer and an observer in motion, both with GPS signal receivers, right? And at the exact moment in time which the when the moving observer intersects with the stationary observer, if a GPS signal is sent, the stationary observer receives the signal first, and the moving observer receives theirs with a delay proportional to their velocity. And even though that the distance that they get the signal is the same at the same time, so that disproves the Einstein's second postulate, which is that the speed of light should be the same in all reference frames. So the way that GPS works, it shows that there's a preferred reference frame to measure everything in. And then so when you look back at the equations used for Michelson-Gale and how to derive the Sagnac effect, neither of those equations are relativistic equations. They don't require any corrections or anything like that. So they're first order measurements. Now, when you get into Michelson-Morley, they applied Lorentz contraction. Lorentz contraction is a second order effect, meaning that it's a correction made to a first order measurement. So from this postulate that the speed of light was actually the same, and they say, well, if we just Lorentz transform into this new system based on all reference frames being the same and the speed of light being invariant, then we're good to go. But let's see.
Holy crap! You've been looking into this a lot, haven't you? Oh my god.
Yeah, sorry, I was just getting the.
No, that was good. That was good. I managed to follow probably 50% of it. Oh shit! Why did you mention Brian's logic? Because he always says there's no one way.
He just did a 3-hour presentation on GPS and coordinate system transformations.
Oh, right.
And it's completely undermined by the fact that GPS is a time interval system, and it you could undermine the entire argument in just one sentence.
Oh, it was in a direct response to your appearance on Globebusters, we think, because the FED community had to do their own sort of thing, but they totally came up to bat and whiffed it. So
it was just like just to clear it up, like how GPS actually works and the significance of why that coordinate system transformation reveals the varying speed. And that's just in GPS technology, right? Like that's not even touching the interferometry stuff, and the excuses that they get into with that. But the fact that the speed of light is proportional to the velocity of the observer is profound, right? Because that completely undermines everything they tell us about their interpretations of the cosmos, right? How they can look out in any direction and say that everything is uniformly nothing because the speed of light's the same and all that. Like it's not even close, dude. Like it completely shatters everything that they say. It undermines all of it.
Yeah.
That awesome. Sounds to me like C gets destroyed right there.
Yeah.
Do you know? I think I might to unsubscribe from Brian. I like Brian as well.
You don't have to unsubscribe from him.
No. I'm just saying I'm trying to find his channel and I can't find it. I might when they were all shitty to Wednesday. I just sort of. I didn't go
their
back to that show.
presentation was on. It was on QE's channel. I'm not sure what it is. It's Quantum Eraser's channel. I don't know what the link is.
But I do like Brian. Yeah, he's
a good dude. But yeah, kind of missed it a little bit on that, and then And then so just to clarify the significance of it and why GPS would, if the speed of light were truly, fixed as they say, that would be reflected in GPS, and then it's not. It's actually a direct contradiction, and the fact that it requires second order corrections to first order measurements is like just, GG, well played. Like there's no coming back from that when you understand what that means,
So the stationary object receives the signal first, and the moving object second, and whoever gets the signal depends on the speed that they're traveling, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a big problem.
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh, it's game over.
Yeah.
It's
It's game over. Yeah.
Yeah, direction preferential is an absolute lethal blow.
Yeah. Well done.
Come on, be nice, guys. Be nice about that.
It's okay, dude. You'll be all right, brother.
It's just another nail in the coffin, as far as I see it. Yeah.
Well, what's funny is if you start looking into
crazy.
Dayton Miller, you start looking into Dayton Miller. He did 5,200,000 different versions of Michelson-Morley, showing it consistently varied with altitude, location, and time of year. And then, Alan, didn't you say that you found some recent replications in the 21st century of that very thing?
Yeah, can you rattle them off the top of your head?
Oh yeah, I found 4. Give me 1 second. I'll rattle them off for you, bud. So here's a quick graph from that, or demonstration of the GPS signal receiver situation, so you could see kind of what that looks like visually. Wow. So even though those distances are the same, the speed of light still reflects that that there's, or through its variance, and because it's variance in the way that they're calculating it, that's what makes it so accurate too with these first order measurements. Because this is with that first measurement, they instantly derive the distance down to the millimeter, which is crazy.
Hold up.
This is good. This is good. Going in their backyard, using their own tools to defeat them. This is the best way to do it. Nice.
So here's I'll link the whole screenshot.
I was in my backyard, dude.
He took your basketball away from you, bro. Come on, this is bad.
You're good. All right. So for interferometry, we got.
I'm literally in a kiddie pool. I'm in a kiddie pool in my backyard.
All right. For interferometry, we got obviously Michelson-Morley, 1887, 1993, George Saniac, 1925, Michelson-Gale, 1905 to 1925, Dayton Miller, reproducing the Michelson-Morley experiments to such a precise degree that during the equinoxes, he measured a fluctuation in the change of speed. So, hypothetically, if we lived on a flat Earth and there was an ether wind and the motion of the sun, if the translational speed of the sun that we see in the sky had to change for some reason to maintain a 15 degrees per hour in both hemiplanes, that speed that's what he hypothetically would have measured. If that's the case. Anyway, in 1942, Michelson-Morley was repeated by Pruner Dufour, and then your boy, Yuri Galev also did it with millimeter radio waves. So he did his with radio waves and found that there's a preferred direction. And not only did he reproduce Michelson-Morley, he actually reproduced Dayton Miller's results, where he matched the fluctuation of the ether with the sidereal rotation of the sky, meaning that there's a direct cause and effect relationship with the translation of motion from the sky to the Earth. Because when you go to altitude and all that, like the amount you detect varies, the equipment you use, like the metal shielding used can affect the readings and all that stuff. So the way that they do interferometry now, like just to rebut any future refutations, the way that they do interferometry now, they use different arm lengths for the apparatus. They change the sensor length. They use different mediums in in what should be vacuum tubes or whatever, or they'll change out to several different types of gases, or they'll use a vacuum or whatever. Like they'll change up, meaning they'll just change up any of those combinations to get quote unquote no results, meaning that the speed of light is the same. It's so it's not producing a fringe. So the way and that's how they're facilitating it, and they're doing it under the guise of, oh, the technology is just getting better. It's getting more refined. We're able to calculate it more accurately. No. They're cooking the books to reify Einstein, and this was already brought up by Dayton Miller and your boy Galev here, or Glav, and see who was the other guy. Oh, Maurice Elias also noted that in his analysis of Miller's work about how the changes when compared to other experiments that are done in basement laboratories and stuff. And then we got, let's see, Ruyang Wang, 2004. So this is an absolute body bag to the glob right here. So this is where your boy came in with a linear interferometer and did his thing. So what he showed is that that there's a preferred direction for the propagation of electromagnetic waves, and that it's not due to circular rotation or angular rotation, meaning that the Sagnac effect, which was previously explained under general relativity by Paul Lavue, who made a special metric tensor to account for the conservation of energy on the small scale, meaning that a rotating device generates little pockets of time dilation and length contraction to produce the fringe shift, because the speed of light is absolutely invariant.
Wait a minute.
What's that? Oh, what's up?
Wait, makes little pockets of time dilation and
oh, you don't know about your boy Paul Lavue and his metric tensor, bro? So,
what?
Yeah, So 1913, George Sagnac came out with the rotating interferometer thing and discovered, the ether, right? And he was actually in France. He was actually given awards and stuff and like celebrated like for discovering the ether. And then it wasn't, and because it was rotating special relativity, they said, oh, well, it's a non-inertial frame, and we can't, we don't have any blah, blah, blah. We don't have an answer for it. So it wasn't until through the equivalence principle and general relativity, Paul Lavue came up with a metric tensor called the, the something Fitzgerald, Landau, Lifshitz metric. Anyway, that's what they use. They to come up with conservation laws on the small scale. So, a rotating device. They say that the energy is equivalent to a gravitational field, obviously, and that's generating length contraction and time dilation. So that's how they were able to wrap up the Sagnac effect within general relativity through the equivalent, just mathematically through the equivalence principle. And just for funsies, the metric that Paul Lavue derived is a first order intrinsic invariant differential, which is just a mathematical logic fallacy that gives the appearance of mathematics and has no physical meaning in reality. But that's a whole separate issue. But under the paradigm of how they tried to co-opt the effect, that's what they went with. Is that it generates little pockets of time dilation.
Wow. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I wasn't trying to throw you off. That was just wild. So like,
no, you're good.
The linear test kind of body bags that made up explanation.
Wang.
Yeah. So the linear body bags it, especially because what it shows is that the effect persists in an inertial frame, and also that it's directionally dependent, meaning east is the preferred direction for how fast it goes, and then slow going in the opposite direction. And so with that, relativity really has no ability to explain the Sagnac effect at all mathematically with its second order effects and invalid postulates in nature. And then, so there's one more guy. So in 2006, Monera reproduced the Michelson-Morley effect. And I have to read it again. I think he might have reproduced Dayton Miller as well. But yeah.
Didn't Einstein specifically say if anyone reproduced Dayton Miller would be in trouble, and that's why they went through all the effort to obscure and demonize and discredit and say actually temperature variations discredited all 5,200,000 experiments, but then these guys came along and did it anyway, so that wouldn't that according to Einstein body bag relativity?
Yeah, Einstein straight up said that if Dayton Miller's results are correct, then it topples relativity from the throne.
Damn, that sucks for you guys. Glober silence is loud, actually, huh?
Well, so the deception here is really twofold, right? Because the implication here with Wang's experiment as well as what he showed with the conveyor belt is that he would have, canceled out the Earth rotation. So what he showed there was that the ether wind effect is with respect to a stationary Earth. So this reference frame that they keep referring to, like in the ECI reference frame where it's a stationary coordinate system that's not rotating, when the mathematics used for Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale, I'll pull those equations up real quick so you can see them. But the important thing to note here is that these all show a varying speed of light with no corrections needed. So there's
Can I say a thing or two about a thing or two real quick?
Sure can, buddy.
Can anybody talk about how they define a meter using the speed of light? I'd love to hear that. Because if it changed, they wouldn't know it. That'd be great.
No, they define the meter based on the speed of light. If the speed of light changes, the meter will change. That's all it.
You're cutting out.
So meters are shorter. So meters are shorter in the eastern direction. Are good.
Oh, but that's my point. That's my point. Cryptos. Am I still?
You're cutting in and out a little bit, I think.
Well, I'm in my backyard, and my girlfriend's telling me to shut up. But
she knows.
She
knows you're stepping in it, bro.
Yeah, she probably does, man. I think I'm stepping in it, baby.
Right, well,
okay,
well, you
give
okay,
me.
yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dice Flow says hi.
Okay, yeah. While he's doing that, so what Wang showed too there with the circular derivation for how they normally calculate the Sagnac effect and the linear equation is that it's actually the same thing. So it's just equating the length of the device or what's in question, right? It doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have anything to do with it being a specific to a rotational effect. So yeah, all very cool stuff, and all super proves stationary non-rotating with respect to an ether wind.
How dare you? Einstein is not impressed.
Yeah.
Dude, I gotta say, man, I tried to Google that quote, and you know what? It doesn't pop up. Isn't it funny how I've specifically read in Einstein's own words that if Dayton Miller is correct, then it topples relativity from the throne because experiment reigns supreme, and you cannot find that quote on Google. No way. I mean, I don't even remember the exact quote, but I know for a fact I've read it.
I've read it in one of your presentations, so I know that it's out there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't just craft a Dayton Miller quote from Einstein.
No, he definitely did. And you know what's funny too is this is how I'm pretty sure that Einstein didn't even know he was just some sort of actor character that they had to propagate all this through, is because that book that you referenced where he talks about the angular momentum of the universe affecting the speed of light and how he regretted fixing the speed of light or whatever.
Yeah.
So
it's, relativity special in general theory.
So just after that,
wait, it's Evolution of Physics by Enfeld. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just after that, Einstein's yeah, so anyway, the gravitational redshift experiments that were conducted by Charles St. John and John Evershade, I hope those went well. And and then he just has a brief note on that. And dude, those are the two guys that completely falsified the gravitational redshift aspect of the theory and all that. And he's just I hope that went good. But those guys were specifically the two guys that were not on board with lying about the effects or trying to manipulate it, because Eddington even asked them. He was like, "Yo, can't you just pretend, bro? Let us have our cake." And they were like, "Nah, man, that's gay. We don't do that here." And yeah, it's super funny. Einstein just casually was just "Yeah, I hope that worked out." He has no idea,
Dude, nice. Toby found it. Should the positive result, Miller's, be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, and with it the general theory of relativity in its current form, would be invalid. Experimentum summus judice, which is just reign supreme or is the judge. Only the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a significantly different theory.
Hey, Mr. Witsit.
No.
Hey, can you hear me? Check 1 2. Mic check.
Yes.
Yep.
Seen that channel called Dialect?
No.
Well, I'll just say there's a channel called Dialect. Me and
Jace talk about it a lot. I think actually you would like it a lot because this guy, he disagrees with a lot of YouTubers' assessment on relativity. He has a whole episode about Machian, like the debate and basically Newton, right? About the the what do you call it, the rotating fucking barrel or whatever. But yeah, I would check it out. Dialect. Anyways, my point was. Oh man, what was my point? Oh goddamn. Sorry, there's bugs out here. I don't remember my point was, but I would check out that channel Dialect. It's relating to whatever you were just saying, which I forget now. I was gonna say something about the GPS thing because, like I said, I like SE. I like Alan a whole lot. I like you, Witsit. And I hate to disagree with you guys about this a lot. I disagree with you vehemently about this. And it's not really so much in Dayton Miller and Einstein, but in GPS disproving relativity or not, and the reference frame thing. Because I just need to say that the measurement is made in a single reference frame, and the transformation is made irrelevant to the reference frame, if that makes sense. Like there's a correction made for the relativistic differences between the clocks and the ground station and the satellite, but there's not a different, like there's no different reference frames being used. If that makes sense.
How do you explain the difference?
The measurement's made in a single reference frame.
Yeah, it's made in the ECI reference frame, and then it's transformed to the ECEF reference frame.
Yeah, was that
right? Well, it's made in the EC. It's made in the reference frame that the receiver exists in. It's made in reference to the ECEF, ECI, ECF. What's made in one or the other?
Well, either way, it should be an invariant transformation under any coordinate system. So because GPS time is synced to the same, it accounts for the Sagnac effect as well using a similar equation that accounts for that. So that's how they sync all their clocks too. That's why the transformation should be invariant. That's why it disproves relativity, because what you're talking about is applying a second order correction to a first order measurement. Doesn't make any sense, brother. It would be reflected in the initial measurement if that were true.
Oh, right. Well, no. So what happens is the message is sent. The message comes from the clock, and the clock comes from the space vehicle, and the space vehicle has a clock on it, and that clock is correct by all intents and purposes because it has 4 or 8 atomic clocks on it, and that clock is correct by all measures, and it's sent to a receiver, and the receiver receives the message, and the message is interpreted in the reference frame of the receiver, and so the oh shit! Sorry, my girlfriend's taking pictures of me in a kid pool. But god damn it! But anyways, the receiver is stop taking pictures for a second, babe. Stop.
Do you need help,
God damn it! What was it? Yeah, please. The receiver. God damn it! Can somebody take over for a second, please?
Yeah, so we can just dismiss all that.
Yeah. So what's going on there is that if it didn't matter, they could just use the ECEF reference frame for the initial measurement and it would be fine, but they don't because the accuracy of it depends on being able to show the varying speed of light. And that's where the accuracy of it comes from. And then that's why when they transfer it to a new coordinate system that imposes the assumed speed of light, that's where there's a discrepancy, which is why it requires a second order correction. And the fact that it requires a second order correction is completely contradictory to special relativity on the face of it.
Yo, peep this.
What's
you
up?
know how I said, clearly gravitation is the hijacking of magnetism? I just found Albert Einstein actually has 2 quotes about this. So the first one is, my opinion about Miller's experiments are the following. Should the positive result be confirmed, then the special theory of relativity, and with it, the general theory of relativity in its current form would be invalid. Experiment reigns supreme. Only the equivalence of inertia and gravitation would remain. However, they would have to lead to a significantly different theory. That's Albert Einstein in a letter to Edwin Slosson, July 1925. There's another quote, and he said, I believe that I've I have really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity. Yeah, because magnetism, electricity are, tied to the hip and you hijack. He said, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses like a house of cards. That's Albert Michelson in a letter to Robert Millikan, June 1921. So there's 2 quotes about it. So this is 4 years, right? You got 1921, he says that. Then 4 years later, he's still saying, well, if his results should be confirmed. So obviously in those 4 years, Einstein didn't feel like he could refute it.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I remember why I brought up the dialect channel. There, in that episode regarding the Einstein and Newton and Machian principle. He goes over like a timeline in which like he shows like basically Einstein's timeline. Is that a picture? I really thought that you just doxed me for a second, dude, because that literally looks like what I'm doing right now. But God damn it! Hold on, sorry. Anyways, in the episode I'm talking about, I was like, I really thought that that was a picture of me. But what was I saying? God damn it! No, in that episode, he shows an Einstein timeline, and he shows how Einstein flip flops his whole paradigm. He flip flops like 2 or 3 times, back and forth, basically between how he's interpreting all of these things, including Machian principle and the consequences of relativity. It's pretty interesting actually, because even though he comes up with relativity, he goes back and forth with how he thinks about it in his life, and it's pretty apparent.
Yeah, for sure.
I did want to finish up though what I was saying. My girlfriend, she totally messed me up, dude, and I feel like I was on a roll, and then she just really took a rug from underneath me.
Well, agree, disagree.
Listen to me, assholes. Listen to me. What was I saying? I was saying something about
you were floundering, and she saved you. Is how it seemed, actually.
Shut the hell up! Shut the hell up! But no, what was happening was
Get him a rubber
I was
ducky.
saying that. I was saying that the message is sent in the frame of the space vehicle, which the clocks are 100% correct because there's 4 atomic clocks on it. It's received by whatever the receiver is, which has a flawed clock on it, which is where the corrections are needed to be made. However, the clocks are all in reference to the frame of the receiver because it's a message that's sent at a time that it came from the space vehicle and then is received at a certain time at the receiver, but it's of course in the frame of the receiver because the difference is going to be measured by the receiver. So there's not multiple reference frames that needed to come into play, and actually the only correction that needs to be made is in the errors in the clock of the receiver. It's not in like the relativistic the relativistic corrections are only in the differences in the clocks, not in necessarily the length of the message and stuff like that. The length of the message is because the receiver is receiving it from all 4 clocks from the same frame. Those times are seen as perfect. Like, there's no relativity needed from that point. It's basically a flash in time, like a moment in time where those clocks are in one position, and the length of time it took to get to it, it's going to measure that as time. The only corrections that are needed is in the errors in the clock of the receiver. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's coming in clear, but it seems to that the argument that you guys are making is that there's corrections in the contraction of space or the
No.
differences in time.
No, can I
go
talk?
ahead.
All right, yeah. So I just posted a excerpt from a paper there. So what that guy is referencing is his take on another paper where they reviewed exactly what you're talking about. So the only corrections they make are the SAGNet corrections, and they apply them after they transform out of the ECEI reference frame. So like the exact thing that you're talking about and how it should be invariant, shouldn't matter, and all that stuff is directly contradicted by how GPS works and all the experimental evidence and papers that I'm presenting. It seems kind of like you want to see a video of Ron Hatch talking about it? Like he pulls up the manual. He has a manual of what they their directive interface computations or whatever it's called, of how to interact with it, or how to program the satellites or whatever. And yeah, like they explicitly do it in that reference frame. It shows a varying speed of light. It's proportional to the velocity of the observer, and they say just calculate it anyway and do it. And then so they're only applying second order. They're applying the Sagnac effect after the fact, after they already accounted for it in a one-way measurement. So they're showing that the speed of light is truly changing, and that they're recorrecting. The fact that they have to recorrect it on any back end is completely invalidates relativity.
All right, let me be clear about this, because I want to see. I can't see what you posted, or you were talking about the guy who tested it, but and I don't mean this. I'm sorry, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but what I'm prepared to do, not at this moment because I'm in my underwear in the pool in the backyard, but what I'm prepared to do at some point tonight is present to you guys the message actually sent, and the message and the information that's sent on it. And in the message, you can see that there's not the frame that it's being described, that the length of time is being described from, is in the frame of the observer. And Ron Hatch, here's the thing about Ron Hatch that you have to understand. He's extremely biased, and his contributions to GPS have nothing to do with anything relativistic. He had to do with he worked for a company that was doing, what do you call that, like was it like John Deere or something like that, where they're doing the differential GPS, which is basically where you do corrections from ground base stations and the GPS satellites to give you sub-centimeter accuracy. And he did a lot of contributions to that. He did nothing to do with the corrections based on relativistic stuff. And so there's a part of the message where they make the relativistic corrections. And as I said, it'd make more sense if I presented it and you could see it. The corrections, the first thing that happens is that the measurement is taken of the time difference between the clock and the different stations, and they make a pseudo range. They give a pseudo range for where you are, and then to make the corrections, they put in these relativistic corrections and these other type of corrections that give you a more accurate point. But it has nothing to do with anything relativistic to the difference in like the speed of light from it to you. The only relativistic corrections are in the clocks. Like it's in the difference in the time of the clock. Like the time the clock tells you it's coming from and the clock that you have, which is incorrect, there's corrections that need to be made. And like I said, it's got nothing to do with the light that's coming to you. It just has to do with the errors in your clock. So the only way I could really take this home is by showing you the actual message, but you gotta give me a minute to do that.
Error in the clock? You mean clocks that don't lose a second in like a billion years or something? Are you sure of that?
Yes. That's my point. Those are accurate, 100%. So the clocks up there are accurate, 100%. What's incorrect and what's variable is the receivers, your cell phone, your TomTom, all these things that have variable errors in them that are different than the clocks in GPS. In order for it to work accurately, they have to be like in sync. They have to be, just like perfect, just like those ones. Those ones are perfect. So there's no errors in them. However, they're going to run differently because of the gravitational time dilation and also the slight velocity time dilation. And so there's corrections that have to be made, and those come in the message as well. But those are only clock corrections. Those aren't corrections in like the light that's coming to you. The light that's coming to you is seen as coming from a fixed position, and that's used to measure the distance. That's used as a perfect position. It's not used as a some kind of variable speed of light, thing. It's used as a position in the sky in which the time difference and this known speed of light gives you the distance. Like that's how that's used.
So the clocks are correct. Speed of light is constant. But the problem is the receiver, you're saying?
Yeah, the problem is the receiver clocks. That's right. Is the difference between the perfectness of
the receiver doesn't have a clock, bro. The whole thing is designed to take that out of the equation. The initial measurement that it takes in the ECI reference frame with the range measurement equation instantly derives the distance. No corrections necessary, dog. Like that's the whole issue. So when you're talking about when they transform it to another reference frame, the speed of light isn't the same. Otherwise, the distance would be the same when they transform it.
Yeah, but these corrections are all before the reference frame.
No. These corrections are second order corrections that invalidate the need for them. In a first order measurement, it's shown the speed of light changes. Applying a second order correction to reify length contraction and time dilation is, it's ad hoc. That's the whole point of Lorentz covariance. That's the whole point of saying all reference frames are the same and then adhering to Lorentz covariance. That's the violation. That's the huge distinction that's being made here. Because how you're conflating how deep with GTPS and pseudo ranges and all that shit, not non sequitur. This instantly derives the distance down to the millimeter on the first measurement. It's not encoding separate messages about clock corrections or anything like that. And all the clocks are synced to calculating for the Sagnac effect as well. So just the same thing that Wang pointed out with the preferred direction, how the speed of light goes faster by 14 microseconds going east to west than it does west to east. That's what they're synced to. That's it. There's no other calculations. Like I know like you keep repeating like this long-winded explanation of things.
Well, I'll just ask you a question. Just ask you a question then, because what you just stated is incredibly wrong about what so the clock and the receiver is one of the most important things, because the message that's sent is a message that has information about the space vehicle and the time. And so the only thing that the receiver gets is that time. And the only thing that the receiver has is that time. The only way you can calculate the distance from the receiver is by measuring the difference between that time and the time on the receiver. And so when you say that the clock on the receiver doesn't matter, that's incredibly wrong. That's the only way it works, is by having the time on the receiver and the time on the sent message. That's the only way you can determine the distance.
The distance derived from that should be invariant, though. Like, do you get that concept of it? That the whole point of GPS being a time interval system is that you could transform that distance to any coordinate system, and that it would be the same distance. It would, like, the accuracy would be pinpoint, because that's what would be required for things like, intercepting missiles and all that kind of stuff, like real time tracking of that. Like, that's how all that would work. It would work off one way. First order measurements, real precise, real quick. Like that's it. It's not. It doesn't have anything to do with the way that you're attributing it to allow for the second order corrections to be, necessary, so to speak. Like it was. Yeah.
Forget about the corrections for a minute, because it's important to understand that the way that it's done is that a point in time is occurring in which the receiver is receiving a message from 4 different satellites or 4 different senders, in which it's taking a message from each of those senders and determining a distance to each of them using the time it has and the time that it was sent. And that is done in a ECEI reference frame. And whatever it then transforms that into is irrelevant, because it doesn't matter, because once it has that, the transformation is something else. Like it's like there's a XYZ point, and now it needs to be transformed into a longitude and latitude point, in which the Earth is in there and all this kind of stuff. But you can, as long as the fix is made, but for the fix to be made, the correction it has to be done, and that correction only has to do with the errors in the clock. Like it, I don't mean to be long-winded or anything, but I'm just trying to say that there's no relativistic correction that's made by the fact that the receiver's moving and they're moving. Like the only correction that's made in that respect is the fact that the clocks are going to be different. And that's not going to be made. It's not a correction for like the length that the light is traveling or something like that, because the length is seen to be made in a single point in time in which the satellite's in a single position and the receiver's in a single position. Does that make sense?
So transformations are entirely the point, because it starts in one reference frame or one coordinate system and ends up in another, and to get there, it's done via transformation, and those transformations have rules, and a rule has been violated, and it's exposed during the transformation. So it's entirely relevant. It's entirely the point. And if the speed of light and it worked the way that you think it does, that the original distance derived would be an invariant transformation, because the GPS is synced to GPS time. It's already good to go, and the speed of light is already assumed to be a fixed value. So all distances should be transformed invariantly under those pretenses, and they're not. Like, it's ignoring that is a huge I don't know. We're just kind of talking in circles at this point. Like, if you're good to call it, I'm good to call it, man. Because I don't want to just keep going back and forth over talking past each other. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I'm getting dried off. I'm like I said, I'm in a kid's pool, and I'm just trying to get dried off, and I'm gonna go inside. And I'm not doing this to.
No, you're straight, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to make a presentation. You make really good presentations, by the way, and I really do appreciate you. I'm gonna have to make a presentation though that kind of displays how I understand the GPS message to be sent and how it works and what it involves, and where any relativistic corrections come in, because I think there's a disconnect here, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it. But yeah, I guess I can't do much where I am right now. So
yeah, you're straight.
So, like, if I understand it correctly, right? If we just say, like, we have a speed of light c in one reference frame, let's call it the Earth-centered inertial frame, right? The basic starting or origin, let's call it theta prime, right? The original coordinates that we have a speed of light, let's say it equals 1. We convert that speed of light over to a globular geodesic WGS84 system, and now the speed of light, which is invariant, equals 1.1 in this new coordinate system. But because we know that, we have an additional correction that we subtract 1.1, so it actually equals c again. But the transformation warped the distance. Is that kind of what we're talking about?
It's revealing that the speed of light in the new coordinate system isn't the same as the first coordinate system.
Right. But so you transfer it. It's supposed to be invariant, but you transferred it, and now it has a different value because that isn't the fit.
Oh, yeah. Got you. Sorry, I was kind of tuned out. I was reading something.
Yeah, I got you, man. So that's like the baseline analogy when you're in coordinate system transfers and covariant transformations, meaning something like a law has to be a constant in all reference frame, and it's noticeably and measurably not. Hence, the correction is needed when they transfer it to a different coordinate frame. They have to make an adjustment that makes it look like it's covariant and covariant transformation, but it isn't because they had to adjust.
Yes, sir, and it's really noticeable what's going on when you realize Michelson-Morley, Michelson-Gale, and Sagnac are all the same experiment, and they only apply the second order corrections, i.e. length contraction and time dilation, to Michelson-Morley, but to Michelson-Gale and Sagnac, they use no relativistic corrections and readily accept the the variance in the speed of light. But in order to explain the effect, they did have to come up with a mathematic solution for it. So that's where Paul Lavaux came in. But these effects are explaining it through relativistic means, are second order explanations to a phenomenon that's clearly showing that the speed of light fluctuates relative to the observer and to the ether wind relative to the latitude. So the way that they disguise that is they act like Michelson-Morley is like this unique interferometer situation, and that's okay to apply the length contraction and stuff there in that way. But these other two, like you can just do first order measurements with them with no corrections, no assumptions. You don't have to assume anything about space and time, warping or dilating to derive, actual measurements with it. But in order to believe that you're orbiting the sun, you have to adhere to a second order correction. With no way to falsify it, right? Because we can't get outside of our reference frame to see something contracting in motion, right? And especially not to measure it to the accuracy of the degree which would be required to verify it, right? So it's very precarious when you look at it from that understanding of what they did with the math and the rules for corrections and transformations and what it truly means if C were invariant and like how that would manifest in reality.
Damn, at least Kosha was the only one who like didn't or ad hom immediately. I haven't heard any other actual like response, let alone rebuttal. So props to Kosha, dude.
Yeah, mad respect to my boy Kosho, dude. Like he does show up.
He's the only one, dude. Everyone else left, quit, backed out, and hasn't listened. Like Chief Squatting Dog is here, right? But he's terrible.
I mean, it kind of sounded like a nah.
You mean I don't like playing to your nonsense, Shane?
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a water.
I'm just making fire memes. Don't mind me.
Can't find it. I know I had it. Oh, make a new one. That's what's up.
Yeah, peep this one.
Give him the G glasses. That's awesome.
This is the best ones I can find.
Nice. These are going to be spread far and wide and jammed down Glober's faces, so get used to them, guys.
They can't handle Alan. We'll just go the meme route.
Yeah, we were struggling to trying to meme really elevated, complicated concepts.
Gonna be a lot of memes.
Yeah, it's like really thick infographic memes, dude. It's almost like a globe meme.
Ooh, a quote from 1928 from Dayton Miller. How nice.
So we can disregard all quotes before 1928?
In regards to the Aether, I think all quotes can be disregarded about its existence.
All quotes about heliocentrism can similarly discarded.
Funny is that he immediately shifted it over to a specific topic.
Yeah.
So his original argument was about how old it is. But now it's just about the ether. That's interesting. It's almost like you have a double standard or something.
I mean, we could apply it to all
I think
logic. Now, can we find any like modern quotes from any modern physicists that like?
Yeah, we showed experiments from the 21st century. Were you not here?
2004, Wang linearized the Sagnac effect, generalized and linearized the effect to remove angular rotation as the cause. So I mean, that's one of them. Yeah, there's the whole list. I'm glad he saved that.
So we'll take a read here.
Doubt it.
Aren't you the person who like talked for a half an hour about the 1,200 page document that we got for you that nobody read? Are we gonna?
I read it. I want to get back to that actually. So I read through its little thing, and nowhere in that quotation did it back up like the crap that he was saying in that one quote. So I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
I'm absolutely shocked that he said nothing specific.
He said he read the 1,200 pages. Though,
No. I didn't say I read the 1,200 pages. I read like the source quote. So when he referenced, I think it was like section 9.1 through 9.5, and none of it backed up the crap that he had on the slide.
What? It's a direct quote.
No, it is not.
But you didn't read the whole document.
I did. I even did like Control F.
Wait. You're saying it doesn't say that the electron dot pattern can give you the same result and that it can't be considered as definitive proof of the photon? You're claiming it doesn't say that?
Yeah, never found that anywhere in section 9.1 through 9.5.
Okay. I just want to clarify here. You're saying that it doesn't say that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't see it anywhere between section 9.1 and 9.5.
You're pretty sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't see it is not the same as saying it's not in there.
Well, first it was that it's not in there. Then it was, I'm pretty sure I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it.
What's
Because
super
you
funny
didn't
though
read it.
is think about
Yeah,
the
I
one
get
argument the first argument was like, oh, a quote from 1928.
But like, dude, as laughable as that is like the generic Glober response. The absolute like mainstream normie will start saying that as opposed to just, I'm trying to find a way to dismiss it, and this was the easiest one I could find.
So I'm looking at here on the SAGNet.
I guess we can dismiss this quote too because it's from Einstein, 1921. Do we have to dismiss all of Einstein's quotes, or we get to keep those?
I mean, you could disregard them, dude, because modern physicists still back up what is being said about it. So.
Really? So then modern physicists back up this quote from Einstein?
Which one?
The one that's right there.
I wasn't looking at my screen. Is it in the text chat or something?
Yeah, he just said that modern physicists back it up, and then he admitted he hadn't read it.
Oh, I did read it. I just trying to find it in here again. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm skimming through.
What are you talking about? It's right there in giant, vibrant turquoise colors.
Meme. Yeah, the meme. No, I'm looking at that document again.
Oh, the meme.
Yeah.
The meme. So does modern physics back up these Einstein quotes? Can we keep these even though they're old?
I haven't seen any physicists like really pushing for like the electricity effect. I mean, it's not even a mainstream idea.
Electricity effect.
Well, like the electricity.
You mean the photoelectric effect?
No, like gravitation and electricity, like the relationship between the two.
What? You don't even understand relativity, huh?
Yeah, so I believe that I have really found the relationship between gravitation and electricity, assuming that the Miller experiments are based on a fundamental error. Otherwise, the whole relativity theory collapses.
Yeah, so you didn't. Wait, first of all, you didn't know that Einstein built his entire theory off of Maxwell's equations?
Sure. But again, if we're trying to explain some electric universe
so modern physics certainly doesn't. Go ahead.
And so I'm trying to figure out like electric universe crap and like where that would be the case in any physics.
This has nothing to do with it.
Okay. If you think so.
No, you're just lost. Do you even know what this quote's talking about, or are you just arguing against it aimlessly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, don't you think it's kind of illogical and ignorant to do that?
No. I think it's fun.
Well, therein lies the problem.
There you go. Busted. So you're just here to troll, basically.
So, NPC. She's stuck in the loop.
At least you just openly admitted that. You're just
yeah, that's cool. I've never seen that before.
I have genuine conversations with like people that you can actually have conversations with it.
It did sound like it was going pretty good.
Well, I'm still looking through here trying to figure out where he made a direct quote from.
I gotta admit, it's really funny.
It's about direct quotes, not the content of the document.
I just gotta admit, it's really funny that you just like you just dismiss stuff and then admit you don't even know what it's talking about. Yeah, well, I think we're just gonna kind of usually stay on the bench, maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of reading through here and still can't find that direct quote.
You should figure out how a water level works. That's what you should do.
Oh, is Rob gonna bring up the water level again? Hey, Rob, how much of a difference do you expect to see over 10 meters with two like in the water level?
Zero
What
difference.
about on the globe? What about assuming curvature? What about assuming?
I don't care what the tool doesn't care what's underneath it. The tool doesn't care what's underneath it.
What about assuming?
Yeah, thank you.
What about assuming?
I don't want to make any assumptions.
Okay, cool. So, what about assuming a globe? How much difference do you see? Anything visible?
I don't know.
A millimeter? A foot?
No, but it would be measurable, right?
With the water level, probably not.
Right? That it's horizontal the whole way.
You'd be dealing with like microns.
I don't have to make any assumptions. I know what a straight line is, and I know how water flows.
You know how water flows? Which way does water
Yeah,
flow?
yeah. It always seeks its level. Always seeks the lowest point.
Does it always seek its level?
Yeah.
What if I get a really strong
100%.
magnet? It's going to seek its level there.
So you want to introduce other variables.
Yeah, it's almost like we have this
All right.
variable that we have to deal with on a daily basis, Rob.
What's that?
I don't know. This 9.8 meters per second downwards that we experience.
My helium balloon doesn't experience that.
Oh, it damn well does. What happens if you get enough helium put together? You ever try purchasing helium by the volume? I don't think that's how they do it, Rob.
No, but if I had a helium balloon and I let go of it, it didn't fall to the ground.
Oh yeah. What happens if you get enough helium together, Rob? You ever purchase helium by the volume, or is it always by the pound? Does helium weight, Rob?
Helium's gas.
Does gas have weight, Rob?
Gas? How do you weigh a gas?
Together in a container?
All right.
You ever purchase Freon for your AC unit?
Yeah, I do. I do deal with Freon every day.
So how do we measure Freon to charge customers with? Charge them by the volume
by the
or by
ounce.
the pound, Rob?
Yeah, by the ounce.
By the pound, right?
By the ounce.
I don't think I've ever.
I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada. They go by fluid ounces, I guess. Different where you are, I don't know.
No, they do it by the pound, dude. They do it by weight.
That's weird because when I've tried to buy helium in the UK, it's always by cubic meters.
That's weird. I've never seen that.
Well, I can link it to you right now.
I don't think. I don't see what all this has relevance to the straight line my water level creates.
So how do you know it's a straight line?
Because if it's not horizontal, the water is going to flow.
Flow which way?
Towards the lowest elevation.
We're just going to ignore the previous, obvious lie that he told. We're just going to ignore that. Walk past that.
I don't think I've told any lies.
No, not you, him. So you never buy helium by the volume. First link I find, buying it by the volume.
Let's see.
Why is someone trying to be an expert? Why can't I just be sold to both?
I just want to be a dude. I don't want to be an expert. I just want to be a dude that grabs this water level tool and makes straight lines with it, horizontal
Helium
planes.
price per kilogram. Oh, geez. $30 to $70 per kilogram. Fuck, man. Shit.
So you can buy it. So you can buy it both ways. Who cares?
Yeah.
But the only way you can weigh it is by putting it in a container.
Okay, and does gas have what mass, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
it does. I agree.
What? I'm just trying to figure out what this has to do with the water level. You like to distract from the water level and just say, assume a globe is what you said to me.
No, I'm asking.
I'm trying not to make any assumptions. I know that
you don't like to make assumptions. Maybe I'm not going to say that part. I'll get in trouble. But let's just think for a second. On a globe,
okay. How much
deviation would you expect to see on the two?
I'm not
assuming the same elevation.
You're assuming that the water level curves is what you're doing, right?
So again, assuming
that's what you want me to. That's what you want me to do.
No,
right?
let's just put our heads together, you and I.
Yes, sir.
Let's say like we have our little water level spread out the 10 meters that you brought up earlier, and it's on a curve. It's on an earth, right? It's on the ball, right? Same elevation, both ends. How much deviation do you expect to see, Rob?
You're making assumptions. No, probably not. Probably not. But I don't have to make any. Yeah, it's fine, bro. I don't have to make an assumption. Okay, so I make that water level 100 meters.
100 meters apart, same elevation on a globe model?
Yes.
How much deviation would you expect?
Not on a model. In reality, get the model out of your head, bro. With reference to what?
With reference from its distance from the water, elevation. How we usually measure.
No. See, each tube
would have no difference.
Yeah, each tube doesn't care about what's underneath it. The
Water
tool
level
doesn't care.
It doesn't know about like it doesn't care about what's underneath it.
No,
Obviously, it
the
does. If
tube.
one of them is higher than the other one.
I need you to understand how the tool works before you even speak on the subject.
I understand how the tool works.
How
It's
about that?
measuring
No,
distance
you
above sea
don't.
level compared to one side to the other one, and how
Oh,
much
okay. Now
so.
you found sea level. How is sea level measured?
It's measured to where the water is, I would imagine.
You need to, instead of just coming in thinking you know all the answers, you should go get some answers first, unless you want me to teach you. And if you want me to teach you, you have to listen.
I mean, I don't think you can really teach me anything about water, dude.
All right, cool. Then we're done.
Okay, fine. Oh, by the way, now that I can post it, here I can actually post the GIF here that I made yesterday, or the video, I should say. I had Chaiki post it for me yesterday, but just take a look at this thing right here. So next time you want to bring up some crap, some utter nonsense about the auto level being like altered by the camera, take a look there, dude. Oh, who deleted that? I'll repost it. There you go. Camera moving around. Who keeps deleting?
All right, okay. Hang on. You highlighted a little blurb there, right? You highlighted that. So you want me to read that out loud or what?
I didn't highlight that. I'm trying to post a video which some other fucking dude keeps deleting.
Oh, okay. So that's not you. That's
No,
somebody
it's
else.
not me.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to come in hot like that because.
Here, I'll try posting it again. I don't know why it keeps getting deleted. All it is showing is a scope, so I don't know who's spazzing out and deleting this shit.
Oh, it's a video.
Okay, it happened again. Don't worry, I got this, dude. No problem.
Yeah, I've seen a video, but so I'll let me address NASA Shill's picture here. So he's got a picture of a micrometer, right, for a water level tool. So he's starting to understand how the tool works, right? But listen to this:
do you understand
curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, do you understand that this company on this high precision water level
So
tells you
it says here.
Hello, am I actually
Take
talking
all
here?
40 measurements using the PWL's
Two
modified micrometer.
Well, no, he's actually talking
Are
about
you gonna let me?
stuff
Are you
here.
gonna let me? Okay. Can I finish? Can I finish reading it, bro? You just jumped in. No, you just come on, man. Let me finish reading the context of your little highlight. Okay.
Do you need to speak?
Can I finish?
You need to speak when you read.
After setup,
Yo,
take all
take
40
it easy,
measurements
guys.
using
Rob,
the
finish up. Finish up your
PWL's
statement.
modified micrometer. I steamrolled NASA. I started reading this and I got steamrolled.
Well, I was just wondering if you can read without speaking. You know, I was trying to tell you.
NASA, be quiet and let him finish, or I'm gonna mute you. Last warning.
I want everybody to see why you highlighted this. No, they don't want. They don't.
Go
want
on, Rob.
this.
Go on. The floor is yours, Rob. Please go on, Rob.
Anyway, what you have to do, Rob, is you have to correct for the curvature of the Earth.
Hey, did you not hear me talk,
He wasn't talking. He wasn't talking. He was keeping quiet.
Yeah, no, I wanted to read the whole thing, but I'm gonna have to just highlight curvature of Earth because that's all you care about. Using the table provided. So compare them to each other, factoring in the curvature of the Earth using the table provided. So they're going to provide you with a table for what?
The curvature of the Earth. You have to correct for it. That's what this high.
Correct what? What do you have to correct?
Your water level reading. Do you have to correct for the curvature of the Earth? This company makes high precision water levels and tells you have to correct for the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. Correct from what?
Well, why don't you go look into it if you don't understand?
No, I already know what horizontal is. That's what the tools do.
No, excuse me. Is it a water horizontal or is it a water level?
The tool is called a level.
Right. That's what it determines. It
The
determines the
tool
level.
Creates a horizontal plane. of reference.
The tool creates a level. It's not a water horizontal. It is a water level.
Yes, and level is horizontal.
No, it's
otherwise
not.
The water will flow.
No, it won't, because the gravity difference is because of, wait for it, the curvature
What
of
gravity?
the Earth.
The force of gravity?
Yeah, gravity.
The force, right? Einstein's force?
Wait,
or Newton's force?
They're the same for this situation.
Or pressure?
No, it's gravity. It's a downward acceleration toward the center of the mass of the Earth.
That's just a theory.
Just a theory, my ass. What's holding your fat ass to the chair right now?
My weight.
What is weight?
What if I was in a swimming pool?
You would still have weight. You still have mass.
How do you measure yourself in a swimming pool?
If you had so I'll tell you what, weigh a bucket, or what, like a 55-gallon drum, then get in the 55-gallon drum and tells me what happens to the weight of the you in the drum.
What?
You understand me? No, you don't, obviously. Okay. So I mean, if you're standing on the deck of a pool and you get into the pool, if I'm weighing the whole thing.
All of this to say that the level is not horizontal.
Yeah, level is not horizontal. Exactly.
But it is, because if it's not horizontal, the water will flow.
No, it won't, because of the curvature of the Earth and the gravity.
Show me.
I just showed you that this is the.
Show me that. No, you showed me a highlight of a curvature of the Earth by factoring into your measurements that were horizontal.
No, they were level.
And
you have to correct, or you have to correct from level to get horizontal.
Let me ask you. How are they factoring in the curvature of the Earth using the table provided?
Well, look into it if you need to know. What they do is if you measure in a water level and you want horizontal, you have to correct. Now, the second thing I posted there shows you some of the corrections you have to make. Over 100 meters, it's 0.02 centimeters. Not very much, so you can probably ignore that, which is what you do.
Okay, never mind. I got the company name, EDS Precision. Don't worry, I'll find out how you factor in the curvature of the Earth on a 100-foot by 20-foot piece of equipment using 40 points.
Hey, watch your mouth, man.
I understand the assignment. Don't worry.
Can I please post a picture in the chat?
Culture, you're such a classic.
Please, man.
Thank you.
Tonight's the night of the Rob.
Gio, you there, man?
Rob, DM me the picture. I don't know if I can give you the.
He can post it. He can post it.
God damn it, Gio. I can't be relevant for one fucking moment, dude. Like, damn it, dude.
You're relevant to us, Culture.
Yeah, but not to Gio hears me fucking coming in and trying to throw a fucking assist to Rob. He's, oh, I got you, by the way, Rob.
My bad.
Good
I'm
what
sorry.
Coach was trying to do.
I don't.
Oh,
I
you're
don't.
good, Rob. It's not you, dude. It's Gio. Gio's undermining me 100%.
No, he didn't. I'm sorry, man. I only know him, as an authority figure here, so I don't know anybody else yet. I'm sorry. Next time I'll ask you.
Listen,
I don't have any
Aaron,
authority.
Nancy, everything's okay.
I don't have any authority. I was saying you can DM me. I was going to help you out by posting for you. But it's cool. Gio's cool. He probably didn't mean to undermine me or whatever, but it seemed like he was doing it on purpose. But it's cool.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I just gave him the role. That's all. So he could post.
Okay, well, I was like, hey man, I'll help you out. I'm your friend Rob. I know you from Gems. I'll help you out. And then you're like, oh, don't listen to him. I got you. Yeah, here's the role.
So what's up? What's the good news?
Was anybody enamored by my Alan's real cool. He's a real cool guy. He's real handsome. He gets me going. And I'm always impressed by his presentations, but I was I had my own opinion about my rebuttal about it. And I just don't know if I impressed anybody with my rebuttal. If I moved anyone or swayed anybody's opinion.
Well, I just like that you can admit to yourself when a man is handsome.
I just now discovered that the Himawari satellite has a live stream.
Oh, really? Let's see it.
Of course it has a goddamn live stream, but not even okay. All right.
Don't get worked up. Let's check it out, guys.
Oh
Take a look.
no, Coach was getting worked up, but he can't think of what to say yet.
No, but I said the whole thing about the GPS. My girlfriend was taking pictures of me. I don't want to post. She wants me to post them.
Pictures.
Yeah, I was in the pool. I was in the pool arguing with you guys about GPS, and she was taking pictures of me, and I was like, oh fuck. And then like Witz had started quoting Einstein, and so like I didn't know what I was talking about. And then I came back in and I did the rest of my argument, and I thought maybe somebody would be like, okay, yeah. Alan says, and it sounds like he knows what he's talking about, but it sounds like Kosho, he's saying something about this. But it's like anybody has an opinion about that. Nobody's opinion was swayed by that, I guess. I mean, it sounds like some people's opinions were swayed opposite. Like maybe Chief and Matthew are on Alan's side now.
You really think that Matthew is on Alan's side as opposed to yours?
Alan's convinced, dude. He's got good arguments, dude. He does really, actually. I have a lot of respect for the.
Bro, Alan's dunking on everybody. Okay, that's just how that goes. Everyone.
I want to give that guy a joint. Like when I see him,
Yep.
Like, hey, here's a fucking joint. Like,
hey, can I ask Paid Nasty Skill where he got that citation from? I was trying to Google the company, and the company doesn't exist anymore.
it's probably just some recycled fucking garbage he got fucking in 2016.
Companies go out of business, dude.
Yeah, no, but
and memes become irrelevant. Doesn't mean there isn't going to be a Glover that's going to recycle garbage and try to sell it to you as something.
Yeah, just if I highlight curvature of Earth, that means the Earth is a globe, and the tool doesn't actually do what it does. Maybe that's why the company went out of business, because people weren't getting level shit because they're factoring it in these calculations. I don't know. I'm just speculating there now, but it'd be nice if I could get some more information. Just one page that says curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but what does having like a name, a screenshot, a meme, and an LLC really mean? Did they actually sell anything, or was it just a brochure?
Well, that's what I mean. I want to see it. Can I get this tool? Like you want me to just think it's a globe because this tool says they factor in the calculations of a globe over 100 feet. So it must be measurable.
Ooh, I gotta go night-night. It's time for work. That job that I got.
Oh, did you get your first job? What are you doing?
Oh no, it's just I noticed some people are on here just like 24/7.
Oh, is that supposed to be a dig? No, I'm going to work tomorrow too. I work at a
That's weird because most of the time I'm on here, I'm at work, just with it in my Bluetooth, listening in.
Yep.
Weird.
That is weird.
So
I'm driving home from work right now.
Yeah, you getting off late, dude.
I live in Hawaii.
Ew, how's all the fires going?
Well, it was only in one area. Everyone else is fine.
Yeah,
But it's pretty horrific and it's pretty horrific. Like hundreds of people, like people are still missing, and they're not like declaring them dead or whatever. They're just saying they're missing. They're just not. They're just not there anymore. And yeah, it looks absurd. Like melted cars. You know.
Well,
yeah,
nowadays that's not that hard. I mean, that shit's happening. Like,
bro, you know what's insulting
Denver.
now that you
I live in
defend
British
stuff like
Columbia,
that?
Canada, and there's burnt cars on the side from forest fires.
Well, it's so insulting that you're going to defend the official narrative now after all these people are dying and going missing. You know how bad that is for your karma levels? I hope you do know that.
Anyways.
Yeah, the melting point of aluminum is something like 1230 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, I'm talking about like the not the frame. What is it? Fiberglass frames to a lot of these cars, like these plastic frames. So many of them are just melting just from the reflections off of buildings hitting them now.
Well, I'll say metallurgy is a real thing, so I want to break it down that way.
Well, I think it was even in Canada where it also happened, where like the sun hits
lived
a
there
building
too,
at just the
bro,
right
when
angle,
that
and then it
happened.
reflects like too much sunlight onto a car, and then it just melts like the
I literally
backside off.
lived in Vancouver when the fires happened there. And then I moved back to Hawaii, and then the fire started over here. It's like I'm the fire starter. It's following me around. It's kind of weird.
Oh, you're not starting these fires, I promise you.
Hey, how do you know I don't have a little station on the side of a mountain somewhere?
I mean, all you need
People
is
be flicking their cigarette butts out the window.
Yeah, all you need is tens of millions of dollars in an airplane with like a focused beam, and you're fucking good to go.
Or you throw your cigarette butt out the window like an
Or
idiot.
that. Like, yeah, they're like trying to tell us, oh, huge forest fires started by random cigarette. You wonder why they're legal anymore, these cigarettes. Keep starting these worldwide forest fires.
Yeah, dude.
Oh.
Oh.
It is a shame that cigarettes are still legal.
Well, that's true, but not for that reason. Did you get the joke? I know the audience was there for it.
Oh, okay, wait. Cigarettes should be legal, but only when you're drunk. That should be the rule, actually.
Yeah. I think that it's just a lot of money coming from the cigarette companies, dude. Same reason why they're still legal despite causing all the cancer, which
you're
kills far
smoking a
more people and
cigarette-
causes far more harm than any of the forest fires do.
If you're smoking a cigarette stone cold sober, you should be arrested. Great. But if you're drunk, that's okay.
Anything to defend the official narrative, right, Chief?
Yeah. Until we figure out all these space lasers that they're
Somebody
using to start
clip that
forest
out.
fires.
Homeboy just fucking threw himself under the bus. He stepped in it. There's
Yeah.
dog shit on
I
your
mean,
foot now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, oh, geez, I bet like all these forest fires better jump to the conclusion of fucking space lasers and like moon
Never said
Nazis
that.
and shit.
Never said that.
Oh, shit, cigarette butts.
And actually, check it out. We're talking about cars melting. We're not talking about a forest fire.
Yeah, it wasn't really a forest fire. Like if
Dude,
you
again,
look
I
at
can
the
show you-
layout, if you
Keep
look
trying,
at the
kid.
layout of what happened, it was like mostly in the inhabited area. Actually, like the official narrative says that it started out in a field somewhere and then just rapidly came over to where people lived and then just started burning through all those houses and stuff. So, and that's the official narrative. That's not some crazy crackpot. No, that's your CNN official narrative that you said you'd back up no matter what.
Let's see here. Oh man, cars have been melting in parking lots for a while now, dude. It's not hard to melt a car nowadays. They're not even made out of fucking like metal anymore.
My car sits in the sun, and I live in a tropical
Now you're an expert in
area.
melting cars. That's awesome.
No, hold up. My
Not
car sits
you.
in the sun every
It's
day.
fucking
Every
winter.
day, I have to put my car in the sun because our work sites are outdoors. Myself and my car both stand outside. Neither of us melt. So I don't know what you're talking about.
He's like, no, but if the light hits it at just the right angle, it can melt a whole car in 90 seconds. It's crazy.
Oh,
Dude,
not
I'm in
90
my car right
seconds.
now, I'm in my car driving home from work, windows up, AC doesn't work. I didn't put Freon like you guys were talking about earlier. And it's not hot, nothing's melted. I'm completely fine. I live right on the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer, whatever, right on the fucking tropic. So there should be sufficient sun and light because it's not too cloudy. And I'm out in the sun working every single day with my car parked right next to the site in the sun. Nothing melts, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you not listen to a single word I said? I'll repeat it again for you. Talking about how buildings reflecting light on cars, kind of like a
Yeah,
magnifying
that is a
lens.
very, very specific situation, my friend.
Yeah, I'm
Very.
saying it's not. I'm just saying it's not hard to melt a car. It's like
It's not
pointing out-
impossible to melt a car.
No, it's not hard to
Okay,
melt.
go melt a car with a fucking building beam right now. Say it's not hard, this kid.
Yeah, it's not hard.
You know, it's not
dude.
hard making an
I don't
apple
need
pie.
listen, dude.
That's
I
not
don't
very hard
listen,
compared
dude,
to
I don't
what
need
you're
a
fucking talking about.
blowtorch. I could probably do it with like a Boy Scout level like fire, melt an entire car. I could just do it with a fucking match.
A Boy Scout fire is gonna melt a car.
Yeah.
This kid.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They're not. It's not hard. They're mostly fucking plastic now.
So at this point, the audience knows that this kid's just trolling. We should move on.
No, I think that you should know that like again, cars are mostly plastic. They're not metal. So any amount of like fire
But he
next
just
to them
keeps talking.
is just going to melt
The
them.
whole exterior,
So
the
trying to
whole
like go
exterior
under
of
like
my
this weird
car
like
is metal.
conspiracy theory, like oh these cars completely melted, must be fucking
The
plane
whole
lasers.
exterior of the
Like
car
come
that I'm
on, dude.
driving right now is the whole car I'm driving in, the whole exterior is metal. What are you talking about? The engine.
He's like, it's not hard to melt a car. Just get a fucking Bic lighter and 8 hours, and you'll burn the whole car down. Yep, it'll be melted
Dude,
into a
fucking-
puddle
a
with a
forest fire
fucking
can
Bic
easily
lighter.
melt a car, dude.
Dude,
Easy.
nobody's buying this, kid. Nobody.
Yeah. So what's melting the cars then, dude? Fucking space Nazi lasers?
Heat.
No shit. Maybe it's nanites, dude. Maybe they're releasing nanites. These
What's a
forest
nanite?
fires never fucking happened.
What the
Just
fuck's a
little.
It's in your
nanite?
veins.
Yeah, dude. It's just the
It's in your
nanites.
brain,
Just
Oh, of course he's jabbed up. That's right. I totally forgot. Yeah.
Oh, we
It's
want
in
to go
his
into that
brain,
route? Oh, do we want to go
nanites.
down that route? Oh,
That's
I don't
why
think
he's
Gio would be
still a
very
Glober.
happy.
Just makes it
His
worse.
brains are nanites. That's what it is.
Yeah, it just,
Maybe
it
it's all
just,
the-
it just
maybe
makes
it's
the
all the-
gullibility. They should have called it the naivety shot. You know, you just keep getting more and more
You drinking
naive.
city water,
That's the
Sunrise?
sickness.
You drinking that city water, Sung Wukong?
Hell fucking no.
No?
Hell fucking no.
Oh, what do you drink?
I drink distilled water.
Distilled water. Oh, maybe you're just not getting all the nutrients you need. That
No, I
explains it.
supplement my metals. I supplement my metals too. Try again.
Well, supplement your metals.
God damn it! What is his chest? What is his chest? Like fuck! It's like counter moves on counter moves over
Yeah, this
here.
kid sucks anyway.
Yeah.
But you know, he knows it. You know it, kid. You're good. You're good to go, man. I feel like one day you're gonna have an adult bone in your body. One day.
Adult bone? Oh, maybe, dude. Maybe I want to
Your
buy
son,
another
Ma.
house.
He's Glat's son.
Come on, don't do that. My son's gonna be way different. I won't say smarter because this kid. Listen, brother. Fuck, what's his name? Chief. You sound intelligent enough to get through the day, but I just think that your attitude is a little cart before the horse, right? You haven't yet gotten the life experience to be able to speak the way you do. So
I think I have plenty of life experience, dude. I'm sorry I'm not a 40-year-old, like, I don't know, petrol sniffing boomer.
Yeah, so case in point right there.
Yeah.
You'll get better insults as you get older too. But anyways, I'm just saying, you know, you got what it takes. Now you got to do is be honest with yourself now.
I'm being completely honest, dude. I'm just not
Whenever you
like
can
Yes, you're right.
refrain
lost for a
from
cause.
terrible
You can, and you got to
insults
be honest with
and
us too. But
squatting
it
dog,
starts with
that'd
yourself.
be great.
Sorry, what happened?
Oh, I'm just telling Chief Squatting Dog to refrain from the horrible insults.
Who's
It's
insulting
all
anybody?
He cannot insult me. No, Chief, if you were born to insult somebody, it wouldn't happen. You're bad at it, and that's okay. That's the good news. So just give it up.
Yeah, but take a
You'll
look
be
here,
fine.
dude. This nearby fire was enough to melt this car, so I'm not really understanding like what the whole contention is about, like cars melting, as if it's
Yeah.
some
Let's
grand
go back to the car
conspiracy.
thing. Sorry.
Yeah, fires. Yeah, dude, fires melt cars, dude. No surprise. Oh, geez, look at this one.
I got to finish eating and go to bed, but
have a
somebody
picture
talk
on
with
my
this kid
phone.
about fires. He thinks fires are these magical things. I want to hear all about it.
Yeah, dude. People
I
being
mean, they kind of
irresponsible with
are
fireworks,
magical.
people being
Yeah.
irresponsible with like little campfires.
Here, how's
Smokers,
this
of course,
picture?
start a lot of them.
I
Broken
got
down
this picture
cars could
right
do
here.
it.
27 minutes after the hour, right here. Yeah, there you go. Take a look at that.
The picture you just posted?
There's the evidence. There you go.
Yeah, a town burnt up. That's tragic.
Yeah, look real close. The burnt town. Examine your evidence. There
Trying
you
to
go.
see, dude. I see a
Prepare
blue
your
car.
arguments. A blue car.
Yeah.
Just laid a nuclear bomb in chat. Everybody take cover.
Who is that?
You guys, is it experiment time? You guys want a late night experiment?
Yes. Please.
Hell yeah! What are we doing?
I don't think you guys are ready for what I got.
Feel like now's the only time.
Let me get the labs going here, boys.
All
Be
right.
back in 5.
All right.
You're not ready. Nobody's ready for this. Like, we're not ready. I'm not ready. Like, fuck.
I'll be head to pillow by the time he's ready, if he gets ready.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see like what's in this picture here, Dr. Noah, besides some dude giving his little theories. Besides just the burnt up houses and probably dead people.
That's your forest fire, right?
Yeah, it spreads to neighborhoods. It's tragic. It happens. And then cars pile up on the roads as people try and like bail out, and then the cars catch fire, and then the car fires spread to other cars, and now you have a car fire situation. It's kind of how fires work.
Fires. Wait. So it gets
Holy
to the
shit!
road.
So from car to car, from car to car, all the way down the line.
Wait. Yeah, wait. So
Are
the
you serious?
Wait. So the fire starts out in the field, right? Like it's a normal fire at this point. Like it started its days, it's a young buck fire, and it's like, you know what? I'm moving up to the professional leagues, and it starts going with the houses, the heavy hitters, the wood houses start to burn down all of a sudden, and then the true test, the champion comes up, and there's a Sathara road with cars on it. So the fire then hops from car to car down the road. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that could happen. That's happened before,
Okay.
numerous
Okay.
times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure. Like, yeah, dude.
Just make
Yeah.
that clear.
Here's
Cars catch on fire.
Here's
It
what's
just
funny.
happens,
It's like
dude.
I think that Chief, I think deep down no one's taking you seriously, but you're acting really hard. You're trying hard. You're reaching for it, and I commend that. I really do. I appreciate it.
I genuinely don't understand what's so hard to understand that cars can catch on fire.
No one ever said they couldn't.
So I mean, then what's the big contention here, other than like just
The way that
plain
these fires go, and what they're doing, the specific damage that they're causing, it's not normal.
What do you mean it's not? What is abnormal about it?
Well, like you said, if the fire was hopping from car to car down the street, one car at a time.
Oh, not even. It doesn't even have to be one car at a time. It depends on where the fucking fire is coming from.
Oh
but it
no!
is
I mean, if
possible-
it's
but hold on,
spreading
it
like
is- hold on, it is
they say
hey,
wildfire,
it is
then it's
possible.
hopping from car. It could be
But
a whole line of only cars on fire.
Okay,
10, 20,
who's
50.
saying- hold on, who's saying that there's only cars on? Holy shit, dude! Dude. Oh my. Anyways, I'm muting fucking Noah so I can actually speak without the fucking
Cool.
peanut
You
gallery
might
in
as
the
well mute
background.
me. No, I want to hear Noah
anyways-
talk to you. I gotta go to bed.
Come
but
on,
anyways,
guys.
like I was
Let's get
trying-
it back on track. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know what like the little cheerleader's doing, but like he needs to like let me speak here. But, like when we're talking about like the cars, right?
I asked him a question point blank. He said yes, and now he's about to deny it.
Maybe I didn't even listen to what you're saying. I'm just trying to be like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, but like what I'm trying to say about the cars could happen any number of ways, dude. houses catch on fire. They're blowing a lot of embers straight into the road. Now you have multiple car fires. Could be one car in the middle of the road that catches fire while everything else is also burning. That leads to the car next to it, which leads to the car next to it, which we've already seen in other situations, especially in like parking lot fires, where cars are like packed in next to each other and one catches on fire. All of a sudden, yeah, you got 100 cars on fire. So I'm still trying to figure out how like this is just an impossible scenario to visualize or understand.
No one said it's impossible. Improbable.
It's not even improbable. It's just
I
the most
wasn't
likely
asking.
situation.
Just wasn't asking. It wasn't a question. It sounded like a question because pretty assertive. When I'm not asking questions, I'm assertive.
Yeah. Dude, if fire breaks out in like one whole side of the road, or even both sides of the road, probably gonna cook
I just
whatever's
want to
in the
know
middle of it.
why you love to defend and cuck and bootlick.
I don't know why you love to like schizo post and like theory craft about a fucking fire that happened.
So you're not going to answer my question? Why you do that?
Because I think it's a.
You're desperate to bend both of your knees and lean your head forward over and over.
And I think that you're just love to fucking smoke meth and just fucking come up with like void theories, dude.
Hey, hold on. Come on.
Hey, I won that one too. He went to meth.
We both know that we're not supposed to. If you guys, you just get into a private call and do that somewhere. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, guys.
Keep
Hey,
it clean.
Let's have some fun here, guys. We're about to have some fun in about 2 minutes, guys.
Look, I would say that none of us are experts on how fires work, and so it's all speculation. I think what
I'm an expert. No, that's not true.
What Chief Squatting Dog has been saying is that
I'm a fire marshal.
That the idea that there would be, magical lasers catching things on fire seems.
Why does it have to be lasers? Why can't it be smart meters?
Smart meters?
Yeah, the smart meters.
Let me show you something.
Like the parking meters on the side of the road that are.
No, I think he means like smart power meters.
The smart power meters, yeah.
Oh.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be laser face.
It could be a normal.
In many different ways.
It could be an old-fashioned meter. It could be fucking crackheads down the road that were trying to steal electricity and then ended up catching fire.
Did you guys see that there were books released on Amazon.com about the fire before it happened that were written and published?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I didn't see it. So
you saw these books before the fires happened, or you saw the books after the fires happened?
No, the Amazon webpage for books that were released about the fire there before it happened. It's pretty interesting. It's like the AI is just like making up. It's like the worst. The worst AI is making up the news.
No, I'm just asking, how do we know it was before the fires?
Dude, how do you know anything that you're saying is real? You're just watching TV, right?
Oh, I'm asking. Like, how do you know that?
No, I'm asking. How do you know any of the stuff that you're saying about fires or the facts of reality are real? Like, you just watch TV and you believe the official narrative. You probably can't tell me one official narrative that you disagree with, right?
And the alternative is to just trust some guy on Discord that's on a conspiracy theory.
That's not.
You can trust me, man.
I'm
You can
saying,
trust
is
me.
it? That's what you're.
I back
That's
it up.
what you're saying.
Well, we asked you like where you saw it, and then like all of a sudden it's.
My whole stance is that dude. You guys just want to follow the mainstream. That's fine. You guys should, do that. But it's like, why would you try and float those ideas here? None of us believe in that shit. It's
the
crazy.
Mainstream narrative. To answer your question, the mainstream narrative that I disagree with is that everything came about through natural causes only, with no design in place. And to answer your other question about how I decide what's true, logic, reason, a sound epistemology to kind of look at the evidence and try and figure out what the best explanation is.
All right, you guys. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Hey, we can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, we heard you interrupting earlier. That was tight, dude. What's up?
I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm setting up my experiment. If you guys want to share watch my share screen, I'm going to prove to you the Earth is a fucking globe.
I see it.
No, I'm good.
All right, so here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Everybody knows that the Earth is a globe, right?
No.
There's the Earth, right? All right.
Not I.
Okay. Oh, Dan the Waterman. So here we go, Dan the Waterman. My time for experiment. Here we go. So here we go. We got North America. Got Florida, North America here. Okay, there we go. Got the North Pole, and you
Why
got the
does North
South Pole.
America have a dick?
That's Mexico. You got South America,
Hey,
whatever.
your
It doesn't
camera's
matter.
about to shut off.
No, hold on, I'll fix it. So here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you why the Earth is a sphere, and then I'm going to show you why the Earth could not be flat. So what we're going to do here is where I live is it doesn't really matter. Say it's here. We're going to leave
Hold
my
on,
house.
dude. You just were like, hey, do you guys want to see this? And I was like, I don't. Did anybody else say yes?
Yeah, I did.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but I just meant like, we were all
Hey,
having a
I'm
conversation, and now you're just like,
I'm the garage science guy, and was getting kind of stale in here, so I thought I'd give you guys a little break from the headache. You guys are fighting a little bit, so lighten shit up a little bit. It'll only take me a couple seconds.
so you're just gonna tell us the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically.
Oh, sorry, man. Does anybody else do experiment? You got any other Globers coming here to do experiments for you?
You know what? I'm sorry, dude. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
You're right.
So, anyways,
That was my bad.
I leave my house and I go straight in a line. All right, and then I come around. I'm going in the line behind it, and if I go in a straight line, I'll come back around and I'll appear right where I was. That's undeniable. That's been done. It's been done before by plane, by boat, by whatever you want to say. It's been done. So,
Dude, there's no difference between doing that on a paper plate and going in a circle.
Oh, I know. I'm going to show you right now. You say there isn't. You say there isn't, Dan. But I have done my calculations, and my calculations state. So now that this is a flat Earth, this would be the North Pole. These are the South Pole. The South Pole is extending around. Here's North America looking this way. North America now looks this way. Okay. You got Russia over here, whatever. You got all the bullshit, Africa. So now when I leave my house where I was at, and I head in a trajectory that is a straight line with no curvature, I'm going to go this way.
Why don't you just keep going east like you were? Why don't you take the eastern course that you were before?
I was not going east. There is no east. I was going in a straight line. It does not go off east.
No, you weren't. You were going east. You were going.
No, I was. No, okay, hold on. Here, you want me to prove to you I wasn't going east, Dan? Because I knew you were going to do this, Dan. Because I knew you're going to do this, Dan. I knew it. I was waiting for someone, and I knew it was probably going to be you. Now that I hear your voice, but I'm going to prove to you that it was not going east because on the globe Earth, as I stated, okay, if I left here on a globe Earth, it doesn't matter if I'm going this direction or this direction or this direction or any direction. There's no east or west. I can go this direction and come around and end up here. I can go this direction, come around here. I can go this direction. There's no east or west. East or west is a reference point that you're using.
But you're pretending that we've circumvented the globe north and south.
Oh no, I'm not pretending you. There's no pretending. I'm showing you that mathematically and geographically is possible. So on the flat plane, you would not be able to do that. Your trajectory, every trajectory you would lead you to. So if you're on your flat plane, I'm not gonna draw it out, but say this is the North Pole and this is your flat plane. Okay, you're gonna now that all your land masses around here. Okay, so my dot, if I'm traveling out, I would hit an ice wall or whatever you want to call it. So if I left out any direction,
that would be south. That's south.
Oh, I know everything's south, but I could never go.
But you were going east before.
It doesn't matter which direction I'm going. Even if I go this direction, okay? If I go this direction, if I go directly east, Dan, how am I going to get back here?
They think
without
that
turning.
Follow your compass.
No, there's no compass involved. Listen, I'm not following due east because once I get past to a certain point, I'm going to be going west. You're not making any sense, Dan.
You're describing straight line global navigation, and the globers and the airline industries don't cop to that.
All right, so now I have one more thing for you, Dan, and everybody else. So here I have a fucking globe, okay, that I have illuminated and shows all of the fucking all of the constellations, okay? So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to show you this constellation. You guys are probably familiar with it because you guys don't want to hear about it. I'm going to get the camera out of there. So this constellation, if I can find it. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. There it is. You guys see that name of that constellation right there?
Of course not. Why don't you just tell us?
It's called the Crux, and it's a Southern Cross, okay? So that Southern Cross cannot be viewed from the Northern Hemisphere, okay? How is that possible on a flat Earth?
No clue, dude.
how come I can go up to Ursa Major or whatever, or Ursa Minor, and I can find the North Star, and I can't see that from the south?
Here's the deal, dude. They don't really map the sky the way you're showing it on that
That's all.
ball.
Thank you.
They don't map the sky the way you're showing it on the ball. They map it flat. So I can't. If you had a real map, we could see where it appears. We could try and work that out. If you had some sort of sky map, but they're just building. For the
Dan, you can't be real. That's an exact.
They're just building that for the
representation.
first time.
No, that's an exact representation of where the stars are in the sky, where you see them orientated.
That is true on that map, that Ursa Minor. Or can you go back to that Ursa Major thing?
Oh, shit! You want to see it again?
Yeah, because I know on those globes, right? If you were at that exact point where that star would be, if you look straight up, like literally 90 degrees, like above your head, you would see that star, and then you can actually take a look at the degrees off next star formation is.
Where you want to go, Ursa Major or Minor?
Major.
Right there.
Yep. And then how many degrees of latitude is the next star a part of the formation?
Hold. I don't have my flashlight on me. I gotta get a flashlight to read the lines.
Degrees that looks like 2, 3. Just for argument's sake, let's say 2 or 3 degrees, whatever we measured out to be. If you're right at where that. So like, what is the coordinates of the first one? Where's Ursa Major? Just pick a star. Pick a star in Ursa Major.
Oh, it's like 63 north.
All right, and then pick another one, like the one right below that one you were looking at.
It's gonna be like, looks like maybe less than 60 degrees. It's not really.
Let's just say 60.
It's not that detailed. It's not that detailed.
Yeah. So if you were right at where that point was, where that first star was, and then you look at that other star, it's going to be 3 degrees south. So that thing does actually map up with what we see in reality.
Oh no, it's a very good globe. Very good globe.
Oh yeah, the star formations are like on that thing are perfect because it shows you exactly where the star should be, exactly where you are, and exactly how many degrees off those stars will be from where you are.
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty interesting. And actually, my son's getting mad because it's his and he has it in his room. He's a fucking smart. He's a little smart guy.
Yeah.
But like I said, they say it's all based on a flat map, like Dan said. But Dan, you don't understand. It's easier to lay it on a flat map because we know what we're looking at. You can observe it and say, oh, this is just a projection of what a globe looks like. They're not going to fucking build a million globes. You're not going to roll a globe up in your pocket. I mean, I hate that argument where, why don't you have a globe in your car when you travel? Because that's just ridiculous, man. Why don't you have an ice cream machine? Why don't you have an ice cream machine in your car instead of a half gallon of ice cream?
Well, I agree with that, but also take a look here. He brought up compasses earlier.
Sorry, but the ice cream machine is broken. Sorry.
Northern Hemisphere, all right? The magnetic declination that we see with compasses. I mean, sure, those things point to like a unified point. And we understand that when we take a look at a southern map for declination, we still have that point. So when you're trying to navigate with your compass, it's not just going to be a nice little pretty ring that's going to keep you going east on a flat Earth. Because
post the southern map for the declination.
I posted it right below. There's no like good one that shows like the one up top does. But you can
right, because it's off quite a bit from what you would expect.
Oh yeah, on a flat Earth, I agree.
No, on a globe, it's way off actually.
No, this one right here, actually, right on.
Yeah, your declination's all fucked up in the south. Why don't you? Do you have
So here we can
southern,
actually take. Hold
southern
on.
pole projection.
Stand by. We got you right here, dude. No problem. I actually got it right here. No shot. And also, if you map
Why
that
is there
shit
two
around.
poles in the south?
Do what?
Why is there 2 declination points in the south?
Why are there 2 declination points? Well,
yeah, why doesn't it look like the north?
Why does it look like the north? Because
why doesn't
there's
it look like the north?
geomagnetic and there's magnetic north and magnetic south and geomagnetic
Why
south.
doesn't it look like the north?
Why doesn't it look like the north? Because the South Pole isn't directly south of it, like directly on the opposite side of it. But again, when we take a look at this one, let me see if I can actually find a 3D model of it. It'd be really useful.
Do you guys know that water doesn't find its level? It finds its lowest point.
Let's see if we can find a 3D.
Do you guys know there's no such thing as level water? I can prove it right now. You guys want to do another experiment? I don't have to show you, but you can just do it yourself. Take a drop of water and drop it on the table where it's just a glob. It doesn't spread out like a fucking puddle. Just do it. See if you can get it where it's a glob. And you'll see that water's not level. He says water does not find its level. As people like to say, it finds its lowest point possible that it can reach. And each point on the ocean at its lowest point possibly point within the respect to the center of the earth. So in reality, every point on the ocean, excluding the waves, of course, is at its lowest point with respect to the center of the earth. That's why it can curve around the ball. Because it is at its lowest point. All the water in the ocean is at its lowest point. It has nowhere to go except towards the center of the earth, where the gravity is pulling it. In theory, in physics, physically, oceans on a flat earth actually wouldn't work. They would be the ones falling off.
Are you talking with your head in a pillow?
Actually, seriously, the oceans would not work on a flat earth.
How big can you get a water drop before it breaks its surface tension? What's the biggest water drop you can get before it breaks its surface tension and becomes flat?
Well, you gotta get a little eyedropper and try it out. I seen some pretty big water beads on my car in the morning. Maybe that's the key. It doesn't matter what surface it is. Just put it on there and just look at the water. It matters at the water.
No, it totally matters. The surface is supplying another form of tension besides the air pressure. Like there's an electrical charge to why it's sticking to the car. So that's why it's bigger on the car.
Okay, then. Bullshit.
That's why they have spot-free washes, deionized water.
It could be however big you want to get it or wherever you want to put it on. It's going to be the same outcome, dude. You're going to see curved water, dude. Water curves all the time.
But dude, that's not due to gravity or anything of the sort.
It absolutely is due to gravity. That's the direct result of gravity. That's the only thing that's causing it.
No, it has to do with 14 pounds of air pressure around it.
No, it has to do with 14 pounds of air, nothing around it. Dude. Talking
of course
about.
it does.
If that's the case, then everything that you're saying would, Dan, you're not saying.
If it were gravity, they'd be all elongated. All drops would be elongated, pulling towards the center of the earth.
No, they would not.
Why not? How would they be round at all?
They are pulling towards the center of the earth. That's why the edges of that globular, that the water glob that's on your desk are all rounded because it's pulling towards the center. It's not a square, Dan. If it was the same amount of pressure on it, they would have the shape would be consistent around it. And 14 pounds of pressure are not going to conform things what you're thinking. You're talking ridiculous. 14 pounds of pressure. Give me a break, man. It ain't going to do anything in a physical realm.
Air pressure? Isn't going to do anything.
Not 14 pounds at sea level in a physical realm. No, there's no way, Dan. You're talking very silly. Yeah, it's wow, all right. It's reality, Dan. You're talking silly.
That's a ton. It's a lot of pressure, 14. So you know.
Not really.
Really?
No.
What do they have in the ISS anyway?
I think like 7, 8.
Exactly. So it's like twice as much here.
Yeah. How big is the Earth compared to the ISS?
That's not the point. The point is
that's the direct point. That's the direct point.
Pressure all around you. If you think that won't affect a ball of water, I think you're wrong. If I have a strip of water and it forms anything, what forces are upon it is the question. What forces are upon it? Maybe in a vacuum it wouldn't form a drop. We should check it out. Maybe I'm wrong. What happens to water in a vacuum? Matthew, you should know that
exactly. Put a drop of water in a vacuum chamber and pull a vacuum and see how long it takes and to what level before it disperses.
Where's the sublimate? I think.
Wait, hold on. Where's the vacuum at? Is the vacuum on the surface of the planet in a vacuum box, or is the vacuum in space?
Doesn't matter.
It matters. No, it
A
matters
vacuum is
because
a vacuum. Doesn't matter where it is, man.
there's still gravity in a vacuum on Earth. What are you talking about? There's still the laws of gravity on Earth. The vacuum does not negate the laws of gravity on Earth.
But what we're
That's
testing
just
to
a
see
vacuum.
if the air pressure is having any effect.
A vacuum removes air pressure and air. A vacuum has nothing to do with the gravitational fucking effects on Earth. What are you talking about? You can remove all the air you want. You're not going to lose gravity in a vacuum.
Nobody's asking to lose gravity. We're going to find out how much electrical effect is upon water. We already determined that with more electrical binding, you can make it drop bigger on your car than we're used to seeing in other places because it's a big piece of metal, right? So we can make bigger drops if we have electrical binding. We can make bigger drops.
Where's this electrical bullshit coming from? Who's generating the power? Where's it coming from?
Generating the power. I don't think that's the kind of electricity we're talking about when we're dealing with.
Okay, I don't care what power it is. What other? I'm not saying. Okay, sure. It's not a power you plug in. Okay, so what other kind of power is it, and where's it come from?
Have you ever seen a car wash that has buttons?
That's not what I asked, Dan. That's not what I asked, Dan. What kind of power is it, Dan?
It's just asking you to understand some of the.
I don't want to understand it. I want
ways that.
What kind of power powers the Earth? You can't say electromagnetic because how do you prove it? Where's this electromagnetic power you have? Where's it coming from?
I don't know what you're talking about. It was magnetic power.
You're trying to say like electricity is basically gravity, and that's bullshit.
No, you keep talking about gravity, and I keep talking about what other effects must be on this thing to make it shaped like a drop. And you keep saying gravity, and I keep saying, well, we should check it out, man. We should see how wrong Dan is thinking that air pressure has something to do with it, because even Dan knows there's electrical properties that we call static electricity, and whatever makes that meniscus shape on the edge of the glass, I believe, is electrical.
Yeah, static electricity is a joke, dude. It's not holding anything. What are you talking about?
You must be right.
No, that's not true at all. But you're definitely not right. You're definitely not right.
No, you must be right.
This is
you have to be. I mean, you said gravity a bunch of times, man. That's totally. It's got to make you right.
Disprove it. You can't. You cannot disprove gravity, man. You cannot disprove
it. But you said gravity a lot.
Yeah, because gravity.
Are you that right?
Yeah, gravity is the shit, ain't it? We love it. It works. It's real.
Are you watching physics right now, breaking down that dark matter shit? Are you paying attention to them having to redefine gravity right now in real science? Are you paying attention to that?
Sure, man.
That's real, dude. That's not flat earthers saying anything. That's real news right now. That's real news right now.
Cool, man. I'll wait for the day when
because dark matter was invented to explain gravity.
Dark matter wasn't invented; it's just an explanation. As I'm saying,
but it's not holding to be true. Therefore, they have to think.
It absolutely is true.
We got to back the truck up.
No one's saying dark matter is not true, except you're one little guy. You have the fucking wrote an article that isn't credited by anybody about his opinion. It's hilarious, dude. Some guy said his opinion, and you guys totally took it and ran with it. This guy's not accredited. No one backs him up.
The entire industry is re-questioning everything they know about now that the Webb telescope has proven that they're fucked up on the timing of everything.
What entire industry? What entire industry, Dan?
Oh my God, your little space industry.
My little space industry is totally redoing everything because this.
Yeah, and you're just ignorant to it, so you're denying it.
Right. Yeah. No, they're not. I'm not ignorant to it. There's no one doing it because it never happened. NASA is that
what
you're talking
so about? I'm about to ask. So, is there really dark matter? I mean, what would you like me to ask? Is dark matter changing?
Yes, 100%. Yes, dark matter. Dark matter is as real. Dark matter is as real as gravity.
Gravity.
I'll agree with that, Rob. I will agree with that statement.
Dark
matter
is as real as
your
gravity.
conception of gravity. I would agree.
Cool. Yep. We can observe it. We can do all this shit, but you can't explain
Oh, you can
it.
observe dark matter. Can you give me a link to the observation of dark matter? You must be the first person in history to observe dark matter.
No, because
Can you give me a link to it?
Yeah, it's called common sense. What you're thinking about observing is you're not looking under a microscope.
Common sense. You have no idea. What is dark matter? Cat got your tongue? We'll start with dark matter, then we'll go to dark energy. What's dark matter? Googling intensifies. Where'd you go? Did we lose him? Did he log off?
He's drawing a diagram of it right now.
Dan, I posted a mainstream guy backing up what you said, which is that they are questioning the timing of the age of the
Thanks. Because I know it isn't one person. It's created quite a stir.
Dude, everybody questions it, right? Matthew, you would agree. Dark matter and dark energy are what we would call in my industry plugs, right? Meaning we don't actually have the data there, but we're just going to plug it so our equations balance out because it's what we would call immaterial. But the problem is in this scenario is that the plugs of dark matter and dark energy are not immaterial. They actually make up the vast majority of the claims of what gravity would be doing on the galactic level.
You see the effects. Effects of dark matter on other by gravitational.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Google it again. Go be another instead of a 2-minute expert, maybe be a 30-minute expert. Take a little more time. So
I already know what it was.
Matthew, like in my industry, right? I work in accounting, so we'll use a plug, meaning we'll have rounding errors and stuff like that. And sometimes these errors, I deal with accounts that are in the trillions of dollars. So sometimes these rounding errors and things like that can be immaterial, but still be in the 6-figure range, right? Which most people wouldn't think that 6 figures is immaterial, but when you're dealing with trillions of dollars, it is.
Yeah,
so
it's
we
a
can
percentage,
plug,
right?
yeah, so we can plug these very large numbers to make our books balance. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So
yeah,
with
dark matter is a plug like that.
Yeah, dark matter and dark energy are effectively a plug, but the problem is the plug, instead of it being immaterial, makes up the vast majority of what you need it to. So instead of being like, all right, I have $1 million account, my plug is $10,000 because of rounding issues. Actually, it would be a little bit less than that, but let's just say 10,000. It would be actually the reverse of that. It'd be like, all right, we can account for 10,000, but we're plugging 1 million. And then we get into Enron situation and people are going to jail, right?
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
The bigger question to ask really is about dark matter is, since it is a hypothesis, is the fact that can you disprove it? Can you disprove it? That's how science is. I mean, science isn't about proving anything; it's about disproving it. Can you disprove the dark matter theory? If you can't,
it's not my obligation to disprove it, but you went from
if you're
it's
going to
just
argue
as
against
provable as gravity to it's a theory and can you disprove it?
Yeah, pretending that it was one man that had a problem with it instead of the entire scientific community.
The entire scientific community accepts dark matter is what we know.
Not anymore. I'm sorry, man. There's tons of citation in chat about it right now.
Those aren't citations in chat, dude.
Dude, it's just that you're wrong. You need to readdress what your citation is when you claim gravity. We're not sure about gravity. What I was talking about over and over again is what other effects might be on this drop of water that you are fondling.
You want to question dark matter? That's fine, dude. We can argue that. You can argue that all day, but you better be able to disprove it. You're not going to disprove gravity in the way it is. Gravity is real. What are you talking about? You guys sound silly when you do this. You want to believe the Earth is flat, fine, but you have to have gravity on it. It's just the way it works.
You can observe gravity. You can measure gravity. You can do repeatable experiments over and over, many times you want. You can get the same result. This is insanity.
I'm sorry, insanity was your denial of the list of citations that are here that you haven't read. That's insanity.
You must have gravity on whatever shape the Earth is. I don't care whatever side's arguing about it. You must have gravity. It's absurd.
Well, they are trying to figure it out still. They don't know.
No, that's not true. They're trying to figure out exactly what it is, but they know it exists.
Dude, I'm trying to figure out what you are, but I know you exist. Big deal. I mean, it's no reason for you to deny, what's going on. I just mentioned, did you know what's going on?
You're still not going to deny that I exist. You're still not going to deny that I'm there. Yeah, you fucked up because you're still not going to deny that I exist, are you, Dan? I'm right here.
I'm just saying. Did you know what's going on? You said it's not going on. I said, well, now it's going on. So now I'm going to ask you again. What do you think about this? Because I'm not big on the Webb thing, but the Webb thing is proving that they're wrong about the Big Bang because they're measuring shit further away than they expected. So they got their timing wrong on everything.
Hey, well, we're not going to know everything, they're not going to know everything all time right now. They were saying you still learn through the years. To say like, oh, since they don't know everything now, they're gonna change their tune. Just like they used to say humans were only in America 10 to 12,000 years ago. Now they're saying we found out that they're 30,000 years. So things change, man. But the basic common the standards and the practices of the foundation of what we built is never going to change. It's never going to prove that the Earth is round or that the Earth is a globe.
You mean that
flat.
One day we might not figure out why the sky looks like it does? Is that what you're saying?
No, we already figured out with the sky. You guys, the stars don't move.
The stars don't move.
We're moving and spinning through the fucking galaxy.
Prove it.
It doesn't appear so. I mean, they build these monuments so you can see certain star patterns, as at times of the year.
Yeah.
If everything was expanding away and moving in the way you described, that wouldn't be possible.
It is possible. Do you guys know how slow the Earth's rotation is? I mean, it's so slow. It's actually it's really crazy how slow it is.
It's so slow. It takes a whole fucking day to do it.
It's slightly over 1,000 miles per hour at the equator.
It's super slow. It's 0.0007 RPMs, revolutions per minute.
Who gives a shit? It's not measured in RPM. Get a grip. Get a big, fat, stupid.
You want to bet? You want to bet it is? I just did. I just did the measurement.
RPM.
You want to bet revolutions per minute? You want to bet that's how many revolutions it would make in a minute? You don't know anything.
Hey, Rob.
Dan.
It's not measured in RPM.
Hold on for just a second, Rob.
It can be.
If Rob, hold on for just a second. You know the hands of a clock?
Yes, sir.
You know the hour hand of a clock? It goes around how many times per day? 12 revolutions per day. Hour hand of a clock.
All right.
Almost twice is the answer.
Good answer. Good answer. I was thinking.
Yep. Cool. So if we took the hour hand of a clock and we placed the rotational point at the North Pole and we hypothetically had a flat surface that would resemble from the North Pole to the equator, and that hour hand went around that radius, this would be half the speed of the Earth's rotation around its axis, right? So if that hour hand was coming towards you and you were standing somewhere on the equator within the scenario, how fast would that hour hand be coming towards your head?
What's the speed of the clock?
2 revolutions per day.
Tell him it doesn't matter, Rob. Tell him he's stupid.
Well, no.
The answer is 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles an hour is the answer. That's the answer.
No, it's a 20.
Technically, it's half that
2080.
because we're
No, twice as fast.
technically it's half that, right? Because we're doing an hour hand on a 12-hour clock, not a 24.
Yeah,
But
so
if we
it's
switch
twice-
it to
it's twice as
24,
fast.
yeah, if we switched it to
Yeah,
24,
you're saying take the flat Earth map and make it into a clock.
so if we switched it to 24, which would be perfectly analogous, how fast would that hour hand be coming towards your head?
I gotta break it down to some shit that I understand. So you're basically telling me, yo, that we gotta take a flat Earth map, make it into a clock. You move the clock around. How fast is that hand moving towards me if I'm on the map?
If you're standing at the equator, how fast is that hour hand coming towards your head if it's a 24-hour clock instead of a 12-hour clock? You have to duck out of the way of this thing. It's coming towards your head. Do the math. How fast is it coming towards your head?
I have to know how big the clock is and how fast.
Now take a look at my screen.
Clock,
Take a look at my screen.
The clock has its central axis of rotation at the North Pole. You're standing on the equator.
That's on a globe. Otherwise, just look at it here and imagine what it takes to go around all of the surface you're talking about, the 24,901 or whatever it is. You got to go pretty fast to cover all that.
Yeah,
You
how
can't
fast
just
is that
do it.
hour hand coming towards your head?
You think
Rob?
1,000 miles an hour is fast, but the Earth is huge. It's not big.
Right.
You guys
Right.
It doesn't change the speed of that hour hand.
Yes, you guys are not understanding. Yeah, the hour hand. Your whole thing is not making any sense.
Sure it is. This speed has to be over 1,000 miles an hour. This speed that you see right there.
No.
It has to be.
So
it has to be.
You said your Earth isn't spinning.
We're not talking about the Earth spinning.
The Earth has to be spinning.
Dude, it's the speed of the sun going over you.
Oh my word, Rob. I literally said I laid out the whole entire scenario for you and you couldn't comprehend it. I said we're taking the center north as the central axis of rotation. We're taking the same distances on a globe, we're flattening it out. You're residing upon the equator. How fast is the hour hand on a 24-hour clock going to be heading towards your head?
I'd have to know how fast the clock was going. See, on Earth, we know how fast the Earth is spinning.
Once it's going
Hold on, I wasn't done. I wasn't
one
done yet. I
revolution per
wasn't
day.
done. It doesn't matter what you say, 1 revolution per day. It's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, we didn't choose. We don't go by 1 revolution per day. We go by 1,000 miles an hour, which equates us to give us the 1 revolution per day. We have to know how fast your sun is moving on your flat Earth to even get this. It makes no sense. You can't even have this on a flat Earth because the Earth has to be spinning.
Napalm, he's not getting your question. I understood.
No, I do get it. I'm breaking it down.
He
and I'm
gets
trying
it.
to
He
tell
just
you
doesn't
guys.
want to actually answer it
No,
because
we know that the Earth rotation
his illusion. I think
it's not destroying it. The Earth rotation, I told you, is already we can go multiple measurements. I can go RPMs, we go miles an hour. The bottom line is it spins about 1,000 miles an hour, which equates to, just like I said, 0.000.7 RPM is okay. So therefore, we can equate that. Now, if you want me to I'll take that and put it on the fucking flat Earth model, and I'll tell you that hand would probably be moving slow. I'm not going to give you a number.
So give me the number you just gave me for whatever the 0.000 whatever.
It's about 1,000 miles an hour, give or take a couple at the equator.
So that's insignificant, right? If you had an object coming at your head at 1,000 miles an hour, it's pretty insignificant, right?
Yeah, if I was the size of Galactus, yes, and there was an ant coming at me at 1,000 miles an hour.
I'm just talking your head and an object, regardless of its size, coming at you at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's not how it works, though.
What if it was a grain of salt coming at your head at 1,000 miles per hour?
Again, that's not how it works.
It could still kill you, right?
My mass is not
So you're
large
just trying to downplay the significance.
And we're spinning,
of
and
this
nothing's being hurled at 1,000 miles an hour. We're all going 1,000 miles an hour right now. Nothing's being hurled.
Napalm, I don't think it would actually kill you. That's not much mass.
Ooh, I don't know. 1,000 miles per hour.
The 1,000 miles an hour, you make it sound like it's
Grain
such
of
a big
sand.
number, but it's not big. The Earth is huge.
1,000 miles per hour doesn't matter how huge the Earth is.
It takes 24. Yes, it does. It takes 24 hours for it to go around.
Why do you think 1,000 miles per hour is not relevant? Insignificant. So if your car went 1,000 miles per hour, like it's just nothing, right? Easy peasy.
Yeah, it's totally different.
How is it totally different? Can you explain it to me?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
I guarantee if you're in that car, you were doing 1,000 miles an hour, and you were just driving around the road, and there was no one around going slower than you, you wouldn't even know you're going 1,000 miles an hour.
Do you know who Lunatic is? I would love to hear you debate Lunatic because you guys sound so familiar.
You ever
I
been in a
think it would be
plane?
hilarious.
You ever been in a
Are you from
plane?
Wisconsin?
From Michigan. You ever been in a plane? If you've been in a plane, you're going fast. You don't notice you're going that
Never been in
fast.
a plane, bro. Plane?
Yeah.
What's that?
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, a plane flying at full speed, coming at your head. Pretty insignificant, huh?
No, but it doesn't look like it's going that fast when it's far away from you, does it? It's called perspective, dude.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, Rob, I must say that was a good try, though. You almost had me with doodling. That was good.
Yeah. Dan, the waterman. I told you, dude, the earth is round.
Told me gravity says so. So when
I'm just saying, you guys gotta stop with the
the
no
people
gravity.
in charge figure out gravity, I'll be with you.
Even a flat Earth has gravity. That's just undeniable. So you guys
When
got
consensus, figures out gravity, I'll be with you.
They know what gravity is because other places have it. Even the moon has some type of gravity. You guys,
Other places
would
have
be,
it.
Yeah, other places have it. We've been to the moon, and they even have gravity there. Maybe not as much as we do, but they
Hey,
have
Rob,
some.
check it out. Check it out. If it were true, just check this out. 1/6 of the gravity on the moon, right? So they'd be able to do these things that we would call feats of strength, like lift stuff or jump high, or they'd be able to show us what, like incredible things, like picking each other up, stuff like that. Assisting each other in hoisting something dramatic. They would show it. As a matter of fact, there'd be several demonstrations of that just for fun, just to show it. Feats of strength being clearly 5-6 times that of Earth. Just amazing.
Who? No, it never happened.
That's what I'm saying. Think
You're
about that.
You're totally misconstruing what they present to you, man.
I'm just saying what you'd
which is
like.
okay. 'Cause I wouldn't.
Hey,
It's one of-
Dan. Dan, I have a question. Is the feats of strength, does that come right after the airing of grievances?
The pizza? What? What are you saying?
The airing of grievances, and then we have feats of strength?
It's a Seinfeld reference. I got it. I like it.
Thank you, Matthew. I'm glad somebody got it.
It's Festivus for the rest of us.
Oh, I can prove that the atmosphere of the Earth is not in lockstep with the Earth, as they say on a spinning ball.
Yeah, wind exists.
Because, there's an experiment you can do with a vehicle. And as soon as you're in a closed cab of a vehicle, you've effectively made your own atmosphere, right? And if you have a helium balloon and you put the brakes on, the balloon will go towards the front of the car. And it's the same. It's basically because you're getting less resistance. You think about it, if you are on the equator going the same spin of the Earth, if you're running in the same direction, you should be able to make it easier. And you go in the opposite direction, it should be more difficult, yeah? because you'd have all that resistance of the lockstep wind if you're going the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth. Because you claim that the atmosphere is moving along with the Earth in lockstep.
No, it's not. In the southern hemisphere, it goes the other direction.
Who says?
The Coriolis effect. You ever see hurricanes? The hurricanes go the other direction in the fucking ocean.
That's wind. We're talking about the atmosphere of the Earth, and it's only going in one direction, the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the problem? The atmosphere is going one direction. What's that got to do with?
So now you can say that you're separating atmosphere and wind.
Yeah. Well, okay. So what's the problem? You don't think they're dictated? The two things are totally could be separate.
Don't you think that if you went in the opposite, if you're in an airplane flying in the opposite direction of the spin, you'd have more resistance? It's 400 meters per second. That's how fast the Earth is spinning at the equator.
Again, it's not spinning like you guys are thinking. It's nothing. If you can stand at the equator and you can hover in the air, the Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles underneath you like you think 1,000-mile-an-hour jet just went past you.
We get that. So that's if you're only talking about ground. If you're only talking about you have to separate the ground speed and the airspeed. But the problem is your airspeed is apparently in lockstep with the ground speed. That's the problem.
Yeah. The best way I can explain it is like this. The Earth is spinning, okay, what we consider
very slowly, 24 hours. Yeah, we get it. But hang on, it's 400 meters per second. That's how fast the atmosphere has to also go. So when you're battling the atmosphere in the opposite direction of 400 meters per second, that's a different story. We get the idea that it's very big Earth and it's moving very slowly 24 hours. But what about the atmosphere that's moving at 400 meters per second at your 6 foot height?
Well, that's why plane rides take longer going to the west usually.
So
you take the same plane ride from New York to LA in each direction. One of them is going to be longer. Which one do you think it is?
Neither of them. They'll be the same speed.
No, they're not going to be the same speed. They're going to take more time.
Where's your citation for that? I don't believe that.
Because you're going against the winds.
So you're going against the wind or the atmosphere? Which one?
You're going against the wind, which is the fucking cause, which is an effect of the atmosphere, atmospheric conditions on the planet.
Rob, it's not your fault. These are very complicated reference frames. It's not your fault. It's complicated stuff.
It's not complicated. You guys make it complicated. It's just the only way you guys can stick with it is to try to make it overly complicated. It's not complicated. I don't have to get complicated. I don't have to be like a rocket scientist or a shill. I don't have to be like these guys. These guys, they're never going to get anywhere like that because you guys don't want to hear actual fucking.
But we're listening to the actual. It's the contradictions in the actual.
No, you don't. You guys will take calculations. These guys will give you calculations and actual stuff, and you guys will take it and use it against them.
No, it's just that if we say that everything doesn't matter because we get used to the speed, then we have to imagine everything going at that speed. We have to work from there.
I attack.
Right? Otherwise, all of your trees would be laying in the same direction. Get it?
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh my God!
It doesn't work like that.
You're brain dead.
There's no velocity, Dan. There's no. There's no acceleration. There's just velocity.
Right. So we're agreeing now that it's moving. The air around us is moving with the Earth.
Okay, so then what would cause the air to move around in a flat Earth if the flat Earth doesn't move?
What would cause that air to
It's
move?
real simple. It's real simple. Come on, you guys get on me for that.
There is no moving air. That's the point. Is when we start to analyze.
So you don't ever watch Doppler radar. You don't watch Doppler radar and watch air move around all the time. Wow, man.
That's wind. That's wind. That's different.
No, it's not wind. What do you mean wind
Yes,
and air?
it is
ridiculous, dude.
because the wind moves in different directions. The air we're talking about is consistently part of the spinning of the Earth.
Yeah, now you're getting into the weeds. This is bullshit, dude. You
Okay,
can't deny
we
that.
should stop. We should stop.
No, no, I want to know how do what you just said the air doesn't move. Okay, so how the
No.
fuck? Hold on, Dan. I'm not done yet, dude. Jesus Christ, you just said
Which-
it. You said okay.
which-
You said wind doesn't move or air doesn't move. Then how does a hurricane go from out in the ocean to the shore?
Those have to do with vertical changes that end up becoming wind. Vertical temperature inversions that become wind.
Yeah, okay. So how are they moving? If the Earth, if the flat Earth is not moving, then how do you
Those
have
are
a
pressure. They're local pressure differences.
How do you have it? How do you have that on a flat
weather?
Earth? How do you
They're
have it on a
local
flat Earth?
pressure differences due to temperatures. It's weather.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
totally different. It's not related. They're not related. It's not
They're
related.
they're absolutely related.
All right, never mind. I'm not getting any. You're right, Rob. You came here.
How do you
came here
think-
to be right? You came here to be right, and I'm giving it to you. You
Yeah.
know, right, Rob?
No, but
he
then
just-
how do
he
you
just
think?
don't take
How do
no
you
for
think?
an answer?
How do you
Have
think the
answers.
How do you think the low pressure system itself, even moves into place to get ready to start the tropical storm itself that forms a hurricane? You're just dismissing all the things that happen to form a hurricane and the way that the weather moves and the way that cold fronts move and the warm fronts. It's just in high pressure, low pressure systems. You're acting like these things are stationary on a flat plane, which it could never be, or you'd have constant storms one after another. It wouldn't be. It would move in and out and be gone. It would be constant. It would never move. The hurricane would never move.
Have you ever seen the weather patterns on a flat Earth map?
I don't need to know that they can't exist. You said the flat Earth is not spinning. That right there shows you that weather cannot exist on a flat Earth. If the flat
I'm
Earth,
just wondering
if the
if
flat
you
Earth
ask-
is without gravity and the Earth and the flat Earth spinning, you guys have no model. You have to have gravity and fucking the spin. What are you guys doing? You're trying to change everything, and it makes no sense. You cannot go full retard, man. You cannot go full retard. You have to have gravity.
Oh, the irony in that statement, Rob. Dude, you're just talking to talk. Like, you're not trying to even listen to what's being said. So what's the point?
Because this shit I'm saying ain't been said to you.
Yeah, it's probably been maybe 10 years since people have been using your arguments. I don't know. So, yeah, it hasn't been said in a very long time to me, maybe.
Yeah, well, people forgot what really works. The old stuff's the best stuff. Like I just told you, you have to have gravity. You
Yeah,
have to have
the old stuff's the best stuff. The old stuff that we continue to debunk, and they can keep refining their arguments.
No, see, because like a good scientific experiment, you didn't debunk them, and they're still there. And they're
What
still
experience? Give me a scientific experiment that you're talking about that has some sort of relevance to the shape of the Earth.
the fact right there. We just talk about weather. The fact that the flat Earth, if you have a flat,
Weather is not a scientific experiment. Do you understand what a scientific experiment is?
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I think it is, and you can have your opinion. But
I don't care what you think it is. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I do, but I'm saying on a flat Earth model, in order for it to have weather patterns, any type of weather patterns at all, that wouldn't be continuous or constant, you'd have to have a spinning flat Earth. The flat Earth has to.
So you have no idea what a scientific experiment is. You're just avoiding the question, and then you just want to ramble on about some incoherent crap that has nothing to do with the actual question.
Well, of course
Hey,
we know
Matthew, do you know what a scientific experiment is?
I know that your definition of a scientific experiment says that there has to be independent variable and a control variable.
Sure, I'm
and that
open to
using-
I'm open to others. Do you have other ideas of what a scientific experiment may be?
That's a good definition of a scientific experiment, but I think there is also such thing as observational science that does not include experiments.
So when you attach the term science to observation, what would be the difference between a normal observation and a scientific observation?
That's hard to define exactly, but using the observation to come up with scientific ideas and theories. So all of marine biology, for example, you're not like running experiments on the octopus. You're just watching what it does. Same with astronomy.
I do science every day, man. I do science in my garage. I do
Right.
science all the
So observational science would have to do with like pattern recognition, realizing certain behaviors of something like animals, right? Like I have a gopher tortoise that dug a burrow right outside my office window recently, right? So my observations of the gopher tortoise, you could say, could be gathering data scientifically, right? But if I wanted to do an actual experiment involving this gopher tortoise, I wouldn't be able to do that, right? I'd only be able to scientifically gather data, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Right, based on my observations. So it would not be an observational experiment because an experiment requires certain things, right?
Right.
So when it comes to weather patterns, could you think of some type of experiment that just has to deal with observations of weather patterns?
No, I don't think you can do experiments with weather that easily. I guess seeding clouds might be a small exception.
Yeah, I would agree. Cloud seeding would be an experiment that you would be able to do where you could introduce something into the atmosphere and then see what the results of it would be, right? You could come up with a hypothesis. You could have some independent variables that you could mess with, and then you could observe the results and see if it supports or does not support your hypothesis. So when Rob's talking about just observing weather patterns, would you agree that that is not an experiment?
Of course, it's not an experiment, it's an observation. However, I think the observations can be scientific.
Over hundreds of years, man. We have hundreds of years of patterns of weather, dude. Come on, man. It's involved.
So
in,
that's
they're involved
data.
in
That's not an
experiments.
experiment.
Oh, come on. You're splitting hairs now, dude. Just to do it because you have nothing.
I'm not splitting hairs. We're just trying to
It's
be
all part of
specific,
experiment.
right?
Okay, it's part of an experiment. How about that? It's part of the experiment you can do with weather and understanding frontal
What would the
conditions.
other parts be?
I don't know, the study of fucking pressure fronts, the study of the heights of storms, the study of winds, the study of rains. There's different studies of all that stuff. I mean,
You could do some pressure mediation studies, right? But the effects of pressure mediation, right? High pressure moving to low pressure. Do you understand that concept? Or do you think low moves to high? Which do you think? Googling. Anyways.
Remember, nature's running the experiment. That's why they have the almanacs and stuff. Because all we can do is look for patterns. Really, in that case, of something that's the variables are out of our range of control, but it doesn't mean that
the variables. We're talking about the stationary patterns on Earth. We know that up north.
But you confuse that with weather, and you stay confused, and that's what we're talking
It
about.
controls the weather patterns. The atmosphere controls the weather patterns, man. What are you guys talking about? The water, the landscape. There's many variables, but about the end of the day, like I was saying, that the north of the equator is the one way. The south of the equator is the other way. It doesn't matter which way the atmosphere is going. The winds defy it.
Because the sun moves over the equator in one direction.
Yeah, I know you guys. It's so hard for you guys to understand because you guys are so stuck on like if everything's spinning and this is spinning and we're tilted and we're going this way and this is this way. How can it be? Because not everything.
Why do you think what you're saying is hard for us to understand?
Not everything cares about what something else is doing.
Actually, yeah, it kind of does.
I think it's called relativity. I think that's the whole study of relativity. Pretty sure. Could be wrong.
There's nothing we could do, man. I could put you guys on a spaceship and you guys still wouldn't go. That's the whole scary part is you guys wouldn't
couldn't.
go.
Could you?
If offered.
I'll do
no,
it.
but
Can you do it? I'll do it tomorrow. Can you do it? Can you put me on a spaceship, Rob?
Yeah, in the next 15 years, commercial space flight will be available.
Yeah, I've been hearing that every 15 years for my whole entire life.
No, you haven't, because Elon Musk just came
Yeah.
around and SpaceX. He just came around.
Yeah, and before that it was Richard Branson, and before that it was NASA. Or yeah,
NASA was never going to do commercial space flight ever. That's
Shut up!
And
They've been talking about space hotels the entire time. Shut up.
No, they haven't. No, they never did. No, NASA's against commercial space flight. What are you talking about?
so you're going back on your claim that
And-
you could put us on a spaceship and we still wouldn't
No,
believe
I
it?
said,
So
yeah,
can you
well,
or can you not do that?
Yeah, we can. We can put you
You
on a
can.
spaceship.
You can put me
Yep.
on a spaceship. When's the next flight?
15 years.
Whenever you and your guys get together with all your YouTube money and
Ready
buy a
right
fucking
now.
rocket. Yeah, buy a rocket with all your YouTube money. You guys got money.
Oh,
you,
so
Bro Sanchez, and all those guys.
So what you're saying is you can't put me on a rocket.
Well,
What you're
I
saying
can't
is
do it
I need
You
to
can
make
do it.
one and do it
Yeah.
myself. So
Of
you're
course,
just
yeah.
talking out of your ass, is what you're saying.
No, I'm talking like a real person, like a rationality. If you're the one making the claim, then you must do the hard work.
You made the claim.
No, I'm not making a claim. The Earth is a globe. It's not a claim.
You
It's a
said
fact.
I could put you guys on a rocket and you still wouldn't believe it. Okay, then
I'll be
put
right
me
back.
on a rocket.
I gotta go inside the store. Right back.
Then put me on the rocket, Rob.
I wish I could. Do you trust me? Hold on, right back.
Yeah, but you can't. Exactly. So you just proved my point. Thank you. Hey.
Could you draw it though on the whiteboard? That'd be kind of fun. We could segue into some good Mad Mike video I have of his plans and what he was gonna do if he got money. It's probably the funniest thing you've ever seen. Here's Mad Mike and his rocket designer Waldo Stakes, and Waldo is explaining how, believe it or not, in all reality, they were gonna strap Mike somehow right in the flames of a rocket. I don't know how they really justified this, but
Yeah, Mad Mike.
yeah,
Yeah, end up like that guy, guys.
exactly. That's what you're suggesting.
No, actually, no. If you guys were I had to go on store, but what I'm suggesting is you can do amateur rockets. They have reached high, actually like almost 100 miles now, I believe. It's not unheard of. It's not hard to do. Build a rocket, send it up, have some kind of video typing or some type of anything you want, whatever you see up there, just do it. Just even if you don't see anything, at least see something. Or at least how high is the firmament? Hey, at least now we know it's more than 100 miles because we want 100 miles. Next time, let's go 2. Okay, so you guys keep going higher and higher. Eventually, you're gonna get the firmament, right?
Well, I don't know. Is there a firmament?
Listen, your goal should be doing what your goal should be the fucking trying to be Katniss Everdeen and shooting the fucking top of the fucking arena. But you guys ain't even got the bow and arrow. You guys want to play the game. You don't want to fucking.
Was that more Seinfeld shit right there? What
You
was
guys
that
don't
one?
want to. You guys don't want to reveal the truth. You don't want to shoot for the stars, dude, because you know that ain't nothing up there. Ain't no firmament up there.
Why do you claim that you have the arrow?
I don't know why, man.
Because you attach yourself to people that you cannot confirm anything that they do at all whatsoever. You just blindly believe it with your faith.
I know.
So why would you claim that you have the arrow that we
That's
somehow
what you do.
lack?
We don't blindly follow anybody. You guys do. There's no blindly. Everything that we do has been proven and been fucking. What are you talking about? And been shown.
What have you done that's been proven?
We have physical
Everything we talked
observational.
tonight. Everything we talked about
mathematical.
tonight was what's been unproven and what's being tested.
We've been to
and
the
then
moon.
suddenly you're saying everything's totally tight.
The only
Dude,
thing you say
everything
about-
is what you've read on the internet and you just regurgitate back, and then you associate yourself with it, even using the term "we" as if you've been involved in it.
You talk
It's kind
about
of interesting,
2016. You
actually.
talk about
The
2016.
psychology behind that's very
You sound like
interesting.
2016, dude. Listen, I know you. I know
You
you're
were on
so.
Apollo 16, is that what you said?
No, you sound like 2016, and you actually. It's funny because you really do sound like oh, it's all a big conspiracy. Everything's a lie. Everything's a lie. But yet it takes such you guys. You guys demand such crazy evidence for what you guys believe in, but you guys demand even more evidence for things you don't believe in. It's the most ridiculous concept I've ever heard of.
So if you were a judge in a courtroom, what would you think is
Been to the
crazy
moon, dude.
evidence? Theories? Are theories crazy evidence? Or is empiricism crazy evidence?
A theory and a scientific theory are not the same. So that's what I'm saying. You're trying to split hairs with me. It's not going to work because I'm already
So
hip to your game. I heard all your arguments, dude.
so if I was a lawyer and you were a judge and I just came to you with ideas and concepts about why somebody may or may not have killed somebody or what they may or may not have used to do that. If I just came to you with theories, but I actually
use the moon
provided no
Go to court.
empirical evidence to back up my
No.
case, would you
Okay, how about
convict
this?
that
Oh
person?
my god. Yeah, how about this? Let's use the moon landing. Okay, let's say we go to the court for the moon landing. I represent the people who land on the moon. You represent people who say we didn't. Okay, the officer, the judge says, okay, here, give us evidence you landed on the moon. I give him my evidence. I give him the video. I give him all of the NASA work. I'm not done yet. I give him all the evidence we have. He says, okay, what's your evidence I did land on the moon? And all you can say is, well, the video's fake.
Cool. So you could
You can't
provide
prove
me with the
anything.
moon
You
rock,
can't
right?
prove. Of course, I
So
don't
you
care. It
could
doesn't matter. You can't
so
prove
you could
that.
provide me
The fact I
slow
can't
down,
provide you
bud.
with the
I
moon
know it's
rock doesn't mean
triggering.
we didn't go. You can't prove that we didn't go to the moon. You can't prove
I
it.
I know it's triggering. So if you would give me one piece of
No, because you're
empirical
caught and you're
evidence that
digressing. You're not answering a
hey,
goddamn
why are you
question.
talking over me?
Because you're digressing.
I'm not digressing. So if you
Yes,
gave
you
me
are.
one piece, dude, relax. It's not the end of the world. It's a
Yeah, just try
conversation
not
with
to
somebody
talk
on
through
the
each
internet.
other and make the conversation flow a bit better. Don't talk through one another.
Yeah. So if you were to provide me with one piece of empirical evidence that you went to the moon, like, I don't know, a rock from the moon, would you say that that would be the best piece of evidence, like a rock?
That's a good one. Well, I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't.
Yeah, it'd be a good one, right? So the funny thing is, some of these alleged moon rocks were given around to people, and people tested these. And the one that was given to Denmark, Holland, whatever you want to call it, was tested and verified to be petrified wood. Why is there petrified wood on the moon?
Yeah.
Based on any theory or hypothesis that you have?
Did you hear the
That's just
explanation
not
for
true.
that ever? Did you ever hear the story behind that?
That's just not true.
Did you hear the story behind that? Where that story came from?
I don't know. Go for it.
The dude who was given it took it and put it on his desk, and when he died, his family supposedly grabbed the wrong one when they gave it to the museum. Like there was shit on his desk. So supposedly, that's the story. There is that there was a reason.
Could we get a moon rock to test? Do you think NASA would be able to give one up to a third party to be able to test it?
Dude, you want to hear a story about that? There was a dude that had, there was a woman that had a piece of the moon dust or something, like a piece of it, and they confiscated it from her when she went to get it verified, and she sued to get it back because they ended up selling it.
You want to hear something that'll blow your mind? That there already is moon rocks on Earth even before the humans even went to moon. You want to know why?
That's not blowing our minds. That's what, that would be your proof we went to the moon. Because there's moon rocks here.
No. We didn't go to the moon. We didn't go to the moon at that time. You want to know why it's here? Because the moon and the Earth collided before.
Right.
Yeah. billions of billions of years ago, the Earth and the Moon collided. Okay, so therefore there actually is moon rocks on Earth that we didn't bring here; they were here. Did we find them yet? I don't know, but they're here. And the fact is, moon rock is just a thing. We have people's words for it. We send people there. We put some people there. We have video. We have pictures. We have fucking calculations. We have trajectories. We have all kinds of stuff, man. Phone calls.
Phone call.
Rob, how sure are you that the moon crashed into the Earth? Like zero, like between 0 to 100, 100 being the most.
It's a fact.
It's a fact. Okay, so 100%. You're 100% that the moon, whatever the moon is, crashed into the Earth and left rocks on the Earth.
Well, I don't call anything a fact, but all the evidence supports that the Earth and the Moon collided a long time ago.
It's a fact, but you don't call anything a fact?
Well, science doesn't really prove facts. Science is disproofs. You know what I'm saying? You can't disprove it. You cannot disprove that the moon that orbits us now did not collide with us at a certain point in time. You can't disprove it. Evidence supports that it did. The tilt of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth and the Moon in correlation to each other, the what do you call it? The locked fucking cycle of the Moon. There's so many things that happen because of that. See, these are things, man. Honestly, if I was gonna be a flat earther, I would incorporate all these things. I'd just say it happens on a flat Earth, because to negate these things is to negate thousands of years of men studying and doing research and experiments compared to 8 years of YouTube. You guys have no chance.
Please don't ever call yourself a flat earther. Please.
I ain't a flat earther. I'm just saying, if you guys was gonna be one, you guys have a better.
That's funny. That was funny. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in all these years. Really.
Yeah, I'm a funny
Think
guy.
about it.
I'm a funny guy.
Yeah, but just don't claim to be flat earth. That's all. Don't ever switch.
Well,
we don't want you. We don't want you.
Your
logic breaks down. Your logic is no good.
There's no such thing as switching. How do you switch to something? Am I gonna become gay tomorrow? You can't switch.
Well, you're already suffering from peer pressure being here.
No one pressures me. I'm a lone wolf, man. Wherever I go, I ain't liked.
So why don't you explain the Glober then? Why they're obsessed? Like, you know, the flat Earth is dead, but they're like 6 hours a day talking about it.
I can explain it easily, because a Glober's goal is not to convince you. A Glober's goal is to convince himself.
I think I agree with you. Because he wants to be sure it's still a globe. Because that flat Earth stuff is nagging. Have you ever been nagged by a flat Earth clue or something like that? Point?
I told you a long time ago, Dan. You don't believe me. I used to be a flat earther. But guess what? It wasn't in 2016 or 15. I was a flat earth like in 2001, dude. 2002. But I wasn't a flat earther who believed the earth was flat. I was a flat earther who was going along with a troll. It was a joke. It was meant to piss off the intellectuals, to make people think that people were dumb. Like, we were so dumb we believed the earth was flat. It was all a troll in the beginning. Before before some of you guys were born.
That's the flat Earth society. What you're describing.
Well, like I said, it was all a joke, dude. We had fun with it, man. I used to piss people off so bad in real life. They get so angry they want to punch you.
Do you know who the Church of the Subgenius are? They are?
No.
You'd like them a lot. And that's what they do. They fuck with.
It was never meant to be real, man. It was meant to be real funny. Only reason it became real like this is because people, when they talked about it, got people in their chat rooms, got people on their shit, and was like, holy shit, this is attracting people. Must do more of it. And they did more. And they realized how to make money off it, monetize it. And they became speakers of the community, big names. And then it's a popularity contest. Then it's just like high school. Well, it's all about having fun. No one's gonna give up money. It's all about money, like everything else in the world. No matter what, that's our thing. You guys say it's all about these bad people who run shit. The same people who are raining against them, the same people involved. They talk about indoctrination are the same people that are making money and indoctrinating you. So remember that at all times, dude. The same people are saying, don't believe these people who are telling you things and making money off you. Are the same people who are telling you things, believing them, making money off you. Once you hate to believe it. Nobody's always good 100% of the time.
Who's making money off me, Rob? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I don't know how many super chats you get a day.
Super chats do I get a day? 0. Where's the money? What are you talking about? Who's making money off of me?
Someone's making money. Someone's always making money somewhere.
Yeah, Publix and the gas station, and yeah. But when you're talking about this community, who's making money off of me? What are you talking about?
I'm just saying the flat earth is used to make money on YouTube. That's all there is to it.
Who?
Well, I don't know who, but all the ones that make money are making money. I don't know. I don't have their records of their money.
Okay, so there's people that make money on the internet. That's cool. There's people that make money, quote unquote, debunking the flat earth. There's people that make money literally calling their channel Fight the Flat Earth. There's people that make money on the opposition side. Actually, if Matthew's still here, I don't know if he is, but Matthew Learns has millions of subscribers on YouTube, and he discusses the flat earth.
You're right.
And he's on your side. He was just here and
Yeah, but
actually agreeing with me when we were having a discussion, and he's a globe earther. He makes money on the internet.
But guess what? But guess what? They have in common. They don't have in common. Guess what? The one thing they don't have in common. We're not.
It's like the Riddler.
Hold on.
Rob's like the Riddler. He's like the Riddler.
Because our side is not telling you that there's an evil structure in the world that everybody's lying to you, but you should.
Who told me there was an evil structure in the world?
Oh, that's what the whole fucking feather is based on. That everybody's lying to you. The governments, everybody in charge is lying to you.
Who told me that?
I'm not gonna play games. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I figured that out a long time ago. Actually, before I was even out of high school, I figured that shit out in the early 90s. Nobody told me about it.
Mm-hmm. Who are they?
They are they. We call them they. We have rebranded they as they.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep,
They are the they them.
correct. You were here, Gio, when I said we need to rebrand them as they.
The HDTV people. HDTV people.
When people say, "Who are they?" It's just like they is they. Capital T, capital they. Rob, can you bring anything that's a little bit intellectually stimulating? Something that's interesting? I mean, you're just doing all this like, they make money, just all this remedial, it's just like, it's like the leftover. I'm not trying. All right, I'll.
Hey man, I'm like a San Francisco bum, at this shit. Give me a break.
Yeah, I know. All right. Well, I guess if you admit that. Which is like, wouldn't it be more interesting to like actually have an intellectual exchange of some sort rather than just sort of like, you're just sort of like balling up trash and throwing it around the room and then like balling up more trash and throwing it around the room. I just mean like, you're not really like coming with like any points that could be stimulating or that could be discussed. It's just sort of these like very remedial talking points of just sort of disparaging and just kind of talking shit. We've heard it all before. Is there something that could be interesting that you could?
I guess my approach, Geo, is more of a, it's like an ideology structure based. Like I'm not really, like I said, I really don't battle like math and equations and theories and stuff like that, and get into all that, to get into the deep shit, because I'm just not versed. But I'd like to battle more of the theories and the characters of the people purporting, putting this out there. More different, like a style. I have a different style, man.
Yeah, but do humans have thought the Earth is a stationary topographical plane since the dawn of time? There's a modern day globe thing. So those of us that have chosen not to just buy the story of the globe thing that's being sold, that has a lot of holes and problems, and it's not anything we directly experience or can in any way observe directly. So why is that problematic to you?
Because I don't agree that the only people to ever believe the Earth was flat were the most archaic humans. We haven't believed the Earth was flat in over probably about 3,000 years, 3,500 years, probably even more. We actually proved the Earth wasn't flat for sure, 100%, 2,500 years ago. I mean, so yeah, to have this consensus that somehow people around the world thought the Earth was flat, you never find any civilization that ever thought the Earth was flat. No civilization.
You know who else said that?
Who?
Check the chat.
Yeah, I've seen that, and they never did. None of them did that. The Aztecs, I can look right there. The Aztecs themselves, first of all, and the Mayans, they all based their shit on a global calendar. They're the ones that gave us a 365-day year. They knew the Earth was round. They knew the whole. Actually, they knew the Earth. The Earth didn't revolved around the sun, not the sun around the Earth. Who else you want to go to? The Norse gods? Yeah, the Norse gods. They knew that for sure. They used the Norse. I mean, all of those. Anyway, it's a cool meme. It gets attention, but I can break it all down. The Greeks, for God's sake, the Greeks are the ones that, hey, at least it's first. The Greeks are the ones that proved it all along. So I don't understand what this is even meaning. And for NASA, for
You're
God's
just
sake,
like, it's like you're so off on so many things. I don't even care to even begin to discuss with you, man. I don't know if someone else wants to jump in. This is just beyond boring, dude. You say all these things 3,500 years ago. That's not even the mainstream story. You have no evidence for any of that. You just made up a bunch of things about these ancient cultures, which is not what they thought whatsoever. It's like, is it even worth trying to dissect this? Like, I don't know if you're purposefully lying or just winging things off. You read somewhere. You're just trying to be kind of nasty and toxic just for the purpose of it, or all of the above. It's a bizarre approach, man. It's really, no offense, it's the lowest of the low that we engage with. I don't know what you're looking for or what you're trying to do. Like, you're just spouting all kinds of like double talk and then incorrect statements, and then you do it with like some kind of authority, and you're chuckling and laughing at yourself as if you're winning or something. It's a very bizarre vibe, dude. And it's very hard to have any actual intellectual exchange because you just spout all these things off with this like condescending attitude that doesn't really allow for any actual exchange to occur. Like, no offense, but you're behaving literally like a troll. Like, you're not actually like discussing things intellectually or coming with cosmological exchange or anything. You're just like spouting things off with this like fake confidence and then not actually wanting to engage on any of it. You said you've been trolling this since 2001. I mean, if that, whether that's a lie or not, I suspect it is, because highly doubt that's the case. But I don't doubt that at some point along the road you got caught into some kind of a troll behavior with this, and I guess you're just still doing it. It's pretty clear to see. It's very transparent.
Well, I'm actually like a real, I guess what's the what way to say it? Like a real troll. Like, I was a troll even before the internet. It sounded like a real life troll. So the internet just kind of like gave me a place to like really, Do
you realize that's one of the lowest forms of human expression? There's absolutely no value to it.
That's what I hear.
That's not true. I mean, he uses the name obnoxious. He comes in and he's obnoxious. It's cool. I mean, in that respect, he's straight up in that respect.
Yeah, this name wasn't thought by me either. This is given to me one of my best friends for over 40 years. He called me that all my life.
Yeah, but Dan, what does that benefit anybody, though?
I'm just saying he's not hiding it. Let's put it that way. He's not hiding it at all. He's not saying
he's not hiding it. But what does it benefit when you're like, it's cool? Like, what What is the benefit there?
A true devil's advocate, like NASA shill tries to be.
I mean, I guess the only like value to troll it, if it's like Issa says, if it's funny, there's at least that value, like to get a chuckle. Like if it's like clever or funny, I guess there could be that value to make someone laugh, maybe.
Like
Otherwise,
D-Mark will be funny every now and again when he talks about the cat toys. Every now and again, it's kind of funny, but yeah.
So what you guys are saying is I thought my game, pretty much.
Saying what?
Saying, Rob, you can be a lot of fun, but sometimes, going on and on.
Yeah, because I'm not really big on the flat Earth.
Winning. Thinking you're winning is the weird part. That's what Gio's saying. Thinking you're winning is the weird part.
I probably would agree with you guys on some of these other things that are mysterious, things around. But just the flat Earth, I just can't get down on. I agree that some things are conspiracies. I'm a 9/11. I don't like 9/11. I don't like JFK. I don't like the fucking pyramids and shit. There's a lot of questions I have about shit that I don't trust, but this just ain't one of them.
Yeah, but it's not about whether you agree or disagree with anything. It's not. It doesn't. That's not really what I'm getting at.
I can't prove it. I can't prove it though, man. I can't prove flat Earth. I tried, dude. There's no way to prove it. Everything disproves it.
Well, it's like you take the default position that you're here to just somehow like completely refute something that you're not really having like an actual intellectual exchange about. It'd sort of be like if I went, like I'm not that into basketball, but it'd sort of be like if I went into a community of basketball guys and I was like, oh, this player sucks. That team's terrible. You guys are idiots. The stats on that team are wrong. Like, even though like if I don't really know what it is, like I've only picked up a little bit on the surface, and then I'm going in there just to absolutely try to talk shit and tell them basketball's terrible over and over. Like what is the value to that, dude?
Yeah.
Like
No, I hear
it's
ya.
fine if you disagree with it, dude. I'm not concerned with what you believe the earth is, dude. That's your journey. That's 100% you. Whatever you think it is you. And if it's a quest for truth, then whether you're on the truth or not, then that's you, dude. It's not, it's not really my concern. But I guess I would find it more interesting. You've been talking a lot for the last hour or two. Like if there's something to dig our teeth into, some kind of, whether there's like, what do you actually think about things, or like some actual way that I could walk away and thinking, oh, I learned something, or my life is a little bit better by her hearing his life perspective. But if you're going to come off like,
hear that, but what do you guys want me to get like intellectually into? I don't know. It's like what requires me to get intellectually into? Like, what do you guys want to know intellectually?
I think intellectually is a bit of a too strong a word. At least it's something that's we can all have a conversation about.
In other words, you're coming on saying you're shutting us down to begin with, instead of saying, well, let's engage in something. Literally we started, when I came in, we started about the shape of a drop of water. It had nothing to do with the flat earth. We were just talking about physics and its effect on objects. And did we understand all the forces?
True. That was the original conversation. Was why I got it in the first place, was just to talk about water. And I've done some research on water and more understanding of how to explain how the earth holds the water on the globe. And in my original conversation, I said, you guys, I don't know if you guys are not thinking about it like this. Maybe I was going to put it out there that think of at one time, the earth was all water. There was no land masses poking out of the water. It was all water. So there was no container holding it. There was nothing holding the water except the water, except gravity itself.
Who told you that?
That's a
Because
fact.
they don't even know where the water came from officially.
Doesn't matter where it came from. It was here and it existed. Doesn't matter where it came from. See, now you're just trying to digress to where it came from. It was here. It existed. The oceans that covered the planet before the land. The land came from the ocean. The ocean didn't come from the land.
Okay.
So therefore, if you really want to, if it has to be a flat Earth, if it's flat Earth, it had to be a flat Earth all the time. It couldn't have been a sphere at the beginning and then a flat Earth. And if it was a sphere at the beginning, and there was no land and there's water on it, then it proves that there's no the container is the Earth itself. There is the core, is the atmospheres and all the spheres and the gravity working together to form a container of itself. What you guys want is a physical container like a Ziploc container with the top on it and seal it tight. That's just not logical.
That's what's so boring about a straw man, because it's like it isn't an actual intellectual exchange. Like if somebody had just said that, whatever you just said, I guess it would make sense that you would then like rebut it. But the thing about a straw man is like I feel so uninterested in even responding, because it's like, do I really want to respond just basically saying how that's a straw man and how like nobody said that? You know what I mean? So it's just really boring.
You're right. No one said that. But in order for reality to work, that is the way it works. I mean, in order for you to change reality and everything we know, you can't just say, as much as I can say, well, this is the way it is, or that's not true. You have to disprove it and come with proof. Me myself, I don't have to do this. I could take a day or two and go get all the goddamn proof and documentation I need and come back and do it. The problem is you guys can never do that because none of the stuff will ever back up anything that is claimed. The oceans are held on the earth by gravity. We're on a globe. I mean, no one's upside down. These are things that are logically explained.
It's like finding somebody that's like, it isn't over until it's over. And you know when you know. And that's why we know, because when we know that we know that we know. You know?
No, I don't know.
No.
Well, how do you know when you go to a doctor and the guy gives you medicine or a shot that how do you know anything? You just trust him, right? You trust that he had the education and the training to do what he's there to do, right? You trust him, right?
No, I do not.
Is that what I do? You have no idea who I am, bro. Like, why do you just
No,
make these blanket assertions for people
I'm asking you.
without having any type of realization
Asking you.
who you're speaking to?
I'm asking you. Do you do that, or do you put trust in doctors and stuff?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then that's cool. So you don't trust in anybody like that. You don't trust in anybody then. You trust in your family only, and your friends. That's
What
it?
do you mean by trust? There's people in my family I would trust with my life, and there's people in my family that
did you
I
trust the
wouldn't
guy?
trust to look at. Dude,
Yeah.
you're just waiting to open your mouth. You can't even let somebody finish a sentence. It's ridiculous, bro. Like I don't even know. Like I was having fun
It's not
toying
that
with you
bad.
earlier, but it's gotten to a point where it's like
It's not that bad, really. Come on.
it's not worth it. It's like
What
what
about
is
the
the
card?
phrase? Don't argue with idiots because they'll bring you down to their level and then
No.
beat you
Don't let
with
me.
the fuck.
Don't let me bring me down to my level. Bring me up to your level. That's what real smart people do. That's a cop out.
No, because it's like you're playing in the kiddie pool and I'm walking past you with flippers and a scuba apparatus, and you're like, bro, you don't even know how to swim. What are you even doing? Blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why would I even try to give you some gear to come with me scuba diving when you can barely even keep your head above water when it's 3 inches deep?
I'm a Navy SEAL, bro. I'm a Navy SEAL.
And then
Yeah.
you say you're a Navy SEAL.
And then you say you're an exactly.
It's a joke, you know what I'm saying? He's talking about I can't swim. I say I'm a Navy SEAL. Get
Oh, it's definitely a joke, that's for sure.
You got your floaties on though,
It's
Rob.
called slaying, dude. Called slaying, guys. I'm not claiming I'm a Navy SEAL, but I could be a Navy
Are those
SEAL. Oh, I
are
was.
those Navy SEAL issued water wings that you're
No,
wearing?
I'm a veteran. I was a Navy SEAL. I was also governor.
Sorry, I'm trying my best to not like ad hom and call names, Gio. I'm really trying.
All right, so my friend was living as a mechanic. He was working on airplanes in this guy's hangar, and so he was kind of living there at night. And there was a party at the house, so he stayed at the house. And he's known this guy for a long time. He's got money. You know, him and his wife are throwing a party, and because his friend, a Navy SEAL, was coming into town. So they had a barbecue and everything. Everyone got shit-faced. And my friend woke up in the middle of the night and looks out, and this Navy SEAL is getting a BJ from his friend's wife. And he's like, fuck, I don't know what to do. And the next morning, he decided to tell his friend about it. And he goes, oh, it's cool. It's not really it's not a problem like you think, But since then, the guy introduces his wife. He goes, "This is my wife. She's broken." And they go, "What do you mean she's broken?" He goes, "Well, she blew a seal." Get it?
He's here all night, ladies and gentlemen. Damn the waterman.
That is a true story. That is a true story. So it's pretty funny. If you got any other Navy SEAL, fits right in.
Hey, it kills at the club, Dan. I don't know. Tough crowd.
She blew a seal. And then she punches him, like it's a joke between them. Nice couple.
I think we're just, we're just destined to have this perpetual back and forth. I don't really think too much about it. You guys seem like you guys are getting kind of down about it. Be uptight or be upbeat about it. Have a little fun. Something different.
Well, dude, Issa said last night, it was pretty funny. Like, we were talking about stuff, and he was saying that, like, I'll use the term flat earth just because that, planar, stationary, etc. But he was saying, like, flat earthers are like, it's like we're really into like this great band. Like the analogy, the great band is like the earth, like this beautiful earth and the creation of it and the wonder and the potentials and trying to figure out more about what's going on, ether, gravity, electromagnetics, the nature of life, who we are, where we are, the nature of the creator, all of these things that are very exciting and interesting. And understanding that we are being lied to on a level means that there's a lot more to explore. And I think it's even Scott Veach has said that he actually, like, in his mind, like, if the earth was flat, as it were, like, he thinks that'd be awesome. Like, that would be like the best case scenario because there'd be so much more to explore. Like, he said that several times. So anyways, Issa was kind of relating it. Like, we're all into this really amazing band and we're like listening to the solos and we're like, this is amazing. And then there's just like these people that are there. Like, you're at the concert, you're like smoking a joint, drinking a beer. And like, there's Rob Noxious right in your face, like, this band sucks. These guitar solos suck. Like, right in your face, just spitting in your face, telling you how terrible the band is. And you're like, bro, I'm having a good time. This band's amazing, dude. I love this band. Like, and then you got Rob Noxious just screaming at you, telling you the band sucks over and over. And it's like, what is the value of that? You know what I mean? Like, dude, that would be such a buzzkill if you're at a
He's paying for a ticket, though. He's paying for a ticket to come.
Yeah. But I have a question. I have a question. What if that was a Lizzo concert and you guys are at a Lizzo concert? You guys are fucking being brainwashed.
Who fucking knows who that is, anyways?
Yeah. And then
I'll meet you at that concert, Rob, just to tell you how bad they suck.
How dare you, Rob, ruin everyone's evening by doing that?
Yeah, picture her with a banana. You guys know what I'm talking
No,
about.
at the same time, there's something to be said for like having, differing viewpoints in a community, having other viewpoints and so on, especially in a topic like this, which is, the earth is this huge sort of scenario of being told it's a globe. And so, I mean, there's something to be said for having a healthy discourse and differing viewpoints. But the next step that Issa was saying in that analogy is like some of these guys that are really into quote unquote debunking, it's almost like they're like picking out all the guitar solos, like, putting them all onto like a cut tape and then playing you the solos and being like, listen to how terrible this one, listen to how terrible that one is, which is, Cavendish, Foucault's pendulum, one by one. And it's like, you got to consider, if you're doing that, it might be worth considering looking at your life and be like, wait, what am I doing? Like, I may have a differing viewpoint, but am I just on a mission to just bash these people that think differently? And just every day be like, you have no evidence, you're wrong. And there's certain individuals that are more like that than others. That's why Kosho is pretty awesome. Kosho is because he's actually willing to like converse. He understands people have differing viewpoints. He's not just repeating Foucault's pendulum endlessly, which is why it's great to talk to. Well, a lot of us like talking to him because he's actually like legitimate in there's an authenticity to his like approach that he does have his viewpoint. He's willing to like propose differing viewpoints, but he's not just shitting on the party. Like, he might be the guy in the band. He's not in your face yelling that the band sucks. He might be sitting over in the corner like, I don't like this band. And if you went over and asked him, he'd be like, well, I don't really like the solos or this and that. But like, he's not bothering you. Like he's not coming in to just literally shit on the party and like try to literally make you have a bad day.
Yeah, I hope that's not what I try to do at all. I mean, if that's the way you perceive it, I'm sorry. That's not what I try to do. I try to come in here and give an opposing view. Of course, it's opposing. I mean, there's nothing I can do to hide that. But I don't try to shit anybody's party. I bring up valid points on my perspective for what to be valid. I get to choose the validity of my points, not anybody else, in my opinion. And the fact that, I mean, if you guys heard it once or twice or 1,000 times, how do I know that? You know what I'm saying? And why does that disvalidate anything? There's only so many things that we're going to be able to argue about anyways. It's not like you can create new things every day. This is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous.
We don't have to argue about anything, dude. Like we can discuss cosmology, philosophy, the nature of life, health. We could talk about all kinds of things and have productive conversations. Even if like, dude, pretty much every conversation I've had with Coach O is productive, even though we definitely don't see eye to eye. So consider that. It's not necessarily about what you think. It's the approach. Like, I mean, do you think you've improved anyone's day when you come into this server? Like, have people walked away and be like, oh God, my day's better off. That Rob, that guy really like inspired me, made me think about new things. Or have you made a bunch of people roll their eyes and be like, oh my God, this guy's just shitting on the party. He's being totally toxic. He's interrupting everyone. He's talking shit. He's not really listening to what anyone's saying. He's not actually engaging with the points. You got to think about that, dude. It's definitely the latter.
It's a mixture. I think it's a mixture of both. Honestly, I'm sure.
You think you've bettered someone's day?
Oh, I don't know about all that, but I'm sure there's big guarantee that people here probably say that, yeah, this guy makes a little bit of sense. You know, maybe he's got a point because that's just the way it works out. I mean, to say everybody is here thinks like you is just as bad as saying everybody thinks like me.
Dude, no offense, Rob, but it's like a freshman coming up to a bunch of seniors at lunch on his first day and him trying to explain the campus and the ins and outs of how high school works to seniors who have already experienced the whole entire thing, and kind of looking at the freshman like, dude, what are you even doing sitting at the table?
Let me tell you a little story about me, man. When I was a freshman, I beat up seniors.
You just completely missed my point, but whatever. Cool story, bro.
No, I'm making you my point. I'm going with what you're saying. If you're using that analogy, I was never the guy, the awkward freshman who walked up to seniors awkwardly and tried to get in, fit in.
You understand what an analogy is, right?
I never had to get in to fit in, dude.
Neither did I, but do you understand what an analogy is?
Yeah.
Can you describe to me what an analogy is?
No.
Okay. All right.
You like to do that a lot. You like to ask a lot of questions.
I apologize.
I'm gonna call you the question guy.
Cool. Would you understand if I said maybe you should just call me Socrates?
There's another question. Okay, Socrates. See, that's what happens because every time you're confronted with something, you just ask. You won't even acknowledge it. You say that I do it, but I don't even know you that much. But you can tell you're the king of it. You just go right off to another question.
What? He's reasonable. He's fucking sharp.
Hey, I never claimed you guys don't know your shit. You guys are all research. You guys been doing this shit for 5-10 years. Hopefully, you guys know more than I do.
But why wouldn't you would you not even inquire why I would even say, why don't you just call me Socrates? Like, you have no interest in why I would say that?
No, I really don't. As I'm saying, I have no interest.
That's what that's why maybe this isn't your saloon, bro. Like, you have no interest in learning at all whatsoever.
Well, not about you. Not about you. You know what I'm saying? Other people, yeah. Not about you.
You don't even understand
You
that
also
that
I'm
has
interested in.
nothing to do with me.
I find Dan interesting. I know Dan is interesting, but yeah, but I'm just saying. But anything you do in general, I just doesn't find interesting. You know what I'm saying? So why would I be interested about anything you say? You have a slow voice. It's condescending. You answer questions with more questions, and then you try to play the smart guy by pretending to state your question again and saying that this is the question. I mean, it's just remedial, dude. It's really remedial.
Correct. You have to sometimes stoop to somebody's level to try to get them to comprehend things, and then when that doesn't work, you just have to kind of bow out. which is what like most people are doing.
Well,
Rob's more fun than most of the shitheads out there.
I've been rocking parties for a long time, dude. Dan knows I rock parties, dude. And I don't want to stop anybody from talking. Anybody wants to talk, they can join anytime they want, and I'll just shut the fuck up. I don't like, that's what I'm saying. It's a cop out to say that.
But Rob is here to have fun. He's not here to shit.
No, I disagree. I mean, if like Gio was talking about, if fun is just come in and shit on everybody and disrupt and not really contribute,
Well,
then
I really
sure,
can't.
I guess that's fun. Maybe it's fun for Rob, but it's like I wouldn't walk into high school chess club and just start like knocking pieces off the table and being like, "What are you doing, you fucking nerds? God, you guys don't even know what you call this this is a horsey. This is a horsey. What do you call it? It's a horsey, you fucking nerds. You guys don't even know what this is. What are you guys even doing here?" You know, it's like,
What other Globers come on here and do some experiments?
good question.
And then to even call what you're doing experiments, dude.
What other Globers? What other Globers even come on here and even like have the type of conversation you had with me? None.
You're right. We are blown away by the conversation.
They're all like
in your
they're all a
experiments.
bunch of nerds, dude.
Kind of prove my point.
They can't fucking.
What-
They have no idea how to talk to somebody.
Rob, what do you think of NASA Shill? Because you're different than him, but it's at that same toy level, cat and mouse level. Like you don't get past a certain level with him, right?
It's
You know?
very similar. I would say Rob and Pate are very similar. Pate has a bit more, like a little bit more of the basics.
He's
like
more
at least
educated.
he knows.
He's more educated. He's educated.
I mean, he at least knows the basics somewhat. Yeah,
That's because he's educated in a fucking.
He's not. I mean, I don't want to talk poorly about him, but I mean, the only thing I've heard him say is a lot of just full pulse pendulum. But he does at least get some of the basics. Yeah.
But they come in with a position and they're gonna push that. There's no listening, There's just no listening. That's the difference.
I have no formal education. I have a high school education, and I'm a fucking street guy. That's where I get my education. It's from streets, and the common sense and experience in life. I've been through a lot of shit that most people haven't been through.
What kind of bicycle did you have when you were a kid?
I had a fucking Haro Master, dude.
Oh, so you were rich.
No, I was poor. I stole it. And
Bullshit.
I stole a dyno. We used to steal bikes all the time. And then when I was like 10 or 12, we switched over to mountain bikes, and that was a fun thing.
How about this? Let's see how you answer this. If you were us, whatever that means, if you were, from however you perceive a lot of us in this community, if you were us, would you let you come in and do what you do to us?
Oh, fuck yeah. We let Johnny come over to Gems all the time. We just have fun. You guys treat me like we treat Johnny, actually. You guys, I'd say a little bit more mean than we treat Johnny.
We treat Johnny the same way as we probably treat you.
Yeah. Well, at least you guys are consistent. Yeah, that's your choice, man. You guys saying you want to ban me or something, or what's up, man? Am I being that bad?
I guess from my own perspective, I just could never, first of all, dude, when I researched this topic, I didn't go to other men and beg for evidence. I also didn't go to other men and tell them they're wrong and tell them they need to prove things to me. Like, I never did that. Like, what Peyton S. Chill does, what you do, coming in and just be like, prove it, you guys are it. I never in my life even pondered that kind of approach. What I did when I looked into this topic and all topics, I deeply researched on my own. I asked questions. I inquired. I did everything. I asked questions to myself, I'm saying. I didn't run around asking a bunch of other people. And I ended up doing a lot of deep soul searching, research, deep pondering within my own process upon it. And so it just blows my mind that somebody would not do that and then just be totally outwardly projected and then just do this approach where you're going to go demanding these things from other people and then ridiculing them and telling them they're wrong. It's just never even close to any way I would operate. And then even taking that to the next level, let's say that if I disagreed with something, I could never fathom myself thinking I'm just going to like go into some community, treat them really poorly, have no respect for them, not really listen to the points, not really actually want to engage.
Stop, dude. That is, you think you have a whole list of things that you're claiming that I'm doing that I'm not. Stop it. That's just disingenuous at best. Stop it, dude.
I am kind of putting you. You're kind of in a category of like a couple people that have like
I
it's like
here and say shit, but I'm not fucking. I haven't been. What are you saying? I'm not fucking coming in here like being malicious and mean. Like I haven't. Yucca coming here saying fuck everybody and all that shit. I haven't done any.
Yeah, that's what you do. Witsit's in here. You just come in and tell Witsit he's full of shit. He's wrong. He's an idiot. He's a grifter. That's what you do. I've heard you do it a bunch of times. That's all you do. You come in just literally like, I'm just going to shit on these guys' parade right now. I'm going to just insult them. I'm going to be condescending. I'm going to do everything I can do to just like fuck them up. That's the vibe it is, dude.
Well, I'm going to come in and do anything I can do to challenge them and have a conversation with them. Yeah. If you think of that other stuff, all you said what I'm doing, then I can just say that I feel that same way when you guys encounter me, which I think is a really weird thing to even think about because I don't feel that way. I feel that this is mutual combat. When we come in here, everybody knows that you're coming in here for combat. This is intellectual combat. We're not coming in here to bake cakes and have a frat boy conversation and fucking play with our sticks, man. We're here to have some intellectual combat.
Who do you think you're challenging intellectually in here?
Oh, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. There's no. This is. I want you guys to understand. This is not individual. I'm never individualizing anybody. This is a whole group thing. So if you want to say I'm going against everybody, then that's fine with me.
Well, also, this platform is not about combat at all. I mean, nowhere in the information on this platform does it talk about intellectual combat. It's actually more about intellectual exchange, discussions, everyone able to express their viewpoints and share research and knowledge and information. Now, people do debate. The thing is, in this discussion, because there's a lot of other servers that are that way in various different ways, people come in here expecting that it's the same thing. That you're supposed to just come in and just blast insults and scream and yell and create some kind of shit show.
I don't blast insults, dude. What insult? What insult did I say? Please, you keep saying these things. You keep directing these things at me like I'm saying this. I think this is me. The only thing I do to come in here is I do challenge the status quo. That's about it. I don't insult. And if I did, I was attacked first. I'm always a counterpuncher. I'm never an attacker. I might be obnoxious, but that's not a crime. I mean, what are you doing, dude? Why are you doing this?
You just did it earlier. You're talking about everybody making, this is just people making money off you guys and blah, blah, blah. Like, literally, that's all you do.
That's really bad.
And then you don't have the ability to comprehend what you're doing. And then when somebody points it out, you're like, what are you even talking about, dude?
That's too much. That's too much. That's really too much. Dan,
to be honest, he doesn't mean it. Yeah, to be honest, he is slightly fun. And if you guys could forgive each other a little bit, Rob. Rob, you're hard to control everywhere you go. I know that. So, but this is the wrong place just to fuck around.
No, honestly, Dan, I know that. That's why you can even tell these guys. Tell these guys that this is a calm version of me.
He's telling the truth.
I'm trying my hardest to be like legit here and like just have conversations, but it's the same thing. You guys don't really want to have conversations. You guys want to tell me how you guys want to have
different.
That's all you want to do.
Vibe. This is not a flat Earth vibe. It's a more intellectual vibe here.
Yeah, I know. I'm outnumbered here, and the other server, we have the numbers. You guys,
that's not even the case, dude. That's not even what it is. There's plenty of times where there's more globers in here than there are flat earthers. There's plenty of times where it's 50-50. So to say that, you're just the only one in here and we're all on this side, that's not the case. And we're not just having this whole back and forth. We can only have a strict, the earth is the only conversation. It's going to be flat earth and that's it and blah, blah, blah. No, we have so many in-depth conversations in here. It's ridiculous.
I was about to ask you about that, man.
I learned so many different things from so many people in this server. It's ridiculous. And it's like iron sharpening iron. And I'm not saying that I'm the most intelligent or the most intellectual or I have the highest IQ. I don't. I am not that person.
Yeah.
But
I got you.
Hey, man.
Hey, there's maybe something we probably there might be something that we can find one of these conspiracies that we might like actually fucking be on the same page about, you know?
But even
If he's
starting
not
it
gonna
off with
say it,
like, "Hey,
I'm gonna say
we'll
it.
just find a conspiracy that we agree on, and then we'll be buds." Like this isn't just a conspiracy.
No,
I
it's
don't
not
know.
about being buzzed. It's just about showing you that even if we disagree on something, there's always going to be something that people can find common ground on and have a conversation about. Yeah, not about being buds. I mean, I don't really have friends on the internet. I don't really understand what that even means.
I only have friends on the internet. You understand that?
Is that for real, Kosha?
Hey, fuck you, Gio.
I'm sure Kosha has friends in real life.
Yeah, man. I'm kidding.
But here's the thing, bro.
Um,
Like, you can have friends on the internet and friends in real life, right? Like, I've had plenty of conversations with people online that have been in-depth, personal, whatever, and have built relationships. Like, I have people who are on this server who I have personal relationships with. Like, you can do that.
Well, respect to you, man. And I never had that in my life, and I've been on the internet since 1994.
you ever slept with anybody you met on Discord?
No, I've been married for 22 years, man.
Question persists.
How tall is he?
I don't know. How tall is Witsit? I don't know.
He's married to Witsit?
Yeah.
I wish.
I don't know. I don't know exactly how tall Wits is, but I think he's like 6'2" or something. I think
I think he said he said he was 6 foot, 6 foot something. Yeah.
Well, I remember in some of the videos where he was out, like he was.
just go-
Yeah, he looks.
He's a little bit tall. He's a little bit tall.
No, you can go. You can go look up on his. You can go look up on his mugshot, dude, on the fucking
Okay,
South
okay.
Dakota Police.
That's true, but okay, but that aside, you know what the worst height to be is? Is my height is 5'11", dude. Because I'm an honest person, and so it's like on all my things, I tell people I'm 5'11". It's like on, Tinder or on something, you're like you're 5'11". It's just there's something about being 5'11" where it's like you want to say 6 foot, but it's dishonest to do that.
Yeah, I can't even do 5'11". I'm 5'10" and a half.
Yeah, but I say 5'11" and a half. I say 5'11".
I'm literally like I'm just not quite 5'11". I'm like just 5'10" and a half. So I can't.
I'm 5'15".
But on Grindr, Kosho, you're 6'2", right?
Well, yeah, of course, man.
I just think you'd be taller back in the day if you wore those platform shoes back in the 70s.
Well, you guys remember Nathan Thompson? He had that whole thing about being taller. Something he was doing was taller, but you guys are a little bit taller in the morning, like a half inch or something like that taller, or a centimeter taller in the morning than you are at night.
Hey, what do you guys think about Wi-Fi and shit, man?
Wi-Fi exists, even though you can't see it.
Using it now.
How do you know it exists, though, man? Do you think it's something you can feel?
No, you can't sense it. You have to use logic and reason to deduce that it exists.
I can sense it. I particularly don't have Wi-Fi in my home or anywhere around where I live. I plug
Shut
in.
up, Gio.
Yeah, I specifically buy a modem that doesn't even have the Wi-Fi function. No.
What are you doing though, dude? You're always at home. You're not at home, but you're always away from like your computer's somewhere, and you're always somewhere else. You can hear what's going on, and it's like talking to somebody on the ISS, where it's like anytime it's time for you to respond, it takes you 10 seconds to get there. I'm always wondering. I'm like, what is he? Like, you must have like a weird system at your house where you can hear it everywhere, but then you got to go back to touch the push to talk button.
Any of you guys speak to dead people?
Well, I do have my setup like centrally located in my house, and then I do have speakers. So yeah, if I'm working around doing stuff around, then yeah, I have it on. I mean, I'm not always that delayed, but yeah, if I'm away from the computer, then I hear something, I do have to run over to the mic.
I always feel like it's talking to somebody on the ISS, but no, I've never talked to a dead person. Actually, this is actually a little bit deep. My friend passed away recently. It's actually been making me depressed a little bit, and her birthday was 3 or 4 days ago, and I've been having nightmares, or I say nightmares, but I've been having dreams that I feel like she's been affecting, or like I've been hanging out with her in my dreams, and it's been bothering me a little bit.
Anybody got a cure for cancer?
Well, we're jumping a lot of topics here. I was just gonna say on the Wi-Fi thing. The reason I don't have Wi-Fi is because I specifically notice a difference with Wi-Fi on. Like I call it like we call it the soup. Just being in this like soup, it definitely like makes my energy lower. I don't sleep as well. It causes mental kind of brain fog, and just throws off my whole rhythm. So I specifically go without Wi-Fi.
I always forget that thing. That's your thing is I don't know if you want to get into it or not, but you have that ability where you can sense EM sort of radiation or whatever, where it is the case that if you could sense that or you could see it, just like if you could, like the light you can see, if you could see microwaves and shit like that, like there would be all sorts of, you know, reflections and different kind of lights in your house. You know what I mean? So it's like there is a lot of EM radiation going on around you because of Wi-Fi and shit like that. So I always thought that was interesting that that you say you can sense that basically.
Yeah, like if there's no Wi-Fi in a home, I can tell there's no Wi-Fi, and if somebody turns on a Wi-Fi modem, I will be able to tell there's Wi-Fi on. Absolutely, I can tell the difference.
Have you like actually tested it? Like, I'm curious about it.
Yeah, like double blind testing. Yeah, I've done that. I've had people be in another I have tested it. Well,
Because
also,
I've always felt like I could feel it too, but only in recent times when I've like been looking for it, and then I'm like, it does feel good when it's off.
Also, when I first got into not having Wi-Fi, we would like unplug the modem when I went to bed, and then we'd have Wi-Fi on during the day, and then turn it off. And there would be times when we would have forgotten to unplug the modem, and then I would have known, I would have been like, oh, the modem's not unplugged, and then she'd be like, oh yeah, I forgot to unplug it. I'd be like, yep, I could tell, without even knowing for sure, like that, I could just knew that it was not unplugged.
I don't like the Wi-Fi because I always notice that it like kind of fucks with like my consciousness, man. Like it throws me off my body. Won't be able to think straight.
Yeah, it's like it's a disharmonious frequency.
You really think that shit's real? That's what you're feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know that everybody is as aware of it or sensitive to it, so I'm not saying it's like ruining everyone's life in that way, but I definitely notice a difference and definitely.
No, I have too, because I went up north and I went camping, and I'm not saying like it was like noticeable, like where it's like a night and day, but like you just definitely have like a clear feeling on your brain.
Dude, I can tell too. I sleep with my cell phone. Like I don't ever have it in my bedroom, but if I have it, like I always put it in airplane mode. I don't actually power it off because I don't really think that makes a big of a difference. When it's in airplane mode, like I still think it pings the radio once in a while, but it does seem to turn the main radios off. But if I have a time where I leave the cell phone on, like, with airplane mode off, so it's like I will totally notice. Like I'll wake up like early in the morning or the middle of the night, be like, I left my phone on, even though the phone's in the other room. Just because airplane mode is off, I can tell that airplane mode is off. It like disrupts my sleep. That one's pretty subtle. That's not as bad as the Wi-Fi, but I definitely can tell.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, man.
And I think even modems that you can like toggle the Wi-Fi off, it seems to still emit the frequency, which is why, like I said, I buy modems that don't even have Wi-Fi feature at all. So it's not even a thing that's being powered up.
Yeah, I think I like to do some electrostatic experiments and see if that's like have anything to do with it.
There are studies on like sleep patterns, the effect of Wi-Fi, but obviously, the mainstream doesn't really want you to think it's a problem. So you could even go more conspiratorial that they're actually like programming certain Wi-Fi frequencies that are specifically disharmonious to cause more, tension, anxiety, and sort of disharmony in different ways.
I got some friends who are like amateur, like what do you call it? Space junkies, man. They like do a lot of experiments stuff, man. I keep telling them, like, man, you gotta get a job, dude. Like, try to get a job at fucking NASA. It'd be so cool to like actually know someone who works at fucking NASA. Like, can you imagine that shit? Fucking insanity. Then you could have like proof, like, oh, we actually have someone right here works for NASA. Bring him on. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy works for NASA. You can't deny that. I mean, think about it. If you had someone who worked for NASA, you could bring him on one of these shows, dude. It would be irrefutable. You'd win. It'd be over.
I know people that work for NASA. I live in Florida.
Oh shit.
I'm pretty sure I brought a satellite engineer on here. Just so you know, we're not afraid of it.
No, yeah, I hear you, man. That's one thing I did notice about this side of the crowd. It's like no one ever claims a level of intelligence. You know what I'm saying? It's some of the smartest people that are around. It's just the point of the problem is our people are questioning their intentions using their intelligence. Because I'd say you guys are probably like the top 2% of the smartest people on the earth.
Brown noser.
Wait, now you're saying that we're intelligent?
Oh, I never questioned the intelligence, just the intentions. Of course, it takes intelligence to fucking make a lot of money, have a hustle going.
What do you think the intentions are for somebody like even say myself, somebody that spent roughly 8 years of research into a specific topic and not really discussing it with many individuals at all whatsoever, and didn't even come into forums like this until after 8 years of research? What is my intent?
Enlightenment, further your knowledge of the comprehension of the existence of whatever you call it, which I commend you for, but it doesn't really matter. I was never with you on your journey. I don't really know you that much. I have to really get to know you more before I comment too much on what your journey was. But
you alluded to it like possibly being disingenuous, as if I'm out for some type of gain, like
no,
monetarily or something like that.
no, I said some of the people, well, not some of the people. I should probably rephrase it to the people that are putting out the narrative and putting out the media and the content are the ones that are making money, not the people who are listening to it more per se, or the people who join in on it. And I'm not saying that you actually have a type of monetary gain to gain out of this. And like I said before, most of these people, by joining the community of this, it's more of joining a brotherhood of people who, whatever your reason would be, some people are depressed, some people are happy, some people are slow, some people are fast, some people want to be trolls. Some people don't want to be a troll. There's all kinds of reasons to become a flat earther, but one of them is not because the earth is flat.
So yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. So that the intentions of becoming what you call a flat earther have nothing to do with actually having an understanding. It's just some ulterior motive. So that I find that interesting. So if somebody's not actually making any monetary gain, there's no benefit monetarily or anything like that for somebody.
Well, no,
You,
that's not
you
true.
think that's non-existent, right?
Well, it doesn't have
And
to. It doesn't have to be
the
because
thing
I'm sorry.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies. That was rude.
Well, you're just alluding to people only being in this community for some type of monetary gain. If somebody has a YouTube channel, or if they put forth some type of production, or if they spend hours and days and months doing research and then putting out some type of video, you think because they might make a couple bucks on ads that they're strictly in this for the monetary gain? Or if they do actually get compensated for their time and effort, somehow that's a bad thing?
They're putting words in my mouth. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just inferring that
It was a question.
if you're making money off of something, that gives you motive, and you cannot deny that.
What
My whole
What do
thing
you
is
mean?
how about we address it like this? Why don't we just design like
Motive
school
motive
system or
for what? What's the crime?
Oh, you don't have to have a crime to have a motive. The motive could be many things. The motive doesn't have to end up in a crime.
So So I'm an accountant by trade, right? So if I started putting out YouTube videos regarding like the principles of accounting or specifically like tax principles involving accounting, and I start a YouTube channel and I'm getting some type of like kickback through advertisements that come up via my video. What is malicious about that, or what do you think is disingenuous about doing that?
Nothing at all, because you're actually just said you're an accountant.
Correct. So if somebody enjoys the information regarding what you would consider the shape of the earth or the ancillary topics attached to it, and they spend many hours and days and weeks and months into research, and then they share this information with people, and that information, as they share it, gets them a little bit of money back into the time and the effort that they spent into informing other individuals. Why do you think that that's disingenuous?
The same reason I think that Joel Osteen is disingenuous. I think it's parlor tricks. I think it's Wizard of Oz. I think it's disingenuous. I think it's hustling. I think it's carnival barking. People like Bro Sanchez, I think he does it one of the best. I watch him a lot, and I go on his thing. And I give him the same spiel I give you guys. I think it's despicable. I think you guys are preying on the weak-minded people who are lonely, nothing else to do, probably aren't involved in much, have lonely lives. You know, it's a very specific type of people who join this. It's not like it's not.
When you say you guys are preying on people, first of all, I have none of those platforms at all whatsoever. I don't even have a login for
I'm not
YouTube
talking to
to
you
make a
individually.
comment, right? I have zero social media,
I'm not
with
talking
the
about.
exception of what you, if you consider Discord social media, right? So I have zero monetary gain. I have no skin in the game at all whatsoever. And you're alluding to, when you use terms like "you people," you're trying to loop me in with somebody that may or may not be
I'm
disingenuous
not
to
talking
us
about you. You keep
within a
saying
community. But
you.
every community has disingenuous people, because I could turn right around and say exactly what you just said to people on what you would consider your side of the
Of
argument.
course, I'm not denying that, man. And I'm sorry. I keep saying. You keep thinking I'm referring to everything I refer to as you as an individual. I'm not speaking to you as an individual. So just so you know that.
Maybe change your terminology.
Maybe I will.
More importantly, Rob, check it out. I made a statement I just posted in chat about normies really being used to a culture of money and war. And you stated several times how you bullied your way through this and you sort of came here to battle and that everything was about money. And I'll be damned if the programming hasn't gotten to you, Rob. There is more than that.
I'm gonna buy you guys all a star. You know that? I'm gonna buy everybody in here a star. You can go to that star registry and you can get your own personal star. You guys think that, man? I'm gonna get you guys your own personal star.
Well, and what about for me that I have a negative cash flow, meaning I spend money every month to keep this platform going, and quite a bit of money actually,
Well,
to pay for all paying for the bots, for the servers, for everything. So so what about that? I have a negative
You're a good
cash flow.
man,
Am
Gio.
I the opposite of a grifter?
No, you're a good man, Gio, and you're true to your people, and you should be getting helped out monetarily through your people, and that's pretty cool of you to do. And I'm not even on your side. You're a heck of a dude.
But he's going to get shit on if he does it.
Well,
if he ever mentions it once, you're going to hold it.
Well, then you know what? He shouldn't have to mention it. A guy like him, a guy like Gio, who's this modest and this pretty cool, he shouldn't have to mention that he needs help. If people, you guys don't know that, then you guys need to like really look in yourselves and deep within yourselves and say, hey, if we're really into this and we really support this guy and we come here every day, why can't I throw him $5 a week? You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's no place to receive money. Like I've never asked for
He
any
didn't
money.
say he needed help. Yeah, he was just that you have to apply the same logic to someone that's not making.
Like I'm so much like
the exception is not the rule, Gio, and you know.
Is he more honest all of a sudden?
Well,
Why
no,
do you think he's the exception, though?
He's the exception that he is not writing his Discord and his YouTube for monetary reasons. He stated that. I'll take the man at his word. I have no reason not to. But I'm saying that he knows as well as I know that there is hundreds of people like him and people like Bro Sanchez and people like fucking the Pharaoh.
No, there's not. There's 4 or 5 people making money and trying to.
No way.
There's not that many
You can
people.
look up their money record. You can look up their records, man. They're getting super chats and shit. They're getting all this stuff, the cash apps. Which is cool. I don't care. But I want people to know that these are the same people who are telling you that You shouldn't trust people in charge who have the money, who are telling you what to believe. But yet, this guy's in charge of what he's telling you and what to believe, and he's making money. So he's no different than what he's telling you to be scared of. Remember
Nobody's telling anybody what to believe. You know
you
that.
are. They are. Yes, you are, Dan. Come on, dude.
Nobody is telling anyone.
You can't deny
Nobody's
it either,
mentioning
bro.
belief. Nobody's mentioning belief. Ever. Think about that. That's a total different thing.
If globe Earth is a belief, then flat Earth has to be a belief too. So you can't have one or the other. They
No,
both have
your
to-
belief is in scientism. It's what we call scientism.
I don't have a belief. I don't have any beliefs.
Oh, you have lots of beliefs, my friend.
You know what I think about the money thing? I feel like it's like a deep projection. I don't mean that you're that you're projecting directly, Rob, but I'm saying in general, like the way I see it is that the globe Earth and the individuals pushing the globe Earth at the high levels. I'm not talking about YouTubers that are just trying to defend it. I'm talking about the ones that are actually doing it. They are doing the biggest money grab, scam, grift in the history of humanity, like to the most massive level. They're doing it on all of us through the taxes, through the deceptions, through the media, through the big oil, the big pharma. A list goes on and on. They are literally doing the biggest, most toxic sort of, if you want to call it a grift, a financial deception on that level, to where they are riding. They're in yachts and private airplanes and mansions, literally riding off of the humanity's suffering and taxes and everything. So and I think that part of the purpose of the globe Earth deception is so that they could be in that position, to say, hey, we're printing the money. We have as much money as we want. You guys are all under us, the whole thing. So that at that level, they are doing that. So I find it to be like a projection that within the discussions of the shape of the Earth, in terms of it not being a globe, the terms flat Earth, stationary, planar, true Earth, whatever terminologies folks like to use. And just because there might be some individuals that get a couple super chats here and there, that somehow they get the weight of the projection of the actual globalists that are doing the biggest financial scam in the history of our modern times.
Right. That's a really good point, Gio. It's like taking somebody like, let's say, Neil deGrasse Tyson and being like, all right, Neil, how much do you make a month? All right, cool. So let's take the top grossing YouTube flat earther and put him up against Neil deGrasse Tyson's income.
Yeah,
and we'll
okay.
see who's grifting.
It's not about grifting or that. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not pushing a false narrative. He's not pushing lies.
In your opinion, in your belief, because you just believe everything that comes out of his mouth. What do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson on?
I haven't really seen too much of him to know what I disagree with him on. Most of the shit I see him on, I agree with him on.
So then why would you say that he's just like preaching the truth or whatever you're claiming?
Well, it's not truth. He's just telling you what science tells you. It's not. That's what I'm saying. That's what you guys don't understand.
What science tells me? What do you mean? What is science?
I'm telling you, science is the ability to disprove things. It's not really science. You can't say science proves that. No, science disproves that. That's what makes it true. So if that's how you want to come to the conclusion of the word true, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. But science
How
is never.
can we disprove the globe? What's the falsifiability? What can you give me that would falsify the globe?
Nothing. There's nothing that disproves the globe.
So it's unfalsifiable. So it's not scientific to begin with.
No, you can't. Since you can't disprove it, that makes it true. That's how science works. Science disproves things. It doesn't.
Give me.
You don't set out science to prove something. You set out in science to disprove something.
You don't even comprehend it. Never mind.
Yeah, but if somebody has a theory that hasn't been proven, they can't just assert it and say, well, until you disprove it, this is life. This is what it is.
No,
it's
they
not really
disprove
valid.
it. They have to disprove it. They disprove it to people.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
It's not how it works.
That's exactly how it works. Look it up, dude.
Like, dude, I couldn't make up just a fantastical theory that it's,
Yeah, of course you can. I'm not saying you make it up. I'm saying
pixie dust that is, causing the wind or whatever, and then just say, well, if you can't disprove it, that's what it is. It's little pixies, little angels are blowing the wind.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Until someone comes along and says, oh, pixie dust isn't real, and they can disprove it. That's how it works. That's how science works. You can say whatever you want. it'll be real until someone disproves it. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're just making up a silly argument. You know what I'm saying? But for the realists and the real talk, yeah, you can actually say, you can come up with a theory, whatever you want, until the people of your peers and all that disprove it. And then you're going to be disproven. Many scientists have brought things up that have been disproven. Thousands upon thousands of fucking theists all over the world through thousands of years. People have been disproven. That's the whole point of science. And if you can't disprove a man, his science stays as the word, as what we would call the truth, as for now, until it is disproven. That's the way it works.
Disprove the existence of unicorns.
We have no fossil records of unicorns. We have no DNA
So
records of unicorns.
unicorns exist. Can you disprove that?
Yes, I can disprove it. We have no unicorns.
No. You have to prove that they don't exist.
Yeah, I know, and we don't have any, so therefore they don't exist.
Yeah, we do. You just haven't seen them.
I know the game you're playing.
They're on the dark side of the moon.
All right, cool. Well,
you didn't know that? Everybody knows that.
As soon as we find them,
They're on the dark side of the moon.
Okay. You know that?
Oh yeah, everybody knows that, dude.
Okay.
People have known that for thousands of years.
3,500 years it's been known.
Again, it's just not true. You're just making shit up because you have nowhere to go.
No, can you falsify it?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. No one has a unicorn. No one's seen one. Therefore, it's falsified.
No, everybody's
It's as
seen them.
simple as that. It really is. That's how funny it is, like the argument, because the argument's so simple as that. There's no fossil records. There's no DNA. There's no one that ever seen a unicorn. There's no one that ever existed. So
where are you looking for fossils?
Wherever unicorns lived.
The dark side of the moon. When did you start digging over there for the?
Well, how did you? Well, when did you start knowing? When did you start knowing what was on the dark side of the moon?
Dude, we've always known that for thousands of years.
Yeah, this is what happens.
It's common knowledge.
And not to anybody I know.
Well, until you can falsify it, it's true. It's science, bro.
Yeah. Well, the ISS might be a hologram too, dude. You know, maybe
What's falsifiable?
maybe when we die, maybe when we all die, we realize the Earth is flat. Who knows? You know.
How can I falsify your claim that the Earth is a globe?
You can't. You cannot falsify that the Earth is a globe.
Science requires falsifiability.
Yeah.
You have to give an avenue for falsifiability.
No, it doesn't, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just wrong. You're flat out wrong. If you cannot disprove it, you cannot disprove that the Earth is a globe.
I'm just going to disengage with somebody who doesn't comprehend that science
you said that
is
before.
testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Until you can't falsify it, and that's what happens and that's what you get the answer called the globe, because the Earth is a globe.
Can you falsify?
A flat Earth? Yeah.
You can't even falsify the flat Earth. What would falsify the flat Earth? Could you give me the falsifiability of a flat Earth claim?
Yeah, lunar eclipses, time zones. Let's see what else.
What does that have to do? So you're saying time zones? How does that relate to falsifiability of the Earth being planar?
Planar. It doesn't make no sense, but I'll go with it because it's simple. You have
What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Hold on.
Doesn't matter. I don't need to get
the
into
Earth being planar doesn't make sense.
Let me answer the question first.
Do you not comprehend what those words mean?
Yeah, sure, sure, buddy. So let me explain what your question was first. Yeah, you can't do it because time zones and the way that the Earth is lit would never work under a fucking flat Earth model ever. The lunar eclipses wouldn't work. There's so many different things that wouldn't work.
Can you give me some specificity other than it just wouldn't work?
Have tides. You wouldn't have tides. Yeah, I mean, well, you wouldn't.
You don't even know what tides are related to. Nobody does. You think tides have something to do with the Earth being a sphere. You have no idea what the causal nature of tides are. Nobody does.
Well, you can say that. It sounds good, but it ain't true. We do know what the tides are. We know why they're caused.
What causes the tides, bud?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Dude.
You want me to say something so you can say, nope, this is what it is after you just told me that you don't know what it is. And this is how it progresses. I'm just telling you the facts of the matter are these are facts. Nothing I'm saying is my opinion. It's not what I think.
Lay me the facts on the causal nature of the tide. Go.
You said earlier there are no facts as well, but we'll skip on that, I guess.
No, I'm saying me.
Go. What causes the tides? Go, Rob. What causes the tides? Where's the facts? Googling. Dude, you're a Google Earther. I'm just gonna call you Google Earther from here on out. Like anything that the Google machine tells you, you believe. And you repeat it like a parrot, and then you try to have condescending conversations with people that have actually fleshed out whether or not these things are actually facts or not.
Yeah, sounds good,
But
man.
you just want to type something in, be like,
I'm
what
not typing
causes
anything
tides?
anywhere.
First result, moon causes tides.
I'm
Okay,
not
moon
typing anything
causes tides,
anywhere.
bro. What causes tides?
I'm trying to formulate an answer that is going to get not to get a response where it's going to
Should be easy, bro. This was one of your claims of
just
proving that the Earth is
one
not
word.
flat.
The
What
moon.
causes
The
tides?
moon. The moon.
How does the moon cause the tides?
By being.
So are you telling me, is it the relation of where it's at in the sky above me? Does that relate to my
You
tide?
know what it is, man. You already know what it is.
Is it the phases of the moon that cause the tide? Is it how close the moon is to the Earth that causes the
You
tide?
said you hate irrelevant conversations. My whole point is
I'm asking you
disprove it.
questions.
Disprove it. There's no questions. You already know the answers to. It's a fucking retarded conversation. You know the answer.
So you have no
Disprove it.
idea.
No,
You
you have
just
no
said
idea how to
moon.
disprove it. Disprove that the moon causes the tides. You can't
Just
disprove
say
it.
refraction. It works. Just
There's
say
no correlation between the moon and the tides.
False.
You're out of your mind, dude. You're out of your goddamn mind.
There's a slight correlation to the phase. Do you know
No,
what?
there's not a correlation to the phase. It's definitely not correlated to the phase, you moron.
So you come out of
And here
nowhere,
we
and the
go.
first thing you want to do is call names, NASA Shill.
Well, no, that's a correct name for you. If you say that it's related to the phase and not the position, you are. Excuse me, I'm trying to be nice here. You are mentally.
You can call me a
challenged.
moron. So where is the when the tide is the highest for me where I live? Where would I expect the moon to be in
Directly
Excuse
above
me?
you or directly below you.
Incorrect. You moron. I'll use it back at you because I've studied the tide charts diligently. I live near the water, and it has absolutely nothing to do with it being directly above me.
You're not
The
understanding
biggest correlation to the moon and the tides is its phase.
No, that's incorrect.
Bullshit. Give me evidence.
Here,
Cite it right now.
Show me your tide table.
Cite it right now.
Show me your tide tables.
Cite it.
Show me your tide tables.
Tide tables for Tampa Bay. Look it up.
Well, Tampa Bay, you're on the once per day thing.
Well,
Bullshit.
you're on the
You
golf,
have no idea
dude.
what
You're on
you're
the fucking
talking
golf.
about. There
You're on
are
the golf.
multiple tides per day where I live, with the exception of
You're on the
one
golf, for fuck's
phase
sake.
every
This
28 days.
guy's on the golf. This is hilarious. He's on the golf and shit, dude. Come on, man.
You don't think there's tides in the Gulf?
There's tides in
Oh,
the Gulf,
there
but
is tides
it's
in the
more
Gulf.
complex because it's the Gulf.
Yeah, I'm on the
Go
Great
to the
Lakes.
East
man.
Coast. Pull up a tide chart in Miami. I don't give a
No,
fuck.
it's different.
You
We even have a tide
provide
in
it
the
for
Great
me
Lakes.
and give me evidence for your claim.
I live in the Great Lakes, and we
So,
even have
so Napalm mentioned a connection with the phases, and then Pate instantly said no. So, can we unpack that a little bit more? So, what did you mean, Napalm, and then why did Pate instantly say no? Because, of course, there is a component of the tides that is connected to the timing of the moon.
Correct. It has no, from what I have studied, and I even had Bacon go in and start doing in-depth studies as well, where he just completely gave up and dropped the subject because he was under the same impression that these two guys were, that it was like, if the moon's directly above you, that's when the tide's going to be the highest. And then he started looking into it and he's like, crap, that's not the case. You have two tides throughout the day, even where I live in the Gulf, most of the time. Not all the time. You do have days where you only have one high and one low tide, but it's certainly more often than not that you have two tides per day, two high tides, two low
How
tides.
far apart do they occur
And
from each
these are not relevant to the direct relation of the moon as it relates to its
Yes, they
position
are.
above you.
Yes, it is, because when the high tide was happening,
Dude,
the moon
you
was above
can't
you
just
when
say
it was
yes,
low.
it is.
I'm trying to explain to you because when the high tide is when the moon was was in a certain spot, and the low tide, you're acting like the low tide is not when the moon was still there. It's just in a different spot, so it's causing a lower tide.
It has nothing to do with the position of the moon in relation to where you're at.
I just posted two.
Yeah, Noah disagrees with you, but that's okay because you know better than Noah because you're what, a oceanographer and an astronomer and what else? A physician and a what else?
He's fucking the man of all trades, dude. Fletch.
Baggage handler.
You got Dan the Waterman, dude. This guy's a fucking fish and pier scientist, man. I love that, Dan. That was the best thing I ever seen, dude.
So can you provide me evidence?
Yeah, man, I just did. I posted links in there. I'm not a scientist, bro. I just talking some shit, man, because I know basically
You posted a link that has no data.
it's all good, man. That gives you the idea, dude. You know what's going on. Stop being dense.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and some site says that this is the case, but doesn't actually provide me data.
It's fucking Noah, dude.
Did you even read what that says?
Yeah, I usually read before I post something, unlike you guys.
All right, so what is your claim, Paid, without ad homs and ridiculous sociopathic remarks? Do you have any actual content?
The moon is the major influence on the tides, not the position of the moon, not its phase, its position.
Okay, so why don't you explain what you believe on that?
Well,
every time it's high tide, the moon is somewhere, and every time it's low tide, the moon is somewhere. That's obviously not the case. There's two tides a day, and then there's also tidal. There's nodal points as well.
Because the Earth is a complicated place. Without, if we were a single ocean, if we were instead of Earth, if we were ocean, it would be much simpler. Yeah.
Yeah, the oceans are all different, man. They're all. It's like he said, man. It's very complicated.
Especially on a place like the Gulf, that's very different.
You can look it up on the East Coast, bro. I've studied tide charts. I've looked at where the moon position is all the time. The biggest correlation that I can find with the moon and the tides has to do with its phase.
No, it's
increasing the highest of the high tides and the lowest of the low tide is more correlation to the phase of the moon.
Right. Well, that's
its
true.
Position in relation to where you are located.
That's true because
And why did you tell me it was false to begin
No,
with?
you said the highest of the high and the lowest of the low. Now that is correlated with the sun and the moon, but that's different. You're talking the normal daily high tide has more to do with the position of the moon and less to do with its phase.
Exactly.
There's no correlation between when those take place and the position of the moon.
What?
Provide me evidence, dude. I went back and forth with
okay.
I can't remember if it was with FTFE, and he couldn't provide. The best thing he could do was provide me information regarding tides in Miami causing flooding after dredging took place within intercoastal waterways. Quite hilariously, that was his evidence for the claim that you're making.
How do you explain tides on a flat Earth? What causes them tides on a flat Earth?
What do you mean? What causes tides? I told you nobody knows exactly the causal nature of the tides, but there seems to be a small correlation between the highest high tides and the lowest low tides. And
okay, now wait a minute, stop. That's when you say there's a correlation, the highest high tides and lowest low tides with moon phase. That's different than saying that all tides are caused by moon phase. So you either purposely.
I never said that.
You're either purposely saying what you're saying, or you want to pretend that you know more than you do. What's the deal?
You just said I'm purposely missaying what I'm saying. What does that even mean?
That means that you're, you're lying. How about that? There.
What am I lying about?
You either want to misspeak so that you sound like you're saying that the tides are caused by moon phase, and then when you clarify it, you say, well, the highest of the high and the lowest of the low are caused by moon phase.
I said there's a correlation between the highest high tide and the lowest low tide and the moon phase. What causes the tides in general, I do not know. But there seems to be a small effect from the moon regarding the amplitude.
So why
There's also the timing of it, because the moon makes its cycle 24 hours and 50 minutes, and the tides shift by 50 minutes a day. So like if you have high tide at, let's say, 4 p.m. on one day, the next day it'll be 4:50. Then the next day it'll be 5:40, etc.
Which is the same time as the moon orbit, correct?
24 hours and 50 minutes. So the moon has a 50-minute faster than the slower than the sun. So, and the tides have a 50-minute change each day, the cyclical nature. So there is that timing part of it that is synced with the moon, or at least with the 50 minutes component of it seems to be synced.
Science is undefeated, man.
But that's not even the case, Gio. If you actually look at tidal charts, right? People make that blanket statement, but when you actually dig into it, like most of the shit that we start to research, right? When you actually dig into that and you try to plot it out with actual tide charts, it's not just a 50-minute.
Well, if you're looking at the tides at one place, like Tampa Bay, it's going to be different because, again,
look at it in
because you're on the
fucking
Gulf.
Miami.
Well, you
Look
have to
at it in Miami.
You have to look at more than like 2 places.
You pick
both
the
of them in
place.
Florida.
You pick the place, Shill, and we'll go through it right now. You pick the
You
place.
pick a place, and how about looking at Yeah, I know. You have to pick a place.
At what?
And then,
Pick a place. You tell me the place I need to study the chart.
Are you saying that people like Noah are wrong then when they say it's caused by moon position?
I'm asking you
Are
to
you saying
give
that
me
all
a
these?
place so we can actually go through this other than just blindly believing a blurb on a site on the internet.
Wait,
Do you
so
want to look at the actual data? No, you don't. Exactly. I'm
No, I don't want to look
disengaging.
at the data. It's 2
You
o'clock
guys
in
are
the morning.
fucking worthless.
The last thing I want to do is look at tide tables with you but that's not exactly this because, and then you'll say, well, it has to be exactly perfect or else it's wrong. It's a very complicated system, especially on the Gulf.
You don't even know the complications of it. You said it was very simple. It's when the moon is directly above you, the tide is the highest.
The tides at one place. I said fuck. Yes, the high tides come where the moon is above you. Now, the highest of the high tides, the highest of the high tides and lowest of the low tides are according to phase because that was in the moon and the sun are lined up.
Give me a place and a date. Just give me a place and a date,
2 in the morning.
Shill.
I'm not looking at tide tables with you at 2 in the morning.
Give me a place and a date. Otherwise, you're just talking out of your fucking ass.
Yeah, otherwise I'm like talking out of my fucking ass. Right.
You don't even want to look at the data.
I'm not looking
That
at
just
data at
shows
2 in the morning
exactly
with
how
you.
disingenuous
I'm not
you
looking at the data at 2 in the morning with you. Fuck off.
Wow. Normally you're demanding it, and now you won't
At
look
2 in the
at
morning.
it.
At 2 in the morning, I'm not going to start analyzing tide tables. Okay.
Well, why don't we just analyze what he's saying? There's a twice a day cycle that doesn't match what you're talking about with the moon. So he's making tons of sense already.
For some reason, the tides are 12 hours and 20. There's a 24-hour and 50-minute cycle. What does that line up with?
Gravity?
No, the
refraction.
You're making that claim with no data to back up your claim. I'm asking you to go through the data,
So it's
and
just
you're refusing to do so.
Yeah, 2 in the morning I am. So it's just totally just happens to be that way, serendipity that a 24 hours and
It's not that
50-minute
way.
cycle. It's just
It's
perfect.
not that way.
Not
Where
all the
is it
time.
that way?
Oh fuck! Here we go. Because you live on the Gulf, you expect the Gulf to be perfect,
Nope.
right?
Give me any place, any date.
I told you I'm not looking at tide tables with you tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
You lose.
No, I don't lose. If he is going to make a claim that they're not, does he have the tide tables? No, he doesn't.
I'm looking at some. It doesn't. They're not like exactly 50 minutes, but it's like it ranges from like 35 to like 55. In terms of
because the system is complex. It is not just. That's the problem. You guys expect simple answers to complex problems.
You're trying to give a simple answer.
Well, you don't have an answer. It's like, well, I don't know.
Yeah. Nobody
That's how
knows.
we get answers. That's
No,
how we
that's
get
not
answers.
incorrect. That's a you don't know. That doesn't mean that nobody knows.
Fair enough. Are you saying you know things we don't? We don't
I
find
know
that.
a lot of things that you don't do.
See here, it's like August 24th, like 4 a.m. was low tide, 4:56 the next day. So what is that? 55 minutes. So 4 a.m. one day. The next day it was 4:56. The next day it was 5:57. So that's like an hour and 1 minute. And the next day it was 7:02. So that's like an hour, and that's like more than an hour. And then the next day it was 8:09. So that's more than an hour. Next day it was 9:05. That's more than an hour. And then it was 9:59 the next day. So that's 55 minutes. And then it was 10:50. So that's exactly 50 minutes. So yeah, it seems like it's like around 50 minutes, like that 24 hours, 50 minutes of the moon. Like I've always understood that is correlated with the high tide, low tide, that it changes by about 50 minutes each day. But it does seem like it's not like exactly 50 minutes. Like it kind of pings around that. Like sometimes it's a little more, sometimes a little less. But it like averages at like 50 minutes difference, like as the tide times per day. I mean, here's for high tide, 5:31, 6:07. So that's like 38 minutes. I mean, I don't have to keep reading these off, but yeah, it seems like they kind of vary from like maybe 35 up to like an hour and 10. So even that's not perfectly 50 minutes.
Dude, the more you start to look into it, the more questions you have.
And yeah, I mean, I think what Napalm was saying is true. Like, it's not just as simple as like, oh, when the moon's above you, it's high tide. When the moon goes away, it's low tide. Like, it's definitely not. That's not directly correlated either. You can have times where it's low tide, the moon's above you. You can have times where it's high tide, the moon's above you. But then you were mentioning the lowest of the low and the highest of the high does seem correlated with the phase as well. That's interesting.
Because the sun gets involved. The sun has a minor influence on it. When they're both lined up in certain phases, you'll get high, maximum, and low tides.
Yeah, I think the electromagnetic components of the sun and moon.
100%, especially when you're dealing with salt water.
Yeah.
I love it, dude. The salt water and shit, the electrolysis and saltwater electrostatic thing is becoming very prevalent. The whole idea, and it just cracks me up. It doesn't mean anything. I heard
See,
someone say
Napalm, this is when we're at the concert and we're just like, oh, like we'll talk about the beauty of the tides, and someone's just like, this band sucks.
Fuck the tides. Fuck this beach.
Like, what kind of person does that? It's just like a total psychopath that's just like, this band sucks. And you're like drinking a beer, like, dude, I'm digging the music. What's up?
They're like, this band only has one guitar player. And you're like, no, there's two. No, it only has one. And it's like, nope.
Yeah.
See that? That's two guitar players on stage. Whatever, they still suck, bro.
No, but you guys are drinking White Claws and listening to Taylor Swift, man.
Now you're projecting.
That you're projecting. I love it, dude. As long as we can have back and forth and we realize that it's just in good faith, ain't nothing personal, then we have no problems.
Well, I think in some cases, like some folks have a very dark agenda. Like it's like they want to like mind manipulate someone out of thinking what they think, and they'll use any tactic they can to try to do that. It's very bizarre.
Well, I would be a liar if I told you that I wasn't looking to spread the globe Earth awakening. So, taking people and letting them realize that it's okay to come back, man. Ain't no one gonna judge you. No one cares, dude. You just gotta do your own thing, though. If that's not what you want to do, then don't do it. Do what you want to do in life. You want to believe the Earth is flat? Hey, that's right. That's your right as a human being. Ain't nobody can take it from you.
So it's already the mainstream model that they're teaching children, and we already all believed it growing up. And you somehow think you're here to spread, after many of us have been through decades of research and in multiple scales and multiple levels. And we came to many of us came to our conclusions not through like begging people on the internet for data, but for evidence, but actually going on our own quest to come to our own conclusions. And somehow you think you're going to come and just like get us to come back to a globe awakening, you called it. Like you're going to just sort of get us to be like, oh, Rob Noxious, you were right with your obnoxious attitude. Peyton has to chill, calling everyone morons. You blew my mind, bro. And the thing is, you guys don't get anyone like you're batting 0% as it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not going to convince anybody. I've given. There's no way that anybody here is ever going to come back to the reality, because you guys have all like gotten severe.
All right, then why don't you move on with your life? Go ahead, go do something else. Don't come bother us
Hey,
every day.
What?
Because we're fucked up too.
I come
Go
here. You know
evangelize
I come
somewhere
here.
else.
But no, I mean I'm not. I've given up on. No, you guys are not. You guys have chosen your path. You've chosen this fantasy you live in. Despite evidence that you can get yourself, and it hasn't. Tides are interesting, but they're not going to prove anything because they're too complex.
All right, so then this is your last day, then, right? You're moving on, right?
What? Oh, I
This
know.
is your
I have to
last
come here
day.
for the sideshow.
Okay, then explain why we shouldn't ban you.
You
If
can
you're
do whatever
only
you
here
want,
to if
but I'm
you're
not
only here to
for it.
treat people like a sideshow, point and laugh, and call people morons, why shouldn't
What
you
are
be
you
there?
here for? Are you here to like give misinformation to people?
Bro, you were just giving
It's not
misinformation,
much
claiming that
No,
the
I
tides
wasn't.
happened every 50
I've been
feet.
listening on you for about the last 3 hours. All this obnoxious guy has had to say is when we provide evidence, he interjects and says, "Oh no, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." He doesn't even provide evidence to from his side to rebut it. Calls everyone stupid and you are this and you are that. Has nothing good to say. Choosing people's ears while he's fucking has mouth in his food, food in his mouth. He's an idiot, man. What's wrong with you?
Jesus Christ. Well, nice to meet you too, buddy. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm actually pretty fine. I did have a cracker in my mouth at one time. I'm surprised you remember that. I apologize.
What are you doing here? What is your purpose here, my friend? What is your purpose?
I am here, my friend, to engage in the conversation about the flat earth.
You're not engaging with anyone.
You do not tell me, my friend.
You're shitting on everyone, man.
No, I'm not shitting on nobody, my friend, but I will shit on you.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, no, fuck you, man. You don't fuck me. I fuck you.
Dude, you guys, what is this now? My gosh.
Sounds like a globe Earth awakening.
Get out of my mom and pop operation.
You can just change the name of the channel to Globe Earth Awakening. Like that, like we didn't have a chance at that already. Like we don't have all the same information they have. Like what are we awakening to? That's so ridiculous.
Googling. All you have to do is Google it, bro. Just Google it.
There's the information.
Actually, so here we can kind of move the topic along if we want and maybe move to something else. What are your thoughts on the fact that we have the internet, which has the possibility of containing a ridiculous amount of information that we should be able to access and be able to take into our brains, mill it around, whatever. Do you think that people have become more or less intelligent with the amount of access that they have to information via the internet?
Are you asking me or asking whoever?
Just in general, the room.
It's like the minute paid left, and then I had muted Rob for a second there. He left. Like the minute they leave, we'll go right back to having an interesting, productive conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't realize they were gone, but yeah, now we can actually have something to talk about. But you know what I'm saying? Do you think it's been beneficial?
How are they not curious to like look up information that might contradict the mainstream narrative? Like there's like a world of information on the internet to explore now. How do they keep themselves contained? That's what I like to know.
Well, do you think it's so let me just kind of lay this out real quick. Most of the people that I'm friends with, my average friends that I know, people that I interact with on a daily basis, legitimately don't seem to be that intelligent or inquisitive about that many things, because they know that in their pocket they can pull out their phone and just type a question in, and then they will just be fed an answer that they will regurgitate back as if it is truthful, right? Meaning they haven't done much due diligence to verify or confirm the information.
Yeah.
Because we have the ability to be like, oh, what year did this song come out? And we could Google it, and it's going to give us that year. So then we automatically assume that if we do that for anything and everything else, that whatever pops up and the blurbs that we can read are going to be just as factual and be backed up with the same kind of confidence that if we just Google what year did this song come out, it's going to be the same kind of result.
Right. Like you've forgotten all the phone numbers you used to know when you were a kid, or at least I used to have to memorize them. A little older, maybe, but you
No,
know what I'm
actually, I
saying? Like we
remember
don't.
all of those from when I was a
Do you?
kid. But ask
Yeah.
me any of my friends now, no clue what they're
Yeah.
remembering.
Right. But it's like they're treating information like the deeper questions about things in the same way. Like Google will just give you the right answer right away. So you mean?
Right. So do you think people
No,
have become more or less intelligent with the supposed access we have to the amount of information we allegedly can access?
go back
Well,
further. Remember, they compared the internet to the printing press at one time because people were getting information, outside of the local library that they were at, outside of their physical location. So books phased out, so at the same time, we're getting more information, quick answers. We're not getting the depth that we got from readers. Anyone that reads will tell you, they love reading, and it's almost a lost art. I haven't read anything in years.
yeah, there's a definite laziness that comes along with having all the access right there at your hands. Like you don't need to be interested, because if you're interested, it's right there. You don't, so you just kind of ignore it, like take it for granted. Is what you mean? Like that's there, But then there's the whole question about whether it's intelligence or informed. Like to say people are more informed would be one thing. As far as like intelligence goes, I think that's kind of like something you don't really gain more
Well,
of by gaining more knowledge.
well, would you even consider people to be more informed, right? Because the interaction that we just previously had, there was this arrogance and this assumption of, well, I just Googled, here's my first search result. And then I'm
Oh,
saying, well, give me the actual data that backs up what this is saying. And everybody just doesn't want to do that, has zero initiative to go any further than the first Google search result. So they're claiming something with quite a bit of fervor, actually,
yeah.
as to what they think is taking place. But in reality, when you actually look at it, even if you do the empirical data on your own via measurement and observation, you're not going to come up with this blanket result that people are claiming.
Right. Yeah, there's a concerted effort to misinform is the problem again. So people are becoming more misinformed, if anything, right? Because they're just getting like the subterfuge. There's a whole thing about postmodernism, and that just when we were on the brink of this, I was in college, and it was one of the studies that we would have our discussions about, and we can become oversaturated with information, and is that and a lot of these different disciplines may have like true things about their whatever they're saying, but that maybe overlap with other disciplines that contradict one or the other, and that's the whole thing. Like how much of this information is an overload of information becoming more informed, even if it is true, right? If you're just getting tidbits of each little thing, that's an interesting question.
Yeah, there's kind of like, I think there can be like a thin veneer of knowledge in some cases where somebody just, the fact that you can Google it, throw it into Chat GPT, read it for 10 minutes and then talk about the topic. Whereas I feel like, in, let's say, pre-internet times, you had to like actually be an expert in a topic. You had to actually like study it for, a lot of your life and write books on it and actually do, a good amount of research to become an expert in something. So yeah, it does seem like there is that component that kind of just like, sit in front of a TV with popcorn and a tablet in your hand and just sort of scroll through. I mean, it's amazing that you can do that though, and you can glean information. But then there's the question of, if you aren't really an expert that actually has like dug into that topic deeply, and you're just reading about it, then you have to kind of take a lot of that on face value. So yeah, it seems like it's kind of got this like double-edged sword kind of quality to it.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think what he was suffering from when he was talking about his friends is that, when you're talking about an average person, you got to eliminate the below average as being someone you could talk to. So that's half the people gone. And then of the rest of the people you're dealing with, half of them are busy, right? Doing other shit, right? I mean, so of the, 100% of people that you can interact with, you're down to less than 25% right off the bat that you can even deal with. It narrows it down a great deal. That's before flat, that's before religion, that's before sex, that's before any of the things that separate. That's just someone that can engage. It's a lot to ask.
Yeah, you kind of come up against these the for lack of a better term, like the 5-minute expert, right? Well, that's what you're saying is completely off base, and I know because I learned it one time, and let me Google it real quick, and I'm going to read you this paragraph that proves you wrong, therefore I'm right. Right?
Mm-hmm. It's better than making shit up.
Yeah.
Shallow's better than empty.
Yeah, true.
I mean, that guy dealing with Austin earlier, did you hear that? They got to a point, and he goes, "You're just doing this to do this, right?" And the guy's all, "Well, yeah." It's like, okay.
I didn't hear. What were they talking? What was the topic?
Yeah, it wasn't, it was just someone shooting stuff down, so it didn't matter.
He made a claim. He made a claim that he read this paper that Austin provided for him, and the information wasn't there that he was saying would be there. And then he said he read it, and then he said, oh, he kind of read it, and then he's like, well, no, I just did like a search for words, and it was just kind of like he was trolling on purpose and didn't care because
the only thing about that though, Whitsitt actually clarified in text that he actually was incorrect, that it actually wasn't directly worded in there. It was actually worded in the summary. So yeah, he did actually point out that it was
still a tactic though. It was a I'm shitting on you casually tactic.
Well, it was after like a bloodbath of Alan coming in and making a lot of people just like dumbfounded with his understanding of what was going on with the GPS, and then Kosho tried to give a little bit of a something, I guess. Didn't really have much of a rebuttal, it seemed. Except for now.
This is it, by the way. So Whitsitt just pointed out that it was in this summary that essentially pointed out the point that he was making. So it was just a minor thing. It wasn't actually quoted in the paper directly. It was in this summary of the sections that sort of summarized it and described it. So, and that's what apparently he was referring to.
Okay.
So it's kind of a minor difference, but I don't think that guy, I'm not sure that guy really cares. I think, like you said, he's just trying to debate like for sport. So yeah, he doesn't like, really want to actually get the information probably.
I feel like we run into that fairly often in kind of these circles, right? As people that are debating for debate's sake, right? Not necessarily because they care or they really fully understand the topic. It's just for the sake of debate.
Well, it kind of sucks in our position to know that most of what we're going to find on a lot of these topics that are on the cutting edge or whatever, or have been obscured intentionally. Like we can't, like we're gonna have to like dig 5 layers deep to find out what the actual case might be. And these people are like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to go to Google. Google's right. You guys stop with this. No, you're making too much sense. Stop it now. Because if everyone else does that, then it's going to be chaos, and I'm going to have to do 5 layers deep on everything I look up, and I don't want to do that. Seems like that's their attitude, right?
Right. Well, it's also a tough row to hoe when you're trying to even cite or give information where people are going to be like, well, that person's just a quack, and it's information that is complete quackery, right? When it never winds up being an argumentation most of the time against the actual information.
Yeah, hand wave.
Well, yeah, it's kind of, I guess you could call it a hand wave. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, whatever the mainstream deems that person, right? They take that opinion. Like he was totally debunked. That's what the mainstream said. So that must be the case.
Well, I've started to come to realize that pretty much anybody who is a quack is just somebody who has a difference of opinion from the consensus.
Or found
Doesn't
something
mean
that they didn't know about. So he could be labeled as such for a reason, right? Usually that's the case.
right. It's not because of, there's certainly people that are quacks that are just pushing completely BS false information or practices or something along those lines, right? That you could actually call it some type of quackery. But just because somebody has a difference of opinion, and not even just opinion, information that can be backed up many times through data points, experimentation, many of those things, but it goes against the narrative that is the consensus, they get deemed a quack as if it's somebody that's just out there pushing some sort of crazy random crap just as a grift or something like that.
Yeah. And then they'll even put people out there that are doing exactly that on purpose, so that they can be grouped in with the people that aren't really quacks, but you can like associate them with the real quacks that were just an act sometimes, so that you can like associate it and write it off. Because there probably are real quacks that had bad ideas. So yeah, you have to like sift through it all.
Yep.
But the hive mind is where I think does make us more intelligent. I think by having conversations like this, being able to build off each other's ideas and understand things from another perspective, and I think that does, feel like enhancement for sure. Right.
A new perspective, if you will.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So, new perspective. What would you say is something that you think the mainstream has kind of gotten wrong that needs to be revisited?
Well, whether they got it wrong or not is not like wrong on purpose is usually the case, right? Like they didn't get it wrong. They avoided the right thing for a reason, usually, right? Like the ether for sure. Microzyma,
Possibly, yeah.
Microzyma, the whole Antoine Béchamp versus Louis Pasteur, and the whole idea that the cells are pleomorphic and have like this bundle of energy that can change themselves into whatever they need and heal the body. And then they decided to make it something that was like a viral infection rather than a viral, curing of the body. That's a natural thing. That the reversal, everything's totally like about face in a lot of these areas. Seems like to keep us completely confused and oppressed. A lot of it, for sure. The other thing I was looking into recently is I keep telling people about is the Ebner effect. Exposing a plant or animal or any organic life to a static electric field has a huge effect on the well-being of the plant or the robustness of the species. It can reach into the DNA sequence, the genetic sequence, and bring out like a already extinct form of the plant or animal. Get rid of GMOs and pesticides that way. It's pretty fucking great. That's they don't want that. Seems like there
So you
has to
said
be
this
outer
is called
ponders. I
the.
haven't said outer ponders yet, but I'm going to say there has to be outer ponds because the way we're being treated like lab rats, like this couldn't be just the only place there is. Like, why would they, if we were the only people, why would they treat us like this? Like, there has to be a place where people aren't treated like this, it seems. I would imagine.
So, quick question. So the Ebner effect deals with plants
Static
and
electric fields.
static electric fields. Okay, I'll have to look into that.
I'll send you
And okay, cool. Thank you. And second question. So if there's outer ponders, are there inner ponders? And are we the inner ponders or are we the mid ponders?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows, right? It's just the idea that there's other civilizations probably. That was one of the first things I thought when I realized we're not on a spinning ball. I'm like, oh, there's probably more land, more people. I think maybe it'd be cool to like apply the prime directive in the reverse, the way that they do in Star Trek. You know how they couldn't like talk to the people on the planet or whatever because the people on the planet had to recognize that they were there, and then they could interact, but otherwise they would be messing up their evolutionary natural processes or whatever. So if we call out to the outer ponders, right, then maybe they'll have they'll be able to allow us to communicate or whatever.
Interesting. So would you say you spend a decent amount of time pondering the outer ponders?
Yeah, I like that. All right, the outer ponderers. I think that speaking of pondering, I think people used to do too much pondering, and that's why they decided just to say that they had all the answers, even though they didn't. People were probably deep in thought way too much of the day, trying to figure out what the hell's going on or what life is about. They needed people
Do you
to
think
work.
that was a bad thing? Do you think we now we have too much activity in our life to where we don't have enough time to ponder certain things, and that could be a possible reason why we don't care nor seem to organize ourselves against the enslavement that we seem to be in, is because we are just going along to get along, and we're too busy to actually have the time to ponder how bad we're actually getting screwed or being enslaved.
Yeah, it's designed that way, right? Keep you just like on the edge of poverty or, living to your means and too busy to, worry about some of these things. And it's not good for business to even mention some of these things as well. So that's why it's cool, right? That's why it's cool. We get to talk about whatever we want, and we're interested in people that are interested in pondering. If it was mainstream, it wouldn't be cool. Or
Pondering. Get it?
Yeah.
The outer
You missed my joke. You missed my joke earlier.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yep.
Outer pondering.
Yep, the outer ponderers.
I asked him if he spends a lot of time pondering the outer ponders.
That's a great.
Geo just got it. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't know. I didn't hear because I stepped away for a minute and then I came back and just thought of that. So I guess I was just tapped into the ether there because
Yeah.
I thought I was inventing it. I was like, oh, a ponder. But you guys had just said it. All right.
Right.
No,
And
so
I was
is
kind of
it
taken
them?
off on what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you say anything about the ether? The ether was dispelled many years ago by an experiment called Michelson-Morley, where they
Oh, yeah.
completely proved that there was non-existence of the ether. This is
Yeah.
well-known scientific. Okay.
Yeah. True. I don't know why I missed that. Guess I should just hang that one up. Yeah. To have a medium that things travel through, we don't need that. There's no medium necessary. Come on.
Waves, sustained, waving. What the fuck's waving?
Right. Well, they need that. They need the empty space concept, right? For the light to travel indefinitely through billions and trillions of miles.
Yeah, and here's the thing: most people, when you say light, right, they just want to associate it with visible light. But when you're talking about anything on the EM spectrum, it's discussed in terms of waves, right? So what is sustaining these waves? What is actually waving when it comes to an electromagnetic wave?
Right.
Your radio signal comes through in a radio wave. What is waving? It's not just the air, because we know that we can send those signals through the best vacuum that we can try to pull here on Earth.
Yep.
Just makes logical sense, right? To me, that's extremely logical, unless somehow it's not waves and it's obviously not particles. So what else would it be? Is wave just the best description that we have?
Well, yeah, the wave's not a thing. It's what other thing does, right?
Yep. So if it's not a thing and it's not a medium, there's nothing to wave. Is the wave just a term that's being used to try to describe something else that's taking place? And if that's the case, what is the other thing that's taking place that we're using the idea and concept of a wave in as a placeholder for a better explanation?
You have to repeat that again. Repeat that again, please.
Yeah, I
You
don't know.
can.
I don't know if it was much of a question as more of a statement. Like, it's,
All right.
if the term wave is just being used by people who don't think that there's something that's actually waving, is the wave terminology and description a placeholder for a lack of understanding as to what is actually taking place? Is that what's going on? And if that's the case, then why wouldn't those people be open to other suggestions?
Yeah, it seems like they're just replacing a lot of what we call the ether with things like quantum foam and dark matter and all that as placeholders too. They have to acknowledge, they have to describe what things are doing in like some way without saying the ether. It's funny. It's like a funny game.
Yeah, it is. And there's like physical effects that we see, but they want to avoid any type of physicality related to their explanations. I don't know what's interesting. Do you think at some point there's going to be, sometime in the near future, a revelation that becomes quote unquote mainstream, or at least gets picked up and gets a little steam going within what you would consider mainstream media or publications or whatever, to where
Oh yeah, it's a Globe Earth Awakening, bro. Coming up, Globe Earth Awakening. You wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to make a joke in the middle of that. Globe Earth Awakening. He said Globe Earth Awakening.
No, I'm just saying, do you think that we're on the precipice of possibly the things that have been discussed for years that have just been shit on by the anti-flat earthers coming out in the mainstream, but with maybe just a slight variation in verbiage to where they would immediately just eat it up, take it in, back it
As far
because
as
it's
like
coming
flat
from a
Earth.
specific, well, just like the ether or anything like that.
Yeah, it seems like the ether is the antithesis to the globe for sure. They can't have that.
Why do you think that is? What do you think is the like the linchpin there? Do you think the ether is the linchpin?
Free energy, maybe too much power in one person's hands is, all kinds of things, maybe things that we haven't even thought of, probably.
But I mean, when you said that, like it's the globe's right antithesis or whatever you were describing. What do you think? Is there a direct relation to the ether being exposed and like an immediate dissolution of the idea or concept of the globe?
Yeah, it depends on who you talk to. Like Grimm, we were talking to him a couple days ago, and he's all about the ether, but he still thinks we're unevolved. Yeah. So some people can keep the ether and keep the ball idea, I guess. He's all about the plasma, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just, I mean, if you describe it just as like a background, like canvas for a painting, that makes sense. And there's like more to it, like and I just put both the Brenner's ether write-ups in the chat again, and I think it'd be interesting to really figure out this ancient language that he thinks all language comes from, and it was all about ether physics, like the origin of language, this Karuna language, he says. It says all writing systems stem from the ancient Slavic runic system called Karuna, something that is, of course, completely off the record and forbidden knowledge. But once you study it, you realize these people understood everything about ether physics. And then the symbol, the 9x16 symbol matrix there is interesting. I've looked into it. It's hard to find.
What is the origin?
Grid.
So you said it's a Slavic language?
Yeah.
Any specific countries? I learned something the other day, or I heard something the other day that was basically saying that what broke the code of hieroglyphics was actually a language that came from, I want to say, a Slavic state. I can't remember the specific country.
That's interesting. What broke the code of hieroglyphics, like the Rosetta Stone kind of thing?
Yeah, like the Rosetta Stone of hieroglyphics. Like hieroglyphics were not deciphered via the Rosetta Stone. I think it was something else.
Right. See if you could find that again. That'd be interesting to see if there's a correlation there.
I'm trying to think of who was talking about it. It might have been Lion of Yah, or I can't remember.
What I found when I looked into the ancient Slavic runic languages, this Karuna language, some of these symbols were actually thought to be used for magic, like real magic, I guess, whatever that means. Like there was, protective symbols or whatever. Who knows if that's the direct translation or if it's the takeoff on you know, what it really was. I'll post the little cutout of it if anyone's interested in checking it out closely or looking it up themselves. But you see like the swastika in there, the energy symbol, both ways, and just interesting. If that's where language came from, like the ether physics description of the ether was actually where language. Like, how did they get to this before they started talking? I mean, I'm not questioning whether he's right or wrong. It's just it still doesn't make sense to me. So I keep sharing it because I would like other people to also look into it. Help break that down. So cool. So well printed there. Looks like a code for something, right? Looks outer pondery.
Let me look. I don't know. I have no outer ponder reference or information to say yes, this would remind me
No,
of
I
outer
know.
ponder.
It looks like an alien symbol matrix. Whatever that would be, like whatever you imagine it might be. That's all about electrostatics, electrostatics, and magnetism, and all that kind of stuff. Which is
A
magic.
lot of it does look very similar to symbols that are used in like electronics, right? Whether you're talking about
Yeah.
circuit boards or any of that.
For sure. Yeah, I'd like to know where he got that piece of information from. Maybe I'll just message him. Like, if he thinks that all language derived from this, he has some pretty whack ideas. Like, there's this, what he says about planets. Like, they ask how many the question was how many planets are there, and he says short answer 26. He considers some of the mythologies of the past being more accurate than people give him credit for. Maybe we had 2 moons at one point.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah. It's interesting. I'll post that one for anyone else interested in that. Well, there's people out there giving you can find this gold mine of information that, you happen to stumble upon looking up counter space. And this guy just has been existing on there since 2016, and we never even had him in the conversation. We could have been accessing his information this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah.
For anybody here that doesn't already know, there's a section called Brenner Comps in here that you can look at all the ones I made. There's like 80 of them in this section in the server. On all kinds of stuff. Religions, flat earth, of course, language.
Yeah, I need to do some more reading into some of that. I actually have some reading I need to do on refraction. Allegedly, somebody was able to give me the data I've been looking for, but I haven't been able to look through it. So we shall see.
Refraction. Something we haven't already heard.
No, it's just me asking for the baseline experiments that give us what we would consider the equations or the derivative equations for like something like standard atmospheric refraction. Like what was the foundation that built up this whole entire equation to begin with?
Cover all their bases. Yeah, just make sure there's enough wiggle room to that anything fits the globe. It seems like based on common perspective to begin with.
Right. Right. Well, it all stems on the whole conversations of, well, I'm setting up a theodolite that's level, so therefore I'm going to look 30 miles in the distance, and wherever an object lies in relation to my crosshairs, I'm going to make some sort of definitive claim as to what's taking place. And I just think that's laughable, but
Oh yeah. Here's Brenner's thing on the horizon. Happened to actually be looking at it when you mentioned it.
nice. I'll have to check that out. But unfortunately, bro, I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, I'm about
Yeah.
to sleep myself. I hardly slept last night.
Yeah. I got a meeting in like 5 hours, so I should probably
Right on.
get some sleep.
All right, check your DMs.
But I'm gonna take out, man. Take off.
Yep. Always good to talk with you, bro.
Yeah, likewise, Dave. All right, take care.
Later. Lightwater, what's up, brother? Sir Edward, what's up, brother? Lots of people in here. Start a conversation while I look up and sit here and fall asleep myself.
Hi, Dave. Hi. Not much to say.
How are you, my friend?
I'm going through a dip. Pretty big dip.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Anything I can do?
No. Oh man, the synchronicities and signs show that I get somewhere. So I have to take it in. So you know I'm very positive about the developments.
Yeah. You always are. So yeah. So if you're saying there's a dip, that means there's probably a dip.
This belongs to my journey and I'm experiencing so much synchronicities and they are totally out of whack. They are so intense and as I said in the past, it is an inner journey. And somehow on my inside I need the green light to bring it out, and I have developed a certain kind of understanding, and I'm lucky enough to have met people both in physical life and in Zoom, on the internet. Somebody, an astrologer from Canada, who's amazing, and he appreciates me. He appreciates me enormously. He has great knowledge of the Egyptian walls and of the Bible, I'm not agreeing totally with him, but it has to do with the positions that we have in the total energy field. But we are so thankful, both of us. It's amazing. It's amazing, and I don't know if I will ever be able to talk here or what will happen. I feel guided, and that's what I am experiencing.
Wow. I'm glad I asked. So it's good to know.
Yeah. And it has all to do with electricity and dielectricity and electromagnetism.
Wow.
And it's very difficult for me to talk about it, Dave, because I have no technical or scientific background. I became an illustrator in my life, despite myself having a father who was brilliant in mathematics. Really brilliant, but a man that ended up without ambition, with all kinds of male pain in this world. But you know what is amazing, Dave? I'm starting to cry. at the end of their lives, my parents grew together like nothing else. It was amazing. Last year, my mother died, 96, and I always had great trouble with her, but at a certain point, there was so much peace between us. It was as if I was somewhat telling about my path that I'm following, that she understood and she could let go. And the amount of synchronicities that happened on the day we said goodbye to her was amazing. It was amazing. So I don't know what or who I am, Dave.
Yeah. Well, I'd say you're nothing short of awesome, dude. You at least have that. That's awesome. You can say that.
I try to be loving in all my approaches, and it doesn't work always. Then you learn from it.
Yeah.
I have been shouting sometimes here, but
wow, man, I wish you lived nearby. I'd come over right now. Toast you and hang out a little bit.
And I would say to you, I would say to you, thank you for your kindness, but wait a couple of weeks.
Yeah, wait till the dip's over, right? Wait till you're on the rise. Okay, I gotcha. I hear you. Funny.
Okay,
These
Dave.
two can laugh.
Hey, that Karuna, I typed in Karuna with a K and a C, and it doesn't give anything on the internet, on Google.
Yeah, they don't. It doesn't seem to come up right away. Yeah, you have to dig. That means it's probably important.
Yeah, but I'm curious where the exact location is.
Yeah, it seems like I shouldn't be even sharing it until I've done a little more research on it myself.
So yeah, up till now you have no idea about the
origin.
Yeah,
the vicinity.
Yeah.
I didn't get the actual vicinity, but I did get some information that I have on my computer that I could also send over to you. That was about the symbols and what they were supposedly providing for people that used them or wore them, as far as their incantations go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you the stuff. I'll transfer it to my phone from my computer, and also look into it a little further myself. I have some bookmarks I have to still go follow the trail with. Interesting, huh?
Okay. Okay, Dave.
All right, Lightwater.
See you later.
Take care, my friend. He's a good guy.